Pure sound with quality you can trust. Voptv. Now you have.
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Ugoche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. For beginner news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Troops neutralize several terrorists in Borno.
IPAC tells INEC and security agencies to ensure credible polls.
Hamzat promises people-centered development in Lagos.
Parents say days without their children. Sad.
NERC sacks Kaduna Electric Board, names administrator.
In 2025 Batch B Stream 2 core members to pass out the 3rd of September.
On the foreign scene, 1 million people displaced in Shanghai.
Well, in business news, Voptv Pro hosts audio seminar in Lagos.
In sports, South Africa and Nigeria set for Women's World Cup play-in clash.
In the world of entertainment news, Funke Akindele unveils new movie.
Now the news and details. Troops of the Operation Hardened Kai have neutralized several terrorists and also recovered weapons, ammunition and communication gadgets in Gajiram and Ganza local government area of Borno State. A statement by the acting military information officer, Operation Hardened Kai, Mohammed Goni, said on August 10, 2026, a large number of terrorists launched an assault in an attempt to overrun the troops' position, but they responded with effective fire, forcing the attackers to withdraw after sustaining heavy casualties. He said during the engagement, troops neutralized several of the terrorists and recovered weapons, ammunition, and communication gadgets. Goni added that few troops sustained injuries during the engagement, while there were damage to some combat enablers and vehicles from rocket-propelled grenade fires. The statement said post-engagement review of the surveillance footage confirmed several casualties being evacuated by the retreating terrorists. He added that the recovered items and footage are currently undergoing further operational assessment.
Now to politics, where the Inter-Party Advisory Council IPAC is calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC and security agencies to guarantee a free, fair and credible governorship election in Osun State. National Chairman of IPAC, Yusuf Dantale, said the body was worried about rising political tension in the state ahead of Saturday's election. He said the election must be a genuine contest of ideas, policies, programs, while warning that no individual or institution should attempt to substitute its will for that of the electorate. The IPAC leader urged the electoral body to conduct the election with the highest degree of professionalism, independence and impartiality, and to ensure strict compliance with the Constitution and the Electoral Act 2026. Dantale warned against vote buying, electoral violence, and the use of state institutions to intimidate opponents.
Still on Osun State election, a former Assistant Inspector General of Police, Abutu Yaro, has called on politicians participating in the August 15 election to exercise restraint and avoid actions capable of triggering violence. Yaro made the call in Abuja to pre-election security risk assessment of Osun State, which identified 12 local government areas as high risk ahead of the poll. He said political actors remain central to the prevention of election-related insecurity, adding that security challenges during elections were often fueled by political interest. According to him, security agencies could only do so much if politicians refused to abide by the rules and exercise patriotism during the electoral process. Yaro also called for adequate and timely provision of election logistics, including vehicles, welfare for election officials, permanent voter cards, electronic gadgets, and other materials required for the smooth conduct of the poll.
Well, still on Osun, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Abubakar Atiku, has called on Osun State electorates to vote for the party's candidate, Najim Salam, in Saturday's governorship election. Atiku said that the party currently has the best of Nigerians within its ranks. The former vice president, while appealing to the electorate to support Salam, said they would not regret supporting the former speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly in the poll. Earlier, the ADC national chairman, David Mark, described the campaign as a celebration of the impending victory of the party in Saturday's poll.
In a related development, women in Osun State have staged a protest in Osogbo, calling for a free, fair and credible August 15 governorship election. The protesters stormed the streets of Osogbo, Osun State capital, protesting alleged police intimidation, political violence and killings in the state ahead of the election. The protesters carried various placards, singing solidarity songs and shouting at the top of their voices, rejecting political violence and killings taking place in the state. They condemned the violence associated with the political activities ahead of the election, arguing that political disagreements should never be used to justify killings, intimidation, or destruction. The women appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intervene in what they described as a growing threat to the safety and security of residents of Osun State.
In the meantime, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has denied lobbying to become Director General of the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council. In a statement by Wike's Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and Social Media, Larry Olayinka, the former Rivers governor, described the report as false. Wike, who restated his support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election, said he does not need a formal position in the campaign council to help secure victory for the president in Rivers State and the Federal Capital Territory. The FCT minister added that he had not discussed leadership or membership of the Presidential Campaign Council with anyone.
Moving on, youth in Port Harcourt have taken to the streets to protest against the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, blaming the President Bola Tinubu administration for the country's economic hardship. A viral video showed some youth in the Rivers State capital campaigning against the APC ahead of the 2027 elections. The protesters said the government had failed to address the lingering economic crisis and should be voted out in 2027. The protest comes despite a recent declaration by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, that there will be no opposition in Rivers State in 2027. Wike had said eligible voters in the state were united in their support for President Tinubu's re-election. The former governor has also backed a coalition of members from different political parties supporting his preferred candidate in the 2027 elections.
Well, let's bring you back to Lagos here, where the All Progressives Congress APC governorship candidate for Lagos State in the 2027 elections, Obafemi Hamzat, has pledged people-oriented development in the state with a focus on healthcare, infrastructure, housing, and education if elected governor. Hamzat said that the next phase of governance in the state will prioritize sectors that directly impact the lives of residents and improve the quality of life of residents. The deputy governor said that his understanding of Lagos evolved through years of direct involvement in governance. He pledged that his administration will build on that experience to formulate result-driven policies.
Let's now move on to the northeastern part of the country, where parents of the pupils abducted from Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Uba local government area of Borno State are expressing deep despair over the absence of their children, particularly the lack of official information about the whereabouts or condition of their loved ones. The families in an interview claimed that both state and federal authorities have remained silent on the situation, leaving them in isolation. The parents said that for about 3 months now, they have been living in constant fear and uncertainty. They said that since the children were abducted, the group has claimed responsibility for the abduction and demanded ransom from them. The parents described the situation as a calamity that had befallen the community. On May 15, 2026, armed insurgents raided the school, taking the pupils, including toddlers, into captivity and leaving behind a trail of trauma, empty classrooms, and devastated homes.
Well, turning to other stories, the federal government, the Nigeria Bar Association, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, have launched a partnership to expand access to free legal services for children. At a high-level stakeholders meeting in Abuja, the Director of the Administration of Criminal Justice and Reform Department in the Federal Ministry of Justice, Letitia Ayola Daniels, who represented the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, the senior advocate of Nigeria, said access to justice is a fundamental right of every child and that children who come into contact with the justice system deserve protection and fair treatment. She acknowledged that Nigeria has made progress through the Child Rights Act of 2003, the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, state child rights laws, and diversion initiatives. According to her, justice for children is also now recognized as a distinct area in the national policy on justice.
The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has dissolved the board of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company. In an order issued on Monday, NERC appointed Managing Director Abubakar Hashidu as administrator for 6 months. Regulatory body said intervention followed an inquiry and consultations with key industry stakeholders, including the Bureau of Public Enterprises, and was necessitated by the DISCO's prolonged regulatory and market default, inadequate investment, and weak operational and commercial performance. Regulators said the KAEDC owes over 14 billion naira in statutory obligations. Since ASI Engineering Limited took over in June 2024, the DISCO has added over 118 billion naira in market debt.
Well, joining us virtually to shed more light on these stories is Rivers State State Bureau Manager, Mike Okurunkwo. Mike, are you with us? Well, we are also being joined by Prince Opeyemi Benjamin Ogunlami. Opeyemi is a human rights activist. Gentlemen, can you both unmute your devices, please, so that we can hear you clearly?
Yeah, thanks for having me with you tonight. Good evening.
Thank you, Opeyemi, for coming. Mike, can you hear me? All right, I understand that Mike is not in yet. Opeyemi, let's begin with you, right? We've seen a number of stories that are trending online right now, chief of them being the Osun Guba election that's coming up this Saturday. It is a big deal. On the one hand, we see the ADC presidential candidate campaigning for his person in the state. And then on the other hand, we see women saying, look, leave our governor for us. He's done so well, and we want him to continue with what he's done. I'd like for you to weigh in into what's happening in Osun. And I don't know if you have a crystal ball. What do you foresee?
Well, in Osun State at the moment, what we just see is everybody is showing political strength. And then from left, right, and center, we've seen so far so good how they are actually canvassing from the top. And then we see presidential candidates trooping in because it's also an avenue for them to also galvanize votes against 2027 for themselves. I saw the presence of Adegbeshola for the ADC. And then if Adeleke of the incumbent is also having people saying our governor is doing better, we don't want any other. They are only saying that not for the entire state. We cannot take that as something for the entire state, but for at least a population of persons routing for Adeleke. But at this moment, we see that the game of politics is playing out as it should be, not in violence as Nigerian politicians had showcased it to us. But even for me, I'm supposed to be in Osun State on Wednesday, but I'm not too sure I'll be there because I'm afraid of violence. But the idea is this is a way the game should be played, not in violence, not in anything. But as it is, it's just between two existing parties that have been fighting, two icons in Osun State, the incumbent governor and then the APC. So we want to see how their prowess, political prowess, could be shown to the people of Osun who ask the office at the end of the day. By Saturday, we will know. But the idea is, as it is in Nigeria, it's always the highest rigger. I'm not saying bidder now. The highest rigger would take it up. But let's look for to us what we have in Osun State on Saturday.
Okay, I'm still talking about Osun State. You know, there was a development that came up yesterday or today that Ogunloye Ogun, I'm trying to get the right name, Ogunloye, that's the former governor of the state, and Omishore, Iyola Omishore, who is the deputy former governor, had former deputy governor rather had actually endorsed the candidates of the APC. Do you think such endorsements could actually count? Especially for what you're saying that the highest, the two big wigs sort of will say who wins. But do you think that this endorsement would actually help sway the voters and vote towards the APC candidates?
The people of Osun actually have a direction they are going, regardless of who endorses or who does not endorse. They will choose who they want. And I'm not saying a particular candidate would win, but as it is, everybody is sharing rice and beans every corner. They are sharing rice. The election in Osun or in Nigeria, as it is not based on, it's not issue based. It's just an election on someone who could galvanize, who could get into the mind of the people. So whoever is endorsing is endorsing for himself, not for the people. Just the same way it is in Nigeria. If you endorse, let the old governor of the state endorse a candidate of their choice. They only have one vote each. People will go their direction. So the endorsement has no effect on Osun people.
Well, let's talk about women, really, Opayemi, who are decrying intimidation. All right, not just the women who are saying, look, we smell rat. Even the governor, the incumbent governor, who is fighting for dear life, talking about Ademola Adeleke himself, has been crying intimidation, intimidation, intimidation for months. Do not forget that, Opayemi, for over a year or so, years really, that the Adelekes, David Doe, his uncle, the governor, and his father have been paying the local government staffers out of their pocket because monies were withheld at the center. And just prior to the election, though, we saw that the EFCC decided to withhold more monies from Osun until there was, some public backlash. And the president decided to ask the EFCC to undo that, that thing it had done, calling it an embarrassment. I'd like for you to speak to this intimidation that the women, as well as the governor, have been crying about. What should the electoral umpire do in this regard?
Well, according to INEC has said that all political parties will give accounts of what is spent. And then INEC has a stipulation of the exact amount to be spent by a gubernatorial candidate at an election. So if at this point EFCC notices a financial misappropriation in Osun State and thereby freezing the accounts of the states, well, it is fine. The EFCC is still acting within the ambience of the law. EFCC can do that. But if it is political, if it is that a certain individual or certain individuals are using the EFCC against Adeleke in Osun State, well, that's when I would say that it's a game in Nigeria. that the political powers, when there is a tussle at an election, they use all means against themselves. So Adeleke should not cry, because at an election, even the incumbent governor is not expected to spend the state's money for any of his electoral campaign. The state's money should be for the state, and then his own money and supporters should route and sort for a way to fund their campaign. It's not supposed to be from the state money. Though we've been seeing it in Nigeria, even in Lagos State, where a governor was compelled by the APC to fund Osun State election during Ambode period. So we've seen this thing. And then if that is what they feel within themselves that wants to play out, and then the EFCC interfere into the system.
Can I come in here?
Then we can say that no, that is wrong. Yes, I'm listening.
Because you seem to be making allegations. I don't know. You seem to be grasping for straws here. Because the governor really has come out to say that he has not dipped into public funds to fund his campaign. There is no report of that as we speak. What I wanted for you to speak to is the intimidation from the center. I mean, you saw how the governor had to ask for the police commissioner to be moved, the former one to be moved out of the state for another one to come in, because he threatened, to truncate the governor's campaign and all of that. And then we saw how one of the commissioners of the state was arrested. That commissioner has come out to say that he wasn't told what his offense was. This seems like intimidation from the center, or don't you think so?
Nigeria election before this time comes with intimidation, and Adeleke knows that.
From where?
If you come out from intimidation from APC, there's glaring everywhere. That is evident. And Nigeria election, if any opposition is coming out at APC, at any election, you know you are coming out to face intimidation. Adeleke had faced this own, and he had let it out to the world to see. So if there is no hanky-panky anywhere, we should know that the APC is known for intimidation and terrorizing opposition from any means. In fact, APC will work to an extent that APC will crumble the opposition's financial means. Wherever where you are saying funds, it can be shut down, it can be blocked. And this is evident from what is happening from their base in Lagos. So if Adeleke is making claim, it's not just any claim. All oppositions in Nigeria have experienced this thing in one way or the other. So having the police coming, the commissioner also making statements, they are valid statements as far as oppositions in Nigeria are concerned. So we cannot dispute that. I'm only talking into what should be applicable in Nigeria when we start saying too strong power tussling at an election. Adeleke is also capable. Let them play it and let us see the result of this Saturday election.
Okay, thank you, Mogulami. Let's move on to what is happening in Rivers State, where the first youth actually have protested against the ruling All Progressive Congress, and they've blamed the President Bola Tinubu's administration for causing hardship to Nigerians. This particular protest is coming despite, a recent declaration by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who has actually said that there's no opposition in Rivers State against the president. When you put this side by side, do you think that this protest is really showcasing the exact thoughts of the people and not what Wike wants to make Nigerians believe?
Well, Nyesom Wike will always act to favor himself, in the sense that he would always act to seek for more favor from the presidency. And then if he's saying that there's no opposition and he really wants to prove that to the presidency, he could go any means. But for the protest coming up, it is to counter what's it called? The minister had said that no, they are not following. Wike can be a voice, yes, a stronger voice at that, even stronger than the governor. But he is not stronger than the people of the state, Rivers State. So the people had made their own voices heard, saying that they are not in support of the president because the president created hardship on them. So Wike will be saying his own, saying regardless, River State is for the president. Then we want to see how that played out in 2027, even during the campaign. We want to see who owns the state, River State. But at this point, I see that Nigerians are waking up. So the voice of Wike is not the voice of the people of River State. They are saying two different things. Let Wike stand for Tinubu. If River State says that they are not standing for Tinubu, let Wike find his way. Then let us see who wins the election.
Well, still talking Wiki, let me draw your attention to this story, Opayemi. There were rumors, really, that Wiki is lobbying to become the Director General of the APC campaign, really, for 2027. But he has come out to deny that through his spokesman, Larry Olayinka. Would you say there's no smoke without fire? What do you make of this whole thing?
Well, Wike could lobby for anything that, as far as it favors him. But definitely before this kind of allegation or rumor comes out, there will be an iota of truth in it. Wike is desperate for anything. At least look at what is presented in APC for PDP for presidential candidates. So we already know that Wike had positioned PDP as it is to work in favor of the presidency because he controls whatever that happens in PDP now. So he is typically not in APC, but PDP for the president. And whoever is against it had found its way. Adeleke found its way. Sheyi Makinde found his own way too. So Wike is controlling everything. And I know this allegation, this rumor would have there's an element of truth in it. If he denies it, well, let it be, but the future will tell. The nearest future.
The future will tell. Oh, let's move on to, what is happening in Borno State precisely, where the parents of the pupils who were abducted from Askira Oba are lamenting and they are complaining that it seems like the state and federal government have actually forgotten about them because they've not been getting to have any updates basically on their children, including toddlers who were abducted, some time ago, just some months ago, just around the same time, in May actually, around the same time the Orire children abduction also occurred. So what do you make of this? They've actually said that the group that has confirmed that they are the ones who did this abduction or who carried out this abduction actually reached out to them and requested for ransom. But it seems like the government isn't saying anything about this particular incident.
Well, let's not forget that the Orire kidnapping was flamed by Nigerians. I am very sure if Nigerians had actually paid attention and given the same energy they gave to Oyo, if they had given it to this particular one, then we would have seen some results. Some people made content out of it. Some people shouted. Some people wanted to be known. They lent their voice to the situation. But because people are silent, Nigerians are silent over this thing. The energy wasn't really there. Government is busy. In fact, at this moment, Nigeria does not have a government. They have politicians vying for second term. So that focus is not to administer the country. The focus now is to win an election, which is outrageous, which shouldn't be. A government should be up and doing. In fact, it's a dent on the government as it is at this present moment that the government cannot get out kidnapped children, even toddlers. It's unfortunate.
Well, Opayemi, I heard you say in your summation that Nigerians do not have leaders, but they have politicians vying for a second term. That's huge, huge, huge. But let's talk about the victims of terrorism. You remember? Oh, okay.
I'm very sure they will politicize it.
I think we lost connection with you at some point, Opayemi. So I'd like for you to re-say some of the things. You said that Nigerians do not have leaders, but politicians are vying for second term. Shortly after that, we lost connection with you. Could you please say what you said after that comment that you made?
Oh. Yeah, what I was saying there was that at this present moment, we are at the electionary moment. And as we are at this moment, our politicians had lost track of governance, track of security. And at this moment, they only want to seek for a way to get their second term bidding and to be re-elected into the office. That's why they failed to concentrate on that. And it's unfortunate that a government that wanted a second term in office is incapable to secure the release of these people. The same way they politicized, they walked around, should I say, the way they worked for the release or the settlement of the Orire, they ignored this because it's not flamed online. Because the attention of Nigerians too are not caught around that. But I know if Nigerians pay attention on it, they give it the energy that is needed. The government will want to use it to campaign. They will work it out. That's just what is happening.
Yeah, so before Nina comes in, you said that Nigeria, or should we say the government, politicized the Orire incident. In fact, remember that shortly after the release or the rescue, let's settle for the release of the abductees, the Senate donated some huge amount of money, running into billions of naira, to victims of that incident. But we've not heard the National Assembly say anything to these women, these mothers who are crying that a day without their children is pure hell. Would you say then that there should be a national template for victims of terrorism so that it is spread across board and not just a particular region benefiting from the largesse of government or the National Assembly?
If I say there should be national template for victims of kidnapping, it means that we have normalized kidnapping in Nigeria. You know, I said it the last time when you asked that government is making headway and government is trying its best as it concerns the insecurity and kidnapping. And I said that until we can no longer hear of kidnapping and banditry, that is when we can say that, oh, we are really successful and we are doing better in terms of security. But at this time, if we would say that government should have a template for it, it means it has been normalized, and government is looking for a way to just manage people that are kidnapped. But my take would be that the government should hop up its game and secure lives and properties of Nigerians instead of allowing kidnapping as a normal business in the country. We can't continue this way. That template, I cannot say that it's welcome because I know if government should do it, it means that it has become a business. So once that business is done, you kidnap people, let's create a template for them to be restored into the society and be compensated. This is not what we want. We do not want kidnapping.
Well, thank you very much, Ogulami. Thank you, Okpeyemi. Thank you very much for your responses there.
Thank you.
We have been speaking with Okpeyemi Benjamin Ogulami. He is a human rights activist. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories to stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone. And now the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has confirmed about 1,000 confirmed cases of Lassa fever and 237 deaths nationwide. According to the NCDC's Lassa fever situation report released, the latest update covers epidemiological weeks 29 and 30 from July 13 to July 26, 2026, with cases recorded across several states. NCDC said the figures represented a case fatality rate CFR of 23.7%, higher than the 18.8% recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. The agency said in a week, 30 new confirmed cases declined to 17 from the 20 cases recorded in week 29. a slight reduction in transmission during the reporting period.
Let's now move on to Edo State, where the State Police Command has changed leadership as Patrick Dow assumes office as a new Commissioner of Police, taking over from Monday Agbonika, who has been redeployed as Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 5. Dow firmly assumed duty in Benin City during a handover ceremony attended by officers and men of the command. Rhoda Johnny tells us more in this report.
Edo State Police Command has welcomed its new Commissioner of Police, Patrick Dow, with a ceremonial guard of honor and official handover in Benin City. Dow, who previously served as Commissioner of Police in charge of administration at the 1st Intelligence Department in Abuja, formally assumed office following the handover by the outgoing Commissioner, now Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 5, Monday Agbonika. Agbonika urged officers and men of the command to remain united and uphold the core values of the Nigerian police force, while calling for continued support and cooperation from residents in the fight against crime.
As I take my leave today, I have one request. Do not relent. Continue to serve with honor, integrity, courage, and compassion.
The new commissioner assured that he would build on the command's existing achievements and intensify efforts to combat crime and insecurity. He also pledged to adopt open-door policing to strengthen public trust and improve cooperation with Edo residents.
I want to assure you that we will build on the successes that have been recorded by the Akron City. We will intensify our crime fighting approach. We will fine-tune them. And more importantly, we will ensure that every policeman has the respect for every citizen of Edo State. We was winning more of the trust of the good people of Edo State. And we will maintain a very open door policy. Everyone is welcome to contribute.
The high point of the event was the official handover ceremony, which took place at the Commissioner's office, where Agbonika also shared some of the challenges encountered during his tenure and offered advice to his successor. Rhoda Johnny, Voptv News.
Rhoda, thank you. And now the Delta State Commissioner for Works, Highway and Urban Roads, Ruben Izeze, has been suspended indefinitely over allegations linking him to the assault of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Protocol, Simon Moody. The state government, which announced the suspension in a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Kingsley Emu, said the suspension takes immediate effect. According to the statement, the suspension was to allow security agencies to conduct an impartial investigation into the allegations surrounding the incident at the Petroleum Training Institute, Iforum, Delta State. The government said the decision was necessary to ensure that the investigation was conducted without interference.
The National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has announced that the 2025 Batch B Stream 2 Corps members will pass out from National Service on Thursday, September 3, 2026. In a statement issued by its spokesperson, Caroline Emble, on NYSC's official X account, the scheme urged Corps members, employers, and other stakeholders to take note of the date. According to the statement, certificates of national service will be distributed to Corps members on the scheduled date at the local government level.
While on the foreign scene, Shanghai streets were flooded on Monday as torrential rain from Typhoon Dolphin swamped parts of the city, disrupting traffic and daily life. Residents can be seen wading through deep flood water as vehicles edge along submerged roads. In some neighborhoods, flood water entered homes as residents and emergency workers pumped out water. Drainage operations were also underway on waterlogged roads. More than 1 million people were moved to safety across eastern China, while 943 flights at Shanghai's two airports were cancelled on Monday. Dolphin weakened to a tropical storm after making landfall in neighboring Xinjiang province on Sunday evening, but authorities warned that further heavy rain could trigger flooding and landslides.
Still on the foreign scene, the world's oceans have hit their hottest July on record, according to the European Union's climate monitoring service, Copernicus. It said sea surface temperatures outside the polar regions reached 20.96 degrees Celsius last month, breaking the 2023 record. Copernicus linked the rise partly to developing El Nino conditions. Globally, July was the joint second warmest on record. Western Europe also had its hottest June and July ever, with wildfires spreading. The UK is bracing for a fifth heat wave this week amid growing drought concerns.
Well, still on the foreign scene, a former member of parliament in Thailand has been arrested after allegedly shooting dead a local official near Bangkok. A former Northamburi MP, Shalong Rewaring, is accused of shooting Thongchai Yemprasad, a former police official, outside Thongchai's office on the northern outskirts of the capital. Thongchai was hit in the neck and later died in hospital. His driver was also shot and injured. After the shooting, Chalong reportedly called into a YouTube live stream to tell political pundit Ankali Parirak what he had done. Police later allowed Chalong to hold a news conference at the station. They said it was to allow an apology to the victim's family. Instead, he described the incident, for more than 6 minutes while smoking a cigarette.
And now to business, sound professionals and industry stakeholders gathered in Lagos as Wafdale Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. Organized by Iruka Online Limited, the sole authorized Nigerian distributor of Wafdale Pro products, the event showcased the latest innovations in professional audio technology. Voptv's Precious Agumano reports.
Hello and welcome. My name is Precious Agumano and we are here for the Wafidel Pro Seminar 2026 happening here at Iruka. And we all know Iruka is the Nigerian sole authorized product distributors here in Nigeria. And yes, today we have international experts, industry stakeholders who are here to elevate, teach, and we are here to also experience what professional audio sound is all about. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
It was a day of sound, technology and innovation in Lagos as Wafidel Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. The event, organized by Iruka, the Nigerian sole authorized distributor of Wafidel Pro products, brought together sound professionals and industry stakeholders to explore the latest developments in professional audio technology. With experts' presentations, product demonstrations, and interactive sessions, the seminar highlighted the future of professional sound in Nigeria.
Wafdale Pro is one very old and respectful audio brand originating from UK, which is now spread into a large number of countries. We have more than 60 distributors and covering more than 80 territories, basically all over the world. And Nigeria is one of our dearest and oldest and the biggest clients we have. So we took the opportunity to come to this seminar to help present our brand, to present our products, to do some teaching, some training, some explanation of our new lines, of our new developments and things like this.
Well, we talked about how to give back to the people, how to impact knowledge in people. And we said, why not we bring together as enthusiasts, sound engineers, pastors, DJs, and equip them with today's knowledge when you talk about audio. And we decided to come up with the Wafdale Pro Seminar 2026. If you talk about quality sound, you talk about Wafdale Pro. If you talk about professional loudspeakers for any entry level, for the mid-range, the high range, the full range, any range you want, depending on the class you find yourself, the Woptv Pro got you covered in terms of sound. So we want to make sure that at every point in time, anyone has a speaker to pick from us.
Oh, Woptv Pro has always been a brand in the industry. Like I've used it for like more than a decade because I used to be a live sound engineer, but now I'm not on field again. And during that time, I've been using Woptv products, and it has been something notable in the industry. As in, it's very sound when you want something of high class. If you want something that will perform, that is strong, durable, Woptv is just one of the best options in the industry.
Number one, the aim of the event is to showcase what we have and to train so many engineers so that the mistake will be minimal. Woptv has been in the front of the brand. The brand has been established since 1932, almost 80 years in the business. It's not easy to survive revolution and devolution. That's the reason why Woptv is still on the front page of the brand. So they expect to see a lot of new innovations. So we are here to celebrate the brightness of the Woptv. We are here to rejoice and celebrate and show the world what we can do and to train so many engineers for free of charge.
Woptv Pro has shown so far that it is not just about sound. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about the future of professional sound audio. I am Precious Agumanu, reporting for Voptv.
Precious, thank you. Also, Business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is returning to the primary market with a 700 billion naira Nigerian Treasury bills NTB auction scheduled for Wednesday, the 12th of August, just 1 week after withdrawing a similar-sized offering to prevent liquidity conditions from overheating. According to a new invitation to tender issued by the Apex Bank, the CBN will offer 700 billion naira across the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day Treasury bills tenors, marking the resumption of Treasury bills sales following the cancellation of the August 5 auction. According to the CBN, bids will be received electronically through its S4 web interface between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 12th of August, while successful bids will be settled on Thursday, the 13th of August.
Announcer Sport South Africa head coach Desire Ellis says her team must be fully prepared for Thursday's playing clash against the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Both teams were knocked out of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations this past weekend. South Africa lost 2-1 to host Morocco on Saturday, while Nigeria fell 1-0 to the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon in Casablanca on Sunday. The winner of Thursday's match at the Moulay Rachid Stadium in Casablanca will advance to the Inter-Confederation playoffs. 9 other teams will join them in the mini tournament, where 3 spots for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil are up for grabs. The playoffs are scheduled for November and December 2026. Ellie says South Africa must take this opportunity to reach the World Cup.
Well, in entertainment news, actress Funke Akindele has announced her latest movie project, The Fall. Akindele, who made the announcement via her social media page, also revealed the cast for the movie, scheduled to hit cinemas on December 11, 2026. The movie brings together some of Nollywood's biggest names alongside music and entertainment personalities. The cast includes the actress Waje, Chioma Akpota, Bisola Ayola, entertainment personalities Samuel Banks and Ayomide, among others. The Fall is described as an emotionally charged drama centered on friendship, motherhood, resilience, and the strength of ordinary women. Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndamdioto. Bye for now.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Fruits such as bananas, mangoes, and plantain are commonly consumed for their nutritional value. However, in a bid to meet market's demand that speed up the ripening process, some traders resort to artificial ripening methods. Many consumers have raised concerns that chemicals may be used to force fruits to ripen faster before reaching the market.
The reason why allow it to ripe on time, no need of putting any chemical, just cover it for some days. The heat will make it to get ripe, no need of putting any chemical. Even the chemical is not good for our health like that.
Some traders say the practice helps them prevent spoilage and financial loss, especially when fruits arrive from farms unripe and must be sold quickly. However, others insist they rely on natural methods to ensure the fruits remain safe for consumption.
And this one is very simple because I could remember when we were growing up in the village, we don't know what is called carbad or other thing they are using. We plug our plantain, use water, sprinkle water on it, cover it with bag. After like 3 days after, the thing will ripe and we will eat it. So this one they are using chemical to cover it. They are killing us slowly. In the name of we are eating fruit and we are using money to buy our debt. So they should go back to those olden days and leave this model. I want to do it sharp, killing others because of they want to make money quick.
Medical experts warn that certain chemicals used in artificial ripening may have harmful effects on human health if not properly regulated. They say some substances may affect the digestive system and in extreme cases pose long-term health risk.
There's this new thing going on about artificial ripening of fruits that people consume, and it comes with a lot of detrimental effects on the health of people that consume them. Basically, these chemicals are used to hasten ripening, to make it look attractive, to make it look bright to people and appealing to the consumers. But they come with a lot of detrimental consequences, which can range from gastrointestinal problems because of the chemicals they use. Certain chemicals like calcium carbide, ethylene are used commonly, but when they're introduced into these fruits, they bring about gastrointestinal problems like abdominal pain, stooling or diarrhea, even increase the chances of ulceration in the gastrointestinal tract. And then the regulatory agencies in charge of food control, pay attention to this. And even the Department of Agriculture should pay attention to how foods are stored, produced, and distributed.
Health professionals are therefore advising consumers to properly wash fruits before eating them and remain cautious about unusually bright or overly soft fruit. They also call on regulatory authorities to strengthen monitoring in market to ensure the fruits sold to the public are safe. Experts emphasize that while fruits remain an essential part of healthy diets, safe handling and proper ripening methods are critical to protecting public health. Oidamola Olokuta for Voice of the People TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things:
and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works
from the view.
It's Tuesday, beautiful one at that. A sunny one from Lagos here where we are broadcasting from. Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. Let's take you through some of the topics. Major topics will be trailing this morning. Senate advances foreign aid and NGO oversight bill. 6 national database and mandatory disclosure of donors. Federal government unveils coastal highway guards to protect Lagos-Calabar Road. And opposition parties hold private talks, fixed dates for 2027 summit. These are the topics we'll be trailing, but please do stay tuned because we have other interesting banters for you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Jane. Good morning, Nigeria. Many thanks for joining us on the show. I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I am Moses Humphrey. It's a beautiful day indeed, with a lot going on in Nigeria. We're going to Kano State now. The Kano State Governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has explained why his government spent 1.5 billion naira on the state's mass wedding program for 1,500 couples. Well, he said the funds covered medical screening for all brides and groom, 100,000 naira dowry for each bride, another 100,000 naira capital grant as seed money for businesses, and then the household furniture, including beds, mattresses, plus some food items and other essentials. Well, the governor described the Orangata program as fulfillment of a key 2023 campaign promise across the 44 local government areas, with couples also undergoing marriage counseling and workshops by the HISBA board. Well, the initiative has drawn mixed reactions, with some praising the support for low-income couples, while others question the prioritization of such spending amid broader economic challenges. Well, it's not the first that this is happening. I think it happens every year or every other year?
Every other month. This is the second one. No, this is the second
Some
one this
people
year.
I think we had legislators who used it as constituency project.
It
Somewhere,
is a
constituency.
somewhere in Kwara
Yes.
and Niger State.
I say constituency.
You're right. You're right. It's a project.
It's a project.
It is.
That's what it is. So it's not a first. And the argument is that it will prevent them from, being promiscuous. Yes, that's the argument. And personally, I mean, if the people decide, okay, you are of age and you want to get married, you go ahead. It's something. It doesn't affect the rest of the country. It's just for them over there. So you help them start out. But my grouse is not about the money spent. My grouse is about giving them something that will be more sustainable. 100,000 naira for business. It depends on the kind of business that they will be venturing into. Will they be able to sustain themselves as they start having kids? Will they be able to sustain, the family and all of that? Or will they now depend on government for handouts as time goes? Well, that's where I have a problem. But with them getting married, I mean, it's something that I have come to accept, and it's, in a way, I think it's a lot better than having young men and women as well just roam the street. A lot of young men in parts of the world want to get married early. Well, they want to get married in their 20s, or maybe 21 or 25 or thereabout. But because they don't have the funds, the resources, they delay. We were just talking about, we just mentioned in passing, Habib, that's his name, Habib, better known as Pella, who is just 21. And because he has the resources, he's man enough. He's decided to get married with his own resources. So if you're 21, some people think, that's young, but come on, let's go back in time. If we went back in time, go down history, a lot of our great-grandparents started out really early. Really early, especially for the women.
Yeah.
You find women 18 getting married.
But Moses, weren't most of them married off?
Well,
They were married off
they
at
were.
18.
They were.
Because at 18, at that time, I don't think
a lot of them were.
They were married off.
They were betrothed.
Betrothed is the
and
word.
then they married off and all of that. But at least they made it work. They made something work. So personally, it's okay. Get married, marry them off, and live your life. But raise children that you'll be able to cater for. Provide schools so the children from the marriages can get educated. Not you marry them off, they start raising kids, and then they'll be unable to take care of them, and the kids become almajiri, and some of them become problem to the society, and they become easy tools in the hands of terrorists and the rest of them. No, that is what I will be against.
All right. So for me, I'm thinking about the justification of spending 1.5 billion naira, to marry off.
Yeah, that's
to marry off
exorbitant.
1,500 couples, and they said the money includes, and just like you read, 100,000 naira grant money, seed money for business. They also gave them household furniture and all of those things. In my head, I'm like, why don't we allocate those monies into infrastructure? Why are you marrying people off? Like, there was a video I saw, I'm not sure you did see it, of one of the beneficiaries of the marriage. An elderly man, he said he just got his third wife.
Can you imagine?
I should send you that video that he just got his third wife, and he was rejoicing that he's looking forward to more mass weddings so that he can get more wives. And I'm like, what is happening? It's almost like there's a disconnect between, I don't want to go into the tribal thing, between the north and the south. But maybe we need more of that here down south, these mass weddings. Because, on a lighter note, because remember the UN, there's a UN report, a UNESCO report that said a lot of young people between 25 and I think 35 were not getting married because they couldn't afford.
Yeah.
So maybe, if you bring it down to Cosmo areas like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, maybe they should do a lot of mass weddings so that a lot of people who have been dating forever, a lot of men who are shying away from
people like Joseph, who's around us.
Joseph.
One who is around here can,
can key into it.
Yes.
So that's my take.
Well, there are so many sides to this. I don't know I can't recall when it became the business of government to start matchmaking, matchmaking people. Government is clearly moving away from their core responsibility of providing safety, and welfare. Is this part of welfare? Should this be part of welfare? I can't recall. Like we said, these things happen most especially in the northern part of the country. I don't say it happen in down south. Even when it happens down south, it is not proper. It's not sponsored by government. Like in my own church, Catholic Church, we do have mass weddings, probably for couples that have been married for some time, but they didn't tie the nuptial knots at the altar. And so we organize mass weddings for them, probably 15, 20
in Catholic
couples.
church,
Yes,
right?
in Catholic Church, we do that. And so, but I don't see the state or the church sponsoring that. It is still the individual that takes that responsibility. And so when we see things like this happen, it clearly tells us that the people in government, the present crop of people in government that we have lost focus. They don't even prioritize, their efforts. Like I always say, they have a false sense of accomplishment because Abba Yusuf, governor of Kano State, will be citing this as one of his achievements.
Yeah.
I want us to cut out clear the cultural impurities and all of that involved in this. But does it speak to building a stable society? Someone at a certain age is getting an 18-year-old child as a third wife, and the person is rejoicing.
Right, yeah.
It will practically end up in what Moses said. 80% of the time, these kids will turn to amajoris.
Yeah.
And now create another burden for society, so that in the next 30 years, you will still have to marry, wife for these other children. So we are not in the building blocks of rebuilding society. We are not laying the foundation.
And we're not moving forward.
We are not moving forward. We're actually going back. If you look at Africa, I always say Africa seems like a wasteland because every other continent is making progress. Asia that used to be the backwaters, Asia is making progress. Look at the Asian tigers. Look at places like Cambodia. Look at places like Vietnam. People that fought wars and all of that. When you remember Cambodia, what comes into your mind is what Pol Pot and Khmer Rouge did. But those people have overcome and they have moved forward. It's only in Africa that we seem to be making backward step. And it is things like this that speak to, the continent of Africa. We have become a laughing stock. And one thing about this particular event is that if you looked at all of them, it's like 2027 loading. So apparently the governor has secured 1,500 votes because all of them wore the insignia of the president's cap.
I didn't even see that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't notice
so
that.
that was what happened. You are using 1.5 billion naira to organize mass wedding
for 1,500
people. How many of these people can afford to go to a health center in suburb of Kano and get treated?
My goodness.
So our people in government, they do things, and I don't know. Honestly, it's a bit surprising. It's a bit surprising. It's only in Africa that this can happen. Well, all those people, congratulations to them on their newly wedded status and all of them, especially the young ones. Unfortunately, 100,000 naira. How much can 100,000 naira do to sustain them? Are they going to start corner shops? Are they going to start selling goro and all of that, around their premises? And so these are the things. With 100,000 naira,
it's a lot of young children.
A lot of young people,
girls.
People that should be useful in some factories. If you look at Chinese factories, you see young women, using their hands on, working, coupling things and sending to Africa. Meanwhile, where did we get these raw materials from? From Africa. Now they go there, process, add value, and return to us. And if you look at the balance of trade and all of that, we are always on the downside of it. We need governments that will think production, governments that will think productive, not consumption, like we see now. Unfortunately, that is what it has become. Well, I'm not surprised that this is happening because we have also seen legislators who used mass wedding as constituency projects. It happened somewhere in Kwara and Niger State. And in the north, not the core north, particularly Kano, this is not the first time, And let's move away from that and talk about something else that is happening in the politics. Well, operators of the Nigeria Police Force invested the residence of Alade Bukola Felix, popularly known as Machiavelli, special assistant on media to Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, around 1 a.m. on Monday. Officers allegedly forced their way into the home after the family initially refused to open the door, arrested him, and took him away. His wife, Folakemi, said no reason was given for the arrest and that he was later taken to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Osogbo. A voice note captures the moment of the invasion. Well, the arrest comes amid heightened political tension in Osun State ahead of the governorship election, with allegations of a clampdown on opposition figures and and supporters. Now, Osun State is unraveling. Osun State is unraveling before our eyes. I thought that the call that the president put across to the governor, was some kind of sitting there to say, well, Jackson, the elections are going to be free and fair. In the first place, why will you go to arrest someone by 1 a.m., very unholy hour? 1 a.m., how will you go to arrest someone by that time? They did this somewhere in Onitsha. I think it was EFCC that did this in some parts of Onitsha. And what happened? The guy just came out and shot the operative. And that was the end of it. He shot him. You don't go to someone's house at night to arrest that person. I don't know the final points of the law, but I do know that at some points you cannot arrest somebody, probably between the hours of 6 a.m. and probably 10 a.m. in the night. I'm not very exact on this, but I know that there are times that you cannot go to someone's house to arrest the person. You probably lay ambush for the person early in the morning. If you think that the person is going to run away, you lay ambush for the person around 6 a.m. When he comes out, you arrest him. Why go to someone's house around 1 a.m.? Now, the president will be utterly embarrassed again because this is happening under his watch. He said, EFCC embarrassed me by freezing the account of Osun State government. The president didn't have a problem that the account was frozen, but according to him, it was the timing. The timing was inauspicious, and this arrest is inauspicious too. I mean, the timing. If you feel strongly that the young man has information that could aid you in investigation and all of that, why don't you invite him? Why don't you wait for him, in the early hours of the morning, probably 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and arrest him? Why go to his house by 1 a.m.? What if he was defending himself and killed one of you, like what happened in Onitsha, Anambra State? So I think the police should be more measured. They have gone to hotels to pull down doors, and arrested people. These things are illegal. They are illegal arrests, if you ask me, and I think I'm correct on that. So Osun State, what you expect to see in Osun is a free, fair, and credible election. Anything away from that will cast a long shadow on the 2027 election. A lot of people believe that Osun State, not even Ekiti and Edo State, will be the litmus test for INEC and the APC in the conduct of the 2027 general election. So ahead of the elections on Saturday, I hope that the APC, INEC, and every other person involved in that election will be more measured, so that because the body language and the perception around is that, well, the APC wants to take Osun at all costs, and that shouldn't be it. I mean, the people should be allowed to make their choice for themselves.
Oh, yes, there's a lot going on in Osun State, and it speaks to what we will expect and what we should expect is as we approach 2027. There's a lot of intimidation here. I mean, like it's been pointed out, the timing is wrong. And we see these things happen time and time again. Was the person evading arrest? Is there a court order to that effect? Is he a criminal? Why would you lay ambush? Basically, that's what this is. You lay ambush and then force your way into the house. I mean, you could have traumatized children. You could have traumatized anybody. What if, you didn't properly identify yourself and somebody brought out some sort of weapon to defend themselves, thinking it's an armed robbery attack? I mean, anything could have gone wrong. We've seen this happen many times, and authorities have come to say this is not the way to go, but yet it happens at 1 a.m. Now, it reeks of intimidation. It's difficult to separate this from an actual operation based on intelligence or something. It's difficult to separate it. And will the president be embarrassed? Oh, well. It's also difficult to think or conclude that the president himself is not aware of some of these things. The president is quite knowledgeable. I mean, those that know him know that he likes to get his hands in all the pies. He knows exactly what's going on around him. And you can't just do things without him being privy to it. So it's difficult. But all of this intimidation, it doesn't say good about our democracy. With the way things are going, you can hardly expect a free and fair election in Osun State. And in a situation whereby the election is adjudged to be not freely or fairly conducted, then what would we say about the result of the election? Whichever way it swings, what would we say about it? You know, already we are in a situation where UN election observers have said, the EU, I beg your pardon, have said they will not come to observe elections in Nigeria for fear of their lives. That's where we are. So basically what this means is we are being cut off from society, from the rest of the world, ostracized, a place where insecurity thrives. You know, it's not a good image. Now, every Monday we talk about NDLEA arresting some drug peddler and the rest of them. Nigeria has become an international transit hub for drugs. So Nigeria is having a lot of negative patches on its name, and it's really bad. For those in authority, it will do you a lot of good to ensure that you tread a lot more softly so that we don't destroy what's left of the country.
I think,
especially in terms of perception.
You have said it all. I think it's your last line for me. We should tread softly because a lot of people are watching. International community is watching. People are watching. Posterity will judge this government, really, at the end of the day. We need to do better. I mean, if all of this is happening just at state governorship election level, sometimes it just takes my mind to what would happen, I mean, in the build up to the elections. I do know that, I hear that the president is from Osun State, and I recall recently we hoped rather, and we pleaded that he should just let that state be. And the forces, the powers that be should just let the state be and allow people vote their choices. All of this intimidation, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, when you talk about the ruling party, they pretty much conquered all of the states. I mean, let's just let this one be.
Jen,
let people, you know what I mean? Okay, I will take that back because I know you usually don't like that. Because I mean, when you have APC in control of most of the states, I mean, ruling party in the southwest, and I think one or two in the east. I mean, isn't it enough? They have 4 in the east. APC has 4 in the east. So I mean, you pretty much have.
But in reality, 5, because even Anambra has said, well, we are going to, we are supporting the president. We don't even have a presidential candidate. You see, but I wanted to at the point I wanted to interject with that. Well, I think the international community is not watching. They are tired of watching.
I think they're even tired of
They are tired of watching.
And they're even tired of.
EU says we are not coming to observe Nigeria's elections because of the harsh treatment we got in 2023.
And insecurity.
And because of insecurity.
Intimidation.
And again, when you talk about visa restrictions, Nigeria is there.
Yeah.
In all parts of the world.
Yeah.
When you talk about country of particular concern, Nigeria is there. When you talk of people being killed in some parts of Africa, Nigeria is there. When you talk about people being caught in some parts of the world on drug peddling, Nigeria is there. And every other, on the flip side of the right thing you mentioned, I think Nigeria, I think the international, can you imagine that countries like Somalia and Ethiopia cannot even give you visa on arrival?
The Nigerian passport has
become
so,
it means.
so
war-torn countries can't even give. They say, no. We are in distress here, so don't come and add to what we have already. That tells you that the international community is clearly tired of you. And so what we need to do is to reinvent ourselves because nobody is going to do that for us. The only thing World Bank and IMF will do is, give us more money, take more oil from us. And it serves them right.
And the loans are tripling. Now we are in trillions. The debt profile is at an all-time high.
Anyway, let's move on, Moses.
Let's move on. The traditional ruler of Umunato Autonomous Community in Item, Bende local government area of Abia State, Ezie Innocent Kalumba, has apologized for a viral video in which he was heard threatening that the land would strike dead anyone who fails to vote for the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, in 2027. The monarch said his choice of words was capable of being misunderstood indeed and did not reflect his true intentions. He clarified that he remains firmly behind Governor Alex Uti's administration and does not support violence, intimidation, or any acts endangering human life. The apology follows criticism that the comments amounted to political intimidation and an abuse of traditional authority. Okoro, this is your kinsmen. What's happening in the
these are my kinsmen.
What's happening? Why are they embarrassing you guys like this?
Embarrassed? I think I'm utterly embarrassed by what the traditional ruler. You know, he is not my direct traditional ruler, but we have this kind of setting regions in the state. This is Bende, and I come from Bende, you know,
really?
what we call the old Bende, not
Okay.
Bende local government.
Okay.
You know, part of Abia North. That is where I come from. And I'm clearly disappointed, but it's also good that the man has taken back his word. This is not the kind of things that we want to see in the polity, where some kind of person say, if you don't vote for this person, thunder will strike you down. I mean,
but let's look at the issues here. Bende North and Bende South are saying, where is the speaker from? The deputy?
He's from Bende local government. There is no.
No. There's Bende North, and Bende South. They say, look, you've done 8 years. You should step down. It's now our turn. That's the issue on ground here.
No, the issue there is that we have Bende local government area. Now, in Bende local government area, you have Bende. That's the name of the town itself. Then you have Ibere, where Ojos or Carlo comes from. You have Alai, you know, which is another where Nena Okeje comes from. I think there are 4 of them, you know, that make up that Bende local government area. So if they have subdivided themselves to north and south,
which they have,
well, that is not known to me.
And now they're saying, oh, he's done 8 years. I think the other person that was there from the other parts of Bende did, was it 8 years or?
Nena Ukeje.
Yeah.
From Alai.
Yes, maybe she did 8 years.
I think Nena did 8 years or so. You know?
Yes, so they're saying Benjamin Kalu has done 8 years, so he should not try to get back
But that is that's not reason enough for the traditional ruler to say, if you don't vote for him, thunder will strike. I mean, they should allow a free and fair election.
Allow free. See,
so just allow this.
Board now.
It's not just an Osun problem, really.
Such threats like, you don't come to the Southwest to campaign, or be an article, don't come. You know, and in Lagos here, Sego says, if you don't vote for APC, if you are not coming to vote for APC, don't even come. So these things are threats to our democracy. We want to build back our democracy because we are gradually losing it. And until we do the right things, we'll not get to the El Dorado.
Are we ready to do the right things?
I think we should be ready to do the right things.
Well, let's take a quick break. Let's run to the papers, Jane. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. So, do you have the papers there?
Yes, let's begin with this day newspaper. NUPRC, Dangote got 98% of crude offered to local refineries in Q2 of 2026. Performance rose 97.4% in 3 months. Supply exceeded allocation, 69.3 barrels offered against 55.1 million. Upstream data shows 15.6 barrels utilized. Pengassan, NNPC's refineries shut down over losses, not non-functionality, says proposed equity partnership with Chinese firm on right track. Interesting. Federal government queries NIACOM, demands response on alleged demand of 500 million naira shareholders' funds from Nikon Insurance. Gerego defaults on 40 billion naira bond payment 8 months after Otedola's exit. Adeleke Oyebanji Salam in town hall meeting today as Osun Guba poll gets competitive. Those are the lead stories from the This Day newspaper.
All right, so from Nigerian Tribune, these are the headlines. On top of the masthead, troops rescue 33 kidnapped passengers in Zamfara. Foil ISWAP attack on the military base in Borno. Experts flag debt servicing crisis as Nigeria grapples with 159.35 trillion naira bill. Say citizens may pay for it through additional taxes. Oh well. G100 begins consultations, meets Atiku, Obi, others, fixes Unity Summit for next week. And then the big story on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. NLC, women demand free peaceful poll in Osun. Adeleke's wife leads women, warns against indiscriminate arrest, harassment. NLC advises against intimidation of workers, pensioners. NSCDC deploys 10,210 personnel. Tactical units. IPAC cautions against manipulation of election. Atiku, Mark Arebashola rally voters for ADC candidate. 10,210 NSCDC personnel with 15,000 policemen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's the exclamation for me.
All right. Now, I won't be a godfather to my successor, Makinde. Customs dismantle 3.25 4 billion naira smuggling ring in Southwest. And then we also have Lassa fever cases hit 1,000. Death toll rises to 237. Rising litigation cost raises concern over access to justice in election-related disputes. Apprehension over looming food crisis. Okay, so the riders, they're quite faint. Can't see them, but we'll touch on them much later. And on health, climate change redraws Africa's malaria map. East Africa, hardest hit. Those are the headlines from Nigerian Tribune.
All right, let's quickly run through the Sun newspaper. Beside the nameplate, Osun 2026, battle for Osun intensifies as Adeleke Oyebamiji Najim Salam trade claims. 2027 will send election experts mission to Nigeria. That's according to the EU. I think
they've clarified.
Yes, but they are not sending observers, international observers. They are sending election experts mission to Nigeria. I think there's a difference. Quite interesting. Enugu abduction, Governor Mba talks tough as security forces free victims, arrest perpetrators. Now the big story. APC, Akume dismiss article, Obi, Duke, others. With the riders, say other presidential candidates, no threat to Tinubu. I never lobbied to be APC campaign DG, Wike. And those are the lead stories on the front page of the Daily Sun newspaper. And that's pretty how far we can go on newspaper headlines. We'll return at 10 o'clock for extended version of newspaper headlines and inside stories review. Now we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Senate advances foreign aid and NGO oversight bill, 6 national database and mandatory disclosure of donors. We'll be right back. Please do join us again.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust. Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and one.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Let's quickly run into it. The Senate has passed for second reading a bill seeking to regulate, coordinate and ensure transparency in foreign aid grants and donations in Nigeria. Sponsored by Senator Ibrahim Hassan Damkwanbo, Gombe North, the legislation titled A Bill for an Act to Provide for the Regulations, Coordination, Transparency and Disclosure of Foreign Aid, Grants and Donations in the Federal Republic of Nigeria 2026 aims to establish a national donor coordination framework, create a national database of all foreign assistance, mandate compulsory registration of donor-funded projects, integrate them into national planning and budgeting, and require public disclosure of funding sources, disbursements, and outcomes, where lawmakers cited concerns over weak transparency, fragmented oversight, and potential national security risks, including allegations that unregulated foreign aid through NGOs could be diverted or linked to security. Well, Senate President Godswill Akpabio and other senators backed the move, arguing that billions of naira in aid channeled especially through NGOs escape adequate scrutiny. The bill has been referred to the Committee on National Planning and Economic Development, Finance, and into account for Foreign Affairs for further work and public hearings, with a report expected within 4 to 6 weeks. While civil society groups have also raised concerns about possible overreach and that could impact on legitimate NGO operations. Well, these developments has intensified debates over the balance between accountability, national security, and the operational space for non-governmental organizations in Nigeria. We have in the studio here to help us put some context to this development Mr. Elvis Elimihele. Elvis is a journalist, but he appears here as a political affairs analyst. And beside him, we also have Prince Francis Chilaka, who appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. We'll be joined by other analysts in the course of the program from our outstations. Okay, we already have Comrade Emmanuel Obidi. He joins us from Benin City. He is the coordinator of the Talakawa Parliament Organization and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you very much. Elvis, let me start with you. Now, how do you react to this bill? There are two sides to it. We need to regulate these things to ensure, that we are able to account for the kind of funds that come into this country, especially now that we are battling with a lot. Talk about insecurity. We also hear that there could be proxies, that are aiding insecurity, and they might just come in form of NGOs. Good one, some people say. But on the flip side, we also hear people say it could lead to some kind of, shrinking the free space for NGOs to operate. How do you react? I'd like for you to react holistically to this new bill that's before the Senate committee.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Akoro. In the first instance, I welcome the bill. On one hand.
Okay.
Yes, because of what we are currently going through. Some time ago, it was reported that in Maiduguri Airport, you have more private flights coming in, all in the name of NGO coming to assist the IDPs and the Nigerians that are traumatized in the Northeast as a result of the insurgency. But that was still the time the present present defense minister was chief of defense staff. Some of us did actually some investigation on that report, and we actually discovered that there are so many NGOs in Nigeria that are, using that name as NGOs, to perpetrate crimes and criminality against Nigerians. And that must not be allowed, because if you see most of these funds that come to these terrorists, many of them are offshore funds. They are not funds that actually so much in Nigeria yet. Some of them are offshore funds, especially when you think of how costly arms and ammunition is to acquire. And you will also agree with me that none of them is manufactured in Nigeria yet. They are brought in from outside this country. So some of these NGOs must not hide under the toga of being an NGO and be causing harms to Nigerians. Okay. NGO generally is supposed to bring succor to the people. But when you now flip it to the other side and now begin to use as harms against Nigerians, yes, the National Assembly should let this bill fly.
Okay.
And it should be a bill that should be executed, because we don't actually know where this money is coming in from.
Okay.
That these guys are using.
We need to trace the source of
We
the
have
money.
to trace the source. Every money that comes into this nation, especially offshore fund, we have to know where it's coming from, what it's going to be used for, and those people that are behind it. Okay. I think I support that. In the area of, say, is shrinking the NGOs. That's where the NGO itself has to come out and regulate themselves as expected. Every bad egg that is trying to bring in that this name that does not belong to them or them, they should be able to actually help the government to scrutinize this business of NGO.
Okay.
Not just one criminal setting up an NGO
using it to fund
terrorism in Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Elvis. Prince, let me come to you. We have this argument now that, well, Nigeria is not bereft of good laws, good ideas. Peradventure, this bill comes, is passed into law and assented to by the president. How do you see the implementation? Because we also have NFIU, we have EFCC, we have NIA, we have Interpol working for us, for the Nigerian people. How much of their activities have been able to checkmate the inflow of slush funds that are allegedly used to sponsor terrorism in Nigeria? Is this going to be a different thing? Will it make any difference if the bill is passed and is assented into law? Do you see any difference coming from this?
If my memory serves me right, I think in 2017, a bill like this was brought to the National Assembly, and we vehemently opposed it.
Yep.
And the reason why we oppose it is that it's an infringement, according to the Nigerian Constitution, on our fundamental human rights for those who run NGOs. If you're talking about NGOs that are used to move money, move funds, it is not the ordinary NGOs on the street. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Why is it that every governor's wife, once you become the wife of a governor, you now run an NGO? And have you ever asked, where do they get the resources they use in running these NGOs? A lot of your senators have NGOs. A lot of governors have established NGOs that most of them die once they leave office. Who has been questioning them? So we always want to make laws because we feel, ordinary Nigerians, you think the ordinary Nigerians are benefiting from it. You have this SCUMA, which is a certificate given to you when you want to establish an NGO by the EFCC. A due diligence on all your board of trustee members. And it is only when they are satisfied that they issue that certificate. And all NGOs that are duly registered and have this common certificate, their account is being monitored by the EFCC. So, the issue people are asking today, is it to restrict the workings of the NGOs? That is the major problem of this country. Why is it that the honorable senators and the distinguished senators and honorable members are not making a law to punish people who are embezzling funds in this country?
Well, I think
you heard what Oju Sakalu said. Asking Mr. President to pardon those who have been stealing our money, who have stolen money from this country.
Well, that's just his opinion.
It is not an opinion because he's a senator. So why are they not proposing bills to circumcise those who steal from our national wealth? Everything that helps to hinder the ordinary Nigerians from doing one or two things, government will come. The whole thing is that government is looking for a way to tax the funds that come to NGOs.
That's your conclusion on the matter.
That's your
all right then.
All right, thank you, the Prince. Let's take this conversation to Engineer Fimba Ajegu, who joins us from Oka. Good morning, I'm Engineer Fimba. Engineer Fimba, would love to have you unmute your mic so that we could establish communication with you.
Yes, Good morning. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Let's examine this. Early this year, amidst clamoring and calls from Nigerians, the federal government did release a list of what they termed as sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. And interestingly, we had a number of Bureau de Change operators. Their names appeared on the list. And months down the line, nothing has been heard in that regard. And now there's a proposed bill, to look into the activities of NGOs in Nigeria. What would you make? How would you examine all of this, considering the fact that we still have a list that was even released and not much has been heard of it months after?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here once more. My warmest greetings to all of you in the studio. Sincerely, I think the objective of NGOs in Greece, our great country, the objective is very, very clear. It's basically to support government policies that appear and seem to be transparent, government policies that are designed to serve the people, government policies that seem to be empowering the people rather than impoverish them, government policies that are also fashioned such that it is sustainable over the period of time, that the people will know what their rights are and the government will not take their rights for granted. You see, when certain policies are being reviewed and formulated, as far as this time that the Senate is bringing this type of, it serves two purposes. One, I think in the myopic view, they probably will be targeting at seeing a way or avenue that can silence the plan or the mission which the NGO serves to expose their undoings and to expose all those activities that do not seem to target and benefit the people. And on the other hand, it can also be that in the long run, a good number of senators who also think that at this time of our democracy, it has evolved over time and that there is need to improve on the activities of NGO. So these two purposes which I have clearly pointed out, I think the best out of it all is that majority of the view is that it is serving a myopic view at this time of our democracy. But however it may be, sometimes you may understand what it serves as this, what the purposes are in the short term, but in the medium and long term, it will become something very obvious that that has become an advantage to the people. You see, I'll take, for example, in the Freedom of Information Act, it serves the majority purpose, but to some quarters, they have been taking advantage of it, and to see that they shut down and minimize the or the long-term objective of Freedom of Information Act. So I think that sincerely, the idea of this foreign aid, which the Senate is looking at, talking about the bill, to serve to see that they minimize or regulate the activities of the NGOs, I think generally speaking, at the long-term run, it will it can evolve such that if it is tested at this point, it does not serve the major clear objective for the interest of the masses. I think it can be reviewed such that you now take another much beneficial decisions and which is fashioned to the benefit of the people.
All right, then. I would like to stay with you just a little longer and then bring the same question down to Prince Francis here. One of the things cited by the National Assembly, the Senate here, is transparency, sovereignty. Should we be talking about sovereignty of the nation when the country is borrowing a lot of money from, international organizations? And is it the monies that come to NGOs that will affect the sovereignty of Nigeria when we are neck deep in IMF loans and World Bank loans? How do we balance this?
Quite frankly, yes, thank you. Quite frankly, over the years in the process of our evolving democracy since 1999, you and I understand that the sovereignty of Nigeria has not been contested at any quarters. However, we know that our politics and the politicians we have, they have over time tried to see how they can manipulate or take advantage of certain policies and bills which they pass to be to their own best benefit, not at the benefit of a majority of our great citizens, especially patriotic citizens of their country. We have many of them who have gone overseas, and a good number of them looking for better grounds to see where they can fashion and work better, where policies work better, institutions work better. So the sovereignty of Nigeria generally, I don't think it's been contested by fashioning these policies that will regulate non-governmental organizations at this time. I only just think that it certainly is part of the process of testing a sustainable democracy. And it requires that we begin to ensure that we vote the right persons in who will also be part of that policy formulation, such that when they understand that certain policies are made, they look at the far-reaching benefits, not just the immediate benefits or myopic benefits, but a far-reaching benefit that serves majority of the people and it is highly sustainable.
All right, thank you very much. Prince Francis Chalaka. Sovereignty issues here. One of the things they cited, and also transparency. You want to know the funds coming in, where they're coming from, where they'll be deployed into, first off, yeah, NGOs are there to, sorry, please allow me. First off, NGOs basically do, they touch on areas that government has failed. Areas of providing amenities, providing care to people in certain areas where government failed. Now, those are the areas they go into to, try to fix the problem. And talking about transparency, shouldn't we be asking for the same transparency for every dollar and every naira that comes into the country from donor agencies? Yeah.
Okay, let us cut it first of all from the fact that NGOs are self-sustaining and government does not fund them. Over time, those who run NGOs have tried to see how they can get subventions from government, but it hardly comes. Now, a system that you're not funding, a system that you're not supporting, you now want to monitor how their money comes in. It's not a problem. NGOs are the most transparent organization.
Are they?
NGOs? Yes, they are.
Are they?
Yes.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with you. Even Elvis beside you would disagree with you.
I am telling you, because I run an NGO.
Well, you might say your NGO is transparent.
Yes, because we also belong to a network of NGOs where accountability and transparency is a watchword. Every kobo that comes into an NGO is meant for a project. NGOs do not serve the purpose of bureau de change. If you're looking for organizations that are being used to launder money, you look at bureau de change, not NGOs.
One of the concerns.
On the other side, you're talking about sovereignty. Like you said, the sovereignty of Nigeria has never been questioned. And there is no way the fund that comes, the thing government is trying to do is simple. You know that NGOs are advocates. You have like Serap now that is always going to court challenging government actions. Now, when you now restrict how the funds come, let me finish. You are now indirectly saying that you do not want them to function the way they should function.
Please, nobody is restricting. What government is
Mr. Okoro,
saying, we need to know the source of these funds.
No, Mr. Okoro, we know where this bill came up 2017.
You said something about concerns.
We were invited to Abuja over this bill.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And when the issue came out, they withdrew.
The issue of what? Which issue came out?
This issue of this bill that is coming out. Okay. Now they're coming from the backside again to bring it up.
Don't you think we have concerns in the area of transparency? Because we see a situation whereby, under the guise of NGOs, weapons have been brought into this country.
Mention them. Mention the NGOs.
Well,
I mean,
we've seen helicopter. We've seen helicopter.
Mr. Okoro, I'm sorry, Moses. Why I'm saying this?
We've seen helicopter drop weapons.
Who are the owners of these helicopters? Has government admitted that these helicopters are owned by NGOs?
So are you saying that...
have the government admitted that?
These things were not done by NGOs?
They're not saying, has government admitted?
No, you tell me. You are the analyst here.
It is rumor. It is hearsay.
So the video
if government is sure that these helicopters, as claimed, that are dropping weapons, dropping food items, why have government not arrested those NGOs?
Okay.
Because why I'm saying this is that, I said it earlier, every NGO today that is duly registered with the CAC, first of all, before you can operate a bank account in Nigeria, you are expected to go to the EFCC and get what is known as SCOMO certificate. That certificate says that you have been screened and that anything that involves money laundering and all of that will be held liable.
The Prince, sorry, let me stay with you a little bit longer. We have seen situations in Nigeria and in other parts of the world, war-torn countries, where NGOs have been accused of, having to let the war drag. Let the war drag, because that is absolutely how they make their own money. And so if the war ends, they will be out of business. And so what do? They go to war-torn areas, take pictures, very scary pictures of people that are suffering, and now go back to the international community to source funds, flash those pictures and say, more like PR stunts, And so the issue here is the issue of transparency. Don't you think that the government should know who is funding you and how you are using that fund?
We're not saying they should not.
Okay.
We're not saying, but what we're saying is that we're looking at the inside of that bill.
And what do you think that the government wants to achieve?
Like I said, what they're trying to do is to restrict, to hamstrung NGOs.
To what end?
Well, that is what we don't know. Because as at the time this bill came up in 2017, I recall what transpired and why the bill was suspended. And we keep asking, we are looking at NGOs. Have you ever talked about the NGOs
Why was it
owned by government officials?
Why was it suspended?
I'm not going to talk about that. But what I'm saying
We would
is
like for you to put that information.
Have you ever asked question as a journalist? Have you ever asked, why is it that every governor, the moment you become a governor, the next day your wife has an NGO? Has EFCC ever questioned the funds that enter those NGOs?
Now, the idea is to bring all the NGOs into one net, whether it's the president's wife or the governor's
Everyone
wife
is under
that
one
runs the
umbrella.
NGO.
Yeah.
Elvis, whether it's the governor's wife or the president or the senate president's wife that runs the NGO, it must have to go through the normal process, due diligence. Is there anything wrong with that?
Absolutely nothing wrong. I'll continue. You see, sometimes even Okoro, people set up even media houses and they use it in the other form against the people. Every business, people set up banks, and those banks are like conduit pipe for money laundering. There is no business that is free from being hijacked by some miscreants to use against the people. That's also where an NGO also belongs. NGO does not operate in isolation. It operates in the community of people. So if you have an NGO and you are using it against the people, one of the responsibilities of the government is to make sure that the citizens of his country are not, trampled on by one nefarious person who is used all his to satisfy himself, using his medium to now begin to take out lives. What the government says in this bill is we want to regulate. We want to know the activities. We want to know how this money comes in and what is being used for. The government have not said they are going to close down NGOs. The government have not said they are going to tax NGOs.
Well, the fear, that's the fear of some of the people, like Prince Francis here, that taxes NGOs will be taxed.
That fear is part of what we are discussing here now. Yeah. Creating awareness will now make the NGOs themselves, operators, to also be able to talk to the government before the bill is passed. It has only passed second reading. It has not been assented, it has not, been finally passed and assented to. So we are still at the level of debate now. Those you see, when you have an organization,
all right,
and some other persons are hijacking it to use it to create crime, that's where the regulator of that organization.
And some other persons hijack it to create crime.
That's when you now say, okay, as a body, you yourself do the due diligence to sanitize yourselves.
All right,
so that means some other elements will not hijack it to now bring stain and disgrace to that organization.
All right. I'd like to come back to you, Prince Francis. I mean, you have been, you run an NGO, so you're part of the organization, the body that controls NGOs. So tell us, please, educate us on the reasons why this bill, first pushed out in 2017, was dropped. Why was it dropped?
Well, it was dropped because during the hearing, it was obvious that it was meant to stifle the activities of NGOs.
In what ways? Stifle in what ways?
Because the NGOs we started saying that you don't fund us. We go out to seek for funds. We decide what projects we want to do. We are trying to build the gap where government has failed.
So why then would government want to stifle that if you're basically fulfilling the obligations of government?
It comes down to the fact that government keeps saying, NGOs are used for fraudulent activities. You have the ICPC, you have the EFCC. These are organizations that monitor NGOs. Why is government finding it difficult to pinpoint those particular NGOs out? That's a big question. Why are they finding it difficult to pinpoint them out? You say, oh, they're helping to create problem in the Northeast. What are the names of these NGOs? Why not blacklist them?
All right, Elvis, do you think that a central database of all the NGOs and all of this, the proposed bill and all of this, do you think it can actually curb that illicit transfer of funds, considering bureaucratic bottlenecks in Nigeria, all of that? Do you think it can really curb all of that if they put all of them in a central database? Can we still curb all of that?
Exactly. Those are the things the government is talking about now. Let's look into the activities. Let's create a database. Let's even know the number of NGOs that are existing in Nigeria. Let's know the area of their specialization. NGOs have area of specialization. This is what we do. This is what we are into. Then let's know those of them that are now hacking into this NGO, all in the name of NGO, and be using it to commit crime. These are the things this bill is talking about. So any NGO that is actually operating, in favor of the people genuinely, don't have any reason to be afraid of this bill. This bill is even coming to bring in sanity so that the NGOs themselves can be proud that this is my business, not one man who is almost like an armed robber, hiding all in the name of NGO, now using it to stain the names of other good NGOs who are actually doing a good job. We see NGO go to IDP camps to go and start giving Nigerians that are in IDP empowerment and all others, palliatives. But we also know too well that among these NGOs, there are some that are, the criminals are using to create trouble. And so the honest even lies that the NGO operators should even assist the government to bring sanity into the activities of their businesses. Okay. And that will also help to not give a good name to the NGOs. NGO is supposed to be an issue, cause problem for Nigeria or whatever in any country they operate. They're supposed to bring succor to the people.
Okay, succor to the people. Thank you very much, Elvis. Before we end this conversation, let's quickly run back to Engineer Fimba Ajewu. Now, Engineer Fimba, we normally hear people say, well, the best intentions don't produce the best outcomes. Now, this bill might be well intended by the Nigerian government to put some level of sanity, on the NGOs and to trace funds in terms of transparency, the funds that are coming into Nigeria. What are they actually used for? We have also cited issues where they have the SCUMU, where you have the NFIU, where you have EFCC, where you have the NIA, we even have Interpol, all working hands, in cahoots to ensure that funds that are meant to, sponsor and aid terrorism are cut off from Nigeria. Now, these laws are here already. What difference do you think that this bill will make in terms of, if you know how we implement laws and policy initiatives? We hear people say, well, Nigeria is not bereft of the best of laws. It's the issue of implementation. What difference do you think that this particular bill, if assented into law, what difference will it make in trying to sanitize the NGOs and cut off source of funds for terrorism financing and all of that?
Thank you very much. Very sincerely, quite frankly, the bill, of course, if it's passed into law, I think it will sincerely go a long way to cut down and deter a good number of persons who wish to exploit the NGO access to funding and all other mischievous activities which they might want to, which they intend to bring to the shores on our sovereignty. I think, in addition to that, it will go further to ensure that crime and criminality in shades of NGO will be minimized. It will also go further to ensure that we are able to allocate appropriately and give value to the genuine NGOs and then their sources of funding and then the kind of personalities that are involved in providing services in that regard. It also goes further to let us know that these are the numbers, specifically the numbers of specific NGOs that offer genuine services in these areas, in various areas that cuts across our space. And at the same time, it will go further to help us to become familiar with the sources of which these NGOs, the sources of funding for the various NGOs. You see, in addition to this, generally, I think beyond just the passing the bill, they should also ensure that over time they get good statistics of the total funds which have been given by the various sets of NGO to the NGOs that are operating in the short. So I think far and wide, it's going to be of great advantage. We learn from that.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's move on to another conversation now. FG unveils coastal highway guards to protect the Lagos-Calabar road. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happen, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information.
Welcome back. The federal government has launched the Coastal Highway Guards to protect the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway from vandalism and unauthorized activities. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, inaugurated the initiative with an initial deployment of 40 officers led by retired General Adekunle Shodunke. The guards will maintain a visible presence on the highway, report suspicious activities, restrict hawking, loitering, and the use of keke and okada, monitor and report any form of vandalism, and work with security agencies in Lagos. Umahi clarified that the scheme is a full-time employment arrangement aimed at protecting critical government infrastructure, and is not an empowerment program, and is aligned with the renewed hope agenda. The multi-billion-naira coastal highway is a flagship project intended to boost connectivity and economic activity along Nigeria's coastline. The move has sparked discussions about the security of major infrastructure projects, the role of specialized guards versus existing security agencies, and the broader challenge of protecting public assets from vandalism. Elvis, what do you make of this? I'm thinking, is this any different from NSDC? So are we saying that by the time the Sokoto-Lagos highway will be done, we'll have another stretch of highway guards? What exactly is this? How do you make sense? What do you make of all of this?
Yeah, it surprises me that APC, the only thing they know is how to put boots on ground. And remember the president said 28,000 that day into the army.
Yeah.
And when he was campaigning, he told Nigeria was going to bring in 50 million youth into the army. I think these are part of it. Probably, if you cannot put 50 million into the Nigeria Armed Forces, let him be able to source it from every other. I'm surprised when we have NSCDC, Nigeria Civil Defense Corps, that the major assignment of that organization is to protect critical government infrastructure. If you want to go by that, how do you define the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and every other highways that Umai is building that may face this same threat? Instead of giving job to the boys again, like this one we are seeing on the screen, why don't you, in your usual ways of recruiting more into the armed forces, recruit more into the NCDC so that their constitutional role can be fulfilled? If you feel okay, they are not enough, Why do we always have conflicting of interest? Okay, these guys will be on the road. And we now have NSCDC. We have the police already there. They're doing the same job. One would have expected that, okay, let's increase the number of recruits into the NSCDC so that they can play their role as expected. You know, some time ago, we have the last man in Lagos. Then PDP created the other one they call during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo that when
Peace Corps. Is it Peace Corps?
Not Peace Corps, they were also doing the job of traffic. There was one body that PDP was trying to come up with there. I've forgotten the name now. You know, during the time of when this man was the Minister for Works. What's this Baba's name now from Ikorodu? Ogunlewe. You know, there was clash in Lagos. They were also doing the job of, you know. So why do we always bring this kind of thing? I don't see the importance of this. I would have expected that the federal government will recruit more into the NCDC, who have that constitutional mandate to protect critical infrastructure of the government, than now bringing in these new ones, coming to do the same job NCDC have been doing over the years. I think they should look at, these guys are capable enough to even be recruited into that organization.
All right, the Prince, let me come to you. The Coastal Highway Guards, according to the minister, is a full-time employment, and in his words, he said it's not an empowerment program. So they have an initial 40 officers led by a retired general. So is this a sustainable security plan for Nigeria? Is this sustainable in the long run?
Well, today the Minister of Works, has created his own security outfit. By the time you start to trace it, you'll now find out that it's probably a company that he has shares in, or a company that
it's been set up.
It's been set up. Now, you move away from that. It means that we should have one for Third Mainland Bridge. I'm surprised we haven't. Yes, we should have one. That stretch, we should have one. Because things have been vandalized. You see, when it comes to vandalization of critical assets of this country, what it means is that people are losing faith in governance. People are daily losing faith as citizens of this country. Because ordinarily, the people themselves should protect these assets. Look at what happened to that bridge at Festac.
Yes, I was going to take my question.
Yes, look at what happened to it. It simply shows you that the people are...
Alakija Bridge.
Yes, when people get frustrated, people no longer trust the system.
No. Is that...
I'm coming.
Is that people not trusting the system? Sorry, please. Isn't that even a reason for us to have people guarding the bridges?
These bridges...
Doesn't it seem like we have a problem as a people?
Moses, let me say something. We keep giving excuses. There are policemen that mount checkpoints.
Not under the bridge.
I'm coming. There are policemen that mount checkpoints.
Where? Under the bridge?
On that axis.
Okay, so they will know what's going on under the bridge at night?
Do you know that when they arrest your vehicle, they take you under that bridge to come and question you? For me, I am not in support of anybody vandalizing government property.
Exactly the point.
I am not in support. What I'm saying is that we must not be doing makeshift arrangements. You have the NSDC, I mean? Now, NSC, their job is to protect critical assets. Yet you have private organizations monitoring your pipelines.
Prince, let me reframe this question. Let me reframe this question in a very simple way. If Nigerians were well behaved, will we need the coastal guards? Will we need NSCDC to protect our critical infrastructure if Nigerians were well behaved? Because I travel to other parts of the world, I don't see coastal.
We should ask ourselves one question: how did we get to this place? How did we get to a state where Nigerians themselves are now destroying government property?
So you say, I'm trying to understand your
perspective. It is failure in government. It's failure in governance.
So the people are upset with the government, and after the government provide infrastructure, they destroy it. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The people are frustrated. We must look at the core root of the problem to find a solution. How did we get to this level where nobody cares? When I was growing up, it was a community. It was community's responsibility to bring up a child.
So how do we fix that? Since we're putting the blame
Let
now
us
on
go
the
back
government.
to status quo.
And that would be?
Governance.
Okay.
Let our leaders retrace their steps.
Can you be a lot more specific as to
Let
governance?
our leaders retrace their steps.
All right. Thank you very much.
You as a leader living in affluence, and the people you are leading are living in poverty. What do you expect?
All right then. Thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Let's go virtual now. We still have Engineer Fimba, but we're also being joined by Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. So let me take my question to Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. Comrade, I hope you've been following the conversation. Now, talking about, I'm going to cite the same example, the Festac Alakija Link Bridge. And we saw the videos of that. I wish our team can put that up, just for emphasis. Yes, thank you very much, guys. Now, this is the complaints that came out over the weekend. Now, this is a bridge that is currently being used. And this is what some vandals or scavengers, if you may, have done to the bridge. Some pillars chipped off, the metals, taken away, probably sold. Yes, taken away, some part of it. Now, this affects the integrity of the bridge. Doesn't this point to the fact that we need some sort of surveillance on some critical infrastructure? Or is the NSCDC enough to protect critical infrastructure? Should we have some sort of guarding the underneath part of bridges in Nigeria? I mean, there are other pictures here that show the pillars being chipped up. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Comrade Ogbidi, talk to me.
Much. Let me salute the analysts on the studio. And then the picture that you are seeing is currently painting, a scenario as it concerns the country. Okay, we have seen past of doing things in the analog era. We are not in the era of engaging security, engaging safeguarding of public infrastructure and whatever. The question is this: how many personnel will be adequate enough for you or for government to secure government infrastructures across the stretch of trigger some level of alarm at these various sites of public infrastructure, and cameras that can be viewed from a control point. What you see David Umahi did in a few days ago is just a job for the boys. I will call it personally. Because before you know, we are hearing of 40-man guard. Go and check the books. What you see in the books is 400 ghost personnel watching the highway in no distance time. So what am I trying to say? You're going to be talking about ghost workers and all sort of corruption which all of these loopholes created. Then for the Alakija Bridge, can you still hear me, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. For the Alakija Bridge, this is just a reflection of what is happening in the country. When leaders are no longer seen as role model, when leaders at the top feeds on the nation, feeds on our common patrimony, eat the country and make the country dry, it is a clear reflection of those at the poor or the lower end of the ladder. You see them eating their own infrastructure. It is an act of unpatriotism and hunger, a reflection of hunger in the system. If those in position of authority who have access to our common patrimony can be making our resources in the tune of billions, it is a direct reflection of what the poor is also doing to try to extract, to get what they can get from the system.
Okay. It's troubling. This is troubling.
It's not a patriotic act.
Yeah.
But I would tell you that it's a reflection of what is happening in the leadership of the country.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
What we must begin to look into is how much of values and how much of the Nigeria project does Nigeria have
That's
in
a
their
good
heart?
question. Yes.
Because
Thank
many
you very
of
much.
them are no longer seeing their future in the Nigeria project. That is why they can do or participate in anything that destroys what belongs to the country, because that is exactly what the leaders or those in government, some of them do, are doing already.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade.
So it's a holistic thing, and it's something that
let's take this question.
we must have to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's take this to Engineer Fimba now. Engineer Fimba, we seem to have a bigger problem on our hands where we accuse government of not providing infrastructure. Government provides infrastructure. And, well, from the analysts here, hunger and anger with the government make the people to destroy the infrastructure that's been provided. It's difficult for me to, comprehend, but it seems to be the position that we are in right now. What are your thoughts on this? And talking about the need to have guards, is it a job for the boys? What exactly is the problem here? Is it a complete distrust in the government of the day? Or should the National Orientation Agency do a lot more work to ensure that Nigerians appreciate its own infrastructure that has been put in place to make life better for the people, even if the people are angry with government?
Yes, thank you. Sincerely, first of all, at every quarter, each and every one of us have to condemn such activities of vandals. They go further to damage and erode the values which our leaders in the past, the good leaders we have in the past, have put in place. I will take one of the cases of pipe-borne water. So many years ago, we used to have pipe-borne water. And then when you go these days, you see a lot of places and locations where there are rights of way for water channels and other facilities. You get people building on them, water channels, people building on them, and they get allocations and all this, and they damage the designs, and it affects the general climate effect and change and many other things. So coming back to this one, which is just before our very eyes, you see, like my colleague just said, the comrade said, I want to add to it, yes, bad governance, and yes, no leadership is being held accountable, because at that level there is they have a local government leader who is responsible to ensuring that such facilities are sustained and monitored. They have also civil defense officers who are stationed probably around that, within the area, not too far from there, within proximity. They have also the DPO who is responsible to that entire area. They have also, going further, the commissioner of police in that state. They have also the area commander, who probably the police area commander in that area. So going further, all these quarters, nobody's being held responsible. When we start holding people accountable, very much sincerely, you won't be finding this kind of vandals. They are everywhere. And can you imagine a case where someone's gate, where you build a house in an area where you don't have eyes, very close eyes, and then you have half of the gate is pulled down, and then you come in the next day, who did this? You wouldn't know where to start from, and then they tell you that these are iron condemned people that came and cut off one half of a gate. Can you imagine a gate? Cut it into pieces and then put it in a small bag and then taken away. This is also what's happening in that bridge. That's Alakija Bridge. Go also to the Third Mainland Bridge in Onitsha here. Come also to that one happening in Abuja. You all are seeing all these things. We all go every day and we see them. You see, we have to go back to education. When we hold education as a priority to the country, to the state, for patriotism, you teach people the values and they will not go to such things. You go further to hold officers accountable at the various quarters, from the divisional office to the state or local government to the state and then to regional. You hold people accountable. People are fired. People are sacked. People are penalized. I'm sure they will keep their eyes very much to be very vigilant to all these activities and will not be having this sort of vices. You go also further to the national, and then you begin to see the senators who go around parading themselves with lots of money and then only taking care of their families, and then nothing is being done about them. You give a minister of health and then he takes himself out of the country to get medical attention, and then he's the Minister of the Health in the state or a Commissioner for Health, and then he's taking his medical attention outside the shore. So these things are complicated. They are a whole overwhelming kind of experience, and these vices are not going to be very nice, because sometimes I've said in this studio that the worst is coming if we continue to do and encourage a bad governance in our system. We must, at this point in time, ensure that we put and vote the right personnel that will hold people accountable. Coming down to holding people accountable, if in that area which you are, the subject area which you're talking about, they hold whoever is responsible in that environment accountable, you will see that most of these vices will not continue. And I think it is high time we get the leadership right. Once we can get the leadership right, most of these vices to the grassroots will be taken care of.
Thank you, Engineer Fimba. Thank you. We'll come back to you again. Elvis, you know, something just struck me when we were watching the video of the Alakija bridge, the ones that is being dismantled by those the urchins. And I just thinking there's this set of people we are really not focusing on, the local government chairman, really. Because Alakija obviously belongs to a local government. Apart from the fact that you have heaps of refuse, that's another thing. You have what's it called, Loma, to account for that. What are these local government chairmen really doing? Because yes, the federal government does have a role to play, but we can't obviously put the blame, all of it, on the federal government. We also have a role to play. But how do we hold these local government chairmen accountable?
Yeah, it's simple. If the democracy was working as expected, you would have been able to hold this local government accountable, the chairman. But unfortunately, we don't have a democracy. Who appoints the local government chairman? I use the word appoint. Don't think I don't know what I'm saying. I would have said who are those that elect them, but who appoint them? Do you have any local government election in Nigeria? Yes. Let's be quoting theories, Mr. Koro. You will tell me SIEC, State Independent Electoral Commission. You will tell me that. Okay. Who appoints the chairman of State Independent Electoral Commission? The governor of the state. Governors, yes. Yeah? Then the governor of the state draw up a list. These are my boys in the various local governments that will man the local governments, the affairs of that local government, and send it to the chairman of the local government. Is it not what we are saying in Nigeria?
So, but does that stop them from doing their jobs?
I'm coming to somewhere. Okay. At the end of the election, you see, if it's an APC state and it has 18 local government, like just what happened in my state, Edo State, 18 over 18. Then at the end of the day, the man, that governor that gave her the list to the SIEC chairman and said, these are my boys and they should be fixed up, now also go as far as dictating for those boys. So whatever allowances or whatever allocation that goes to those local government is determined by the governor how it's going to be utilized. How do you expect those appointees of the governor to function and know the needs of the people? They only look towards the person who appointed them because they want to remain in their office. We have seen a situation, especially in my state, when the governor came in that day, because he met local government chairmen who were not from his party. What did he do? He began to sack them. Is that democratic? Today, he has replaced all of them now with his own APC governors, local government chairmen. So when the system is corrupt in this manner, you are bound to get things of this nature. And that's exactly what you are saying. If we want to have local governments that are functional, the local government must be from the local government chairman must be elected by the people. And the people will be able to give the local government, make him accountable for what is their requirement and request in every local government. Unfortunately, the man sits in the governor sits in the local government headquarters, the state headquarters. He doesn't know what happens in other various local government. So the people who are in the local government who are supposed to tell the chairman, these are our problems, are not allowed to be part of those that bring in the local government chairman. And as a result, the local government chairman will tell them, I don't have allocation to fix up all this. So these are just the issues. With that Alakija matter you are seeing, apart from the failure of government, let us also not forget that there are people who are actually criminals. Yeah. But the only problem we have is that our laws are not strengthened enough to actually take care of these criminals. These people, even if you arrest them, tomorrow they are charged to court. They will tell them, oh, it's a bailable offense. They will bail them and they will go on bail. And at the end of the day, even when judgment is meted out on them, they will tell you, 1 year imprisonment or 300,000 naira fine. These guys will pay the 300,000 naira fine because they have been in this business. They call those IOs and they sell them 300,000 naira, 200,000 naira fine, and they go back home. And when they get back home, they don't have any other business. They come back again to that same business they ever know. So our law has to be strengthened. Our law is the problem. The judicial system of this nation has to be strengthened. Our law should be strengthened. Not those colonial laws of 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira. What are we talking about? The rate of criminality now in this part of the world now we also need to reject the law to reflect it. There should be some punishment that will not require fine. Say this is capital. What they call it? No fine that you are going to go to straight to for it. But unfortunately, it's always there. With an option of fine, and when that option of fine comes, they pay it and they go back to their normal business as expected. So we have to rejig our laws.
All righty, Prince, I've seen you chuckle all the while. Do you have anything to add to this?
No, when Fashola was governor, he did something very beautiful. And when he started it, a lot of people were grumbling. But at the end of the day, it showed us that these so-called miscreants, everybody that sleeps under the bridge, have a home. And what did he do? He lit up the entire place. Light have a way of chasing away darkness. People don't commit crime in the daylight. They commit it in the night. So we should be asking ourselves, why was such a wonderful approach thrown away? Why was it thrown away? Why was it discarded? You talk about local government, and I laugh. Which local government? Is it the same local governments that most of them, all they're bothered about is how to pay salaries of primary school teachers? And you have a country where most people who get into office will tell you, you did not elect me. You can only hold somebody who you elected into an office accountable. So we have a flawed system. Our electoral system is flawed. And for us to get it right, we must rejig our electoral system.
All right, then. All right, Comrade Ogbidi, Emmanuel, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one. You might need to unmute your device so we get you.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, just to add to what have been said, I think to a very large extent, we have to begin to understand that while we must condemn any acts of vandalism to its highest level, but we must also understand that some of these things are as a result of the current situations of the country today, either at the leadership level or at the level of the followership. Now, the Alakija bridge that you talked about, again, like I was saying, if those persons, the number of security personnel that we have today in the country, whether police, whether civil defense or whatsoever, the coastal road issue, if David Umahi have an issue of security or security around those coastal roads, of which I believe is still under construction and workers are supposed to still be on site, his own part is to report critical issues of concern to relevant agencies like the police or the security, the civil defense, requesting for a support or requesting for a surveillance or maybe the state vigilante network. And by extension, they will extend their services to those areas of concern, vis-a-vis what we have experienced in other infrastructure. Coming out as a minister of works to start inaugurating or kickstarting a security guard, or let me say a mini agency within the works, is duplication of effort and way of siphoning public funds.
Okay.
And I just say within 6 months, or 1 year. Go and look at the books. Even
All right,
from
thank
the
you very
video
much,
that we are
Comrade
seeing, the
Obidi.
people
We
that
are
are inaugurating
running out of
those-
time. Thank you for your thoughts there. We have to interrupt you. Sorry about that, but we just have to interrupt you. Talking about the Alakija bridge, my producer just sent me, a video that story has been debunked, that it's not scavengers, but this report was covered by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, where they said that was how the bridge was constructed. It was meant to be that way. That's the report. That's for the engineers. That's how it was meant to be. Even though it looks it looks horrible to me. But talking about vandalism, when the Third Mainland Bridge was worked on, we saw the blinkers being stolen away, and one individual was arrested for removing the blinkers on the road. He was arrested, and that's vandalism too. So that still buttresses the fact that poverty and the rest make people do crazy things. Second Niger Bridge as well. The railings, the metals were also being taken out. It's just horrible. Engineer Fimba, let's get your concluding thoughts, if you may, in 1 minute. On this one, but we'd like you to stay, so we'll get into the third conversation. Go ahead, please.
That's right. On this, I think our security personnel, they should not accept that they are overwhelmed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now let's get into another conversation, talking politics now. Elvis did say we should ensure free and fair elections. So this is talking about electioneering. Elvis, I'll be coming to you first. Leaders of the opposition parties, including the African Democratic Congress, ADC, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Social Democratic Party, SDP, and others have held private discussions under the G100 platform ahead of the 2027 general elections. The group announced that a summit of opposition parties have been fixed for Tuesday, August 18, in Abuja to discuss modalities for greater unity and a credible pathway towards presenting a competitive alternative, drawing on principles from the Ibadan Declaration. Now, the consultations signal ongoing efforts at opposition realignment and coalition building as the 2027 race gathers momentum. Elvis Elimehele, quickly, your thoughts on this G100, bringing all the parties together. Well, some have said that these guys, the majority of them are supporters of Atiku, so they're probably trying to help Atiku, gather more support, But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, good one. G100 would have been a very good decision. For opposition to come together and say, okay, we want to tread on one straight line so that we'll be able to confront the big elephant in the room. Well, let's not even begin to read body language to it, Moses. Like you have just said, we are very good at beginning. This is still a summit. And summit is meant to discuss and and the discussion has to continue. At the end of the day, a communique may come out of it and all of that. But it's a good one. Let's see if really the politicians that are trying to put up this summit will be able to shun greed, come with that same mindset of, we want to actually come and have a way to unseat the ruling party for the benefit of Nigerians. It would have been a good one. But when you are coming with a mindset of that greed, that if it must be done, I must be the beneficiary of it, forget it. The Ibadan Declaration was almost being forgotten before this G100 came up now. So the biggest issue it may have is, can they work on their greed and selfish attitude? It must be me. Okay. If they can work on that, this would be a good way to start.
The Prince, can politicians shun greed in Nigeria?
Nigerian politicians are very greedy. They're very self-centered and extremely wicked. Yes. They only follow the flow of what keep paying for their...
Well, you're also a politician. So
I'm not a politician.
That was exactly why I asked him. You're no longer a politician.
Have you seen me contest an election?
Oh, but you're part of parties. You are still part of the Labour Party?
I am.
Or you
No,
switched to
I am an obedient to the core.
Okay.
I am an obedient to the core. I believe in good leadership. I believe that we should have good leadership irrespective of what state and what tribe you come from. That's where I stand. I've never changed from that. Okay. So for me, when you talk about politicians, you talk about those who would borrow money to contest election. And when they win election, they first of all recoup the money they spent before they begin to think about the people. Unfortunately, Nigerian leadership has moved forward. We're no longer talking about I'm a leader to serve. We're talking about I'm a leader to be served. And that's a very dicey one. So that is why you find out that no matter how many meetings this G100 holds, it's going to be difficult to arrive at something. But I would say that the only person I think has a strong hold in all this gathering is Elijah Abubakar. He's the biggest lion amongst the other animals. But he should do the right thing. I keep saying it. That he should be able to think straight and do the right thing.
All right then. Do the right thing, he says. Engineer Fimba Ajebu, let's hear your thoughts on this.
Quite frankly, like my colleague just said, that the biggest lion within them, the biggest lion within the political space, yes. But biggest lion within the Nigerian civil space is the Nigerian National NDC candidate, Peter Obi. We all know that. Between the civil space and the political space, which is larger? I think the civil space has a more population than the political space. All other parties, NDC, SDP, all of them at one point in time romanced Atiku and his exchange of money hands and all that kind of a sort. So, but I think sincerely, if the summit is going to hold, majority of them who are privileged at this time, because at some point in time, they will probably no longer be within the politics of our country. They know that their time is rounding down. Most of them have clocked within 70 and 90 years. A good number of them are in those political parties. So the younger politicians are coming up. And we all know that sincerely, that NDC has the best candidates with a very clear pointer of the recent election. That election of the 2023 election is a very clear pointer that Nigerian civil space is growing larger and larger. And 2027 is sure going to be a very good indicator.
All right, interesting angle there. Civil space and political space. That's the new divide. So when it comes to the civil space, according to you, Obi is the man. The political space, according to Prince Francis Chilaka, Atiku is a lion. So in Nigeria of today, which of these spaces has more influence in determining election outcome? Well, I'll leave you to think about that. Let's hear from Ogbidi, Emmanuel. Ogbidi, talk to me.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are different levels of coalition. There are different levels of political party coming together for a particular purpose. You will agree with me that as we speak today, the aspect of trying to have maybe a consensus candidate is totally out of the picture. But there's still a lot to do. The different opposition party can also come together to have a conversation around how to defend and protect their vote, how to mobilize to ensure a violent-free, fair, and credible election, and a system that is not manipulated, and how to also deploy from their various political party men to man the election to ensure that the result at the poll is reflected in what INEC is going to eventually announce. And many a times, if the oppositions are sincere to themselves, they can determine sincerely who actually won the election within them, because they must have gotten their feelers from the field directly. So if opposition could not present a particular front or a united candidate, it doesn't mean they can still not have conversation around other aspects of the election, of which to me it is more important even at this time. Because if opposition is divided up to the extent of who won and who did not win in the election, then even the incumbent or those who have the state's pass and machineries to rig will also have a place for a very strong argument as to they also emerged.
All right.
So opposition can come together in the aspect of engaging, a very free, fair, and credible system or election that the results that we churn out from such elections.
Well, thank you very
cannot
much,
be contested in any
Emmanuel
court.
Ogbidi. Emmanuel Ogbidi, coordinator of the Talakawa Parliament Organization, member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, human rights activist, coordinator of the End BEDC Oppression in Edo State, public affairs analyst and political commentator. Thank you very much for your time and your thoughts. And we must appreciate Engineer Fimba Ajegu, who is Chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, member, Anambra State Anti-Corruption Strategy, ANSACS, also public affairs commentator. And also Prince Francis Chilaka, who is a public affairs commentator and a businessman, and Elvis Elimehele, a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution on the program. Well, this is where we drop anchor. To pick it up again at 10 o'clock, a newspaper review. So join us again at 10. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you then.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I am Shukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as they hot Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well. Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future,
the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things:
amidst the society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're in Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2020
Favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,200 and 50 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet. And that water
very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey. And we do have Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you, Jones.
Good morning, and that's me, reporter.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And we also have Mr. Darlington Agumo, a public affairs analyst. Well, welcome to the program.
My pleasure.
All right, gentlemen. Now let's dive into it. The headlines are here before us. And Daily Sun has these headlines. And I would like for us to start off with Osun. What's going on in Osun State? Osun 2026. Battle for Osun intensifies as Adeleke, Oyebamiji, Najim Salam trade claims. That's from the Daily Sun. And the Guardian reports Osun. Report reveals 29 deaths from 73 incidents ahead of polls. 29 deaths from 73 incidents ahead of polls. Let's see. And the riders to that one. Police arrest Adeleke's aide in midnight raid. They raided his house at 1 a.m. Governor's wife leads protest against arrests, intimidation of Accord members. Gentlemen.
Well, let me start by saying that Osun State is a major trophy towards the next election. And APC as a party will want Osun at all costs, because it's also going to gauge the barometer of things to happen on January 16, 2027. But then, I strongly believe, and I stand to be corrected, that the pendulum may swing in favor of the incumbent governor, Demola Adeleke. One, yes, there will always be all these skirmishes. Don't forget that this particular governor wanted to defect to APC, but Oyetola and Omishore prevented that. That was why, because everybody knew at that time, and this is what I've been saying for about 2 years, PDP was heading towards the precipice. And so nobody will want to, as a political activist and a player in the political scene, wants to touch PDP. So he had no choice other than to pick one of the parties in ICU, just because there is no opportunity for independent candidacy. So he had to pick Accord. And so his mind has sold APC, but Accord by the dictates of the Constitution and Electoral Act. But unfortunately, another thing I see is that, one, the people of the state up till now, they are rooting for Adeleke because he has practically done what his two predecessors, Aregbesola and Oyetola, couldn't do in 12 years. He has done that. And so the people of Osun, particularly civil servants, particularly pensioners, they are really rooting for him. And don't forget that one mistake, which was costly for Lamadishino in 2003 when he was contesting, and they were saying, look, you have to take care of civil servants. So he said, what is the fraction of civil servants in that state? He said, they're now up to 32,000 workers. And so what is 32 to over 500 that will vote for him? 1,000. But he met his Waterloo just because of that particular statement. Because don't forget that for every worker, there are other children, relatives they can convince. So today in Osun, ask any civil servant, because they were calling Aregbesola half-sat. You mean that? You know what that means at that time? Half salary.
Yeah, half salary.
Oyetola didn't do much, but this guy, against all odds, outperformed these people. So Osun people will root for him.
But the fact that Oye Bambamije is getting a lot of endorsement from NURTW, some other bodies as well, doesn't that pose?
You see, let me tell you, NURTW will be divided.
They will be.
They will be divided in this election. But because of the semblance of something coming from the center in terms of support, they can pander to APC. But I can tell you that because I am monitoring that state almost on an hourly basis. I call people that are influential. I talk to people over there. But you see, one game changer that has reduced the intensity and pressure coming from the center is that false face by the president. It carries a lot of weight if the president had to personally sign that he is not in the know. He was not apprised of this and all that. So now it has taken the sale of Oyetola. I think so. So eventually, I want to believe that in spite of all odds, this guy, Demola Adeleke, will still carry the day on Saturday.
All right, then. Mr. Darlington.
My concern is about the killings. It's not about who won and who did not win. Moses, how can over 30 people die in a state just because of an election? Seriously, I am worried.
Almost 30, actually.
I am telling you, and this is the president's home state. How do you justify that? Tell me how. Can't he give order that, like Jonathan said, my re-election is not worth the blood of any Nigerian?
It's not his election.
I said Jonathan.
I'm saying
and then because it is his own state.
Can't he give orders?
Yes, now
Should he be getting involved?
Hold on.
Primarily?
If he can give the EFCC order to reverse their action, Tinubu can give order that nobody should die in Osun State because of election. Moses, can't he do that? Tell me. All the people that died, they are Osun people, whether they are from Accord Party or from their APC. These are people's children. These are people's husbands, brothers, uncles, sons. Because of an election in one state. How do you justify that, for God's sake? You are talking with both sides of your mouth. You called APC people in Abuja, book a flight for them. They landed in Abuja and you told them they must win at all costs. Then you are telling EFCC, go and reverse that account freeze. Are you sincere? You are not sincere. And the last time I heard, MC Oluomo have relocated to that place. And you know why MC Oluomo is still the NURE chairman? Moses, is that how to develop the country? Is it an election? Is it democracy? Where a president will allow a non-state actor to disobey court order for his own selfish interests? How do you justify all this thing, for God's sake? How? When they were blaming Adegbeshola for not paying, they didn't ask about Adegbeshola, where is your State money going to? That is why the Osun people want to resist him. They don't want to be controlled from Lagos or from Abuja. Because we all know what Adegbeshola was doing for him. The same thing he did in Lagos here when he was the Commissioner of Works. So why is this thing all about one man? Everybody must kowtow to you, everybody must bow to you. And you call yourself a Democrat. Is that how Democrats work? Is that how they behave? Or show people you must resist this thing, you must resist it. At least for once, you must resist it. How can one man be a godfather to a whole and entire region, Western region, for what? Everybody must obey you, everyone must kowtow to you, everyone must do what you ask them to do. Is that democracy? Can't people be free and do things the normal way? Can't the people choose their own leader, especially in this Southwest? Can't they choose their own leader? It's not like what is going on in Lagos State, the so-called Center of Excellence. And you call yourself civilized people. You call yourself intelligent people. What kind of thing is this, for God's sake? Can't they stand up and say, no, this must stop. We must choose our own person. Please, I don't like this type of discussion. I don't like it at all. It's not fair.
All right, let's stay with politics now. The Daily Sun reports 2027 will send election experts mission to Nigeria. That's coming from the EU. And The Guardian says EU clarifies 2027 election role as misreport. Reactions expose concerns. And the writers are PDP alleges bid to weaken opposition ahead of elections. Huriwa, don't let terrorists become invisible election observers. CSOs challenge INEC's EC8A back-end validation process. So let me just go a little deeper into this headlines. Reports suggesting that the European Union, EU, was pulling back from Nigeria's 2027 elections proved inaccurate. However, the swift reaction that followed have exposed, some concerns. Now, basically, the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS has clarified that it accepted the Independent National Electoral Commission's invitation to observe the elections, but will deploy a 2 to 4 member electoral expert mission rather than a full-scale election observation mission. And it dismissed as pure speculation, the reports that worsening insecurity and alleged hostile treatment of its officials informed the decision. Oh, well. Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, you see, in this time and age of internet, journalism, you find a lot of things in the media space that are not true, that are false or misinformation.
Should we say this is false? Because it seems like it's, they're trying to repair what was published initially. Election observers, there used to be a whole lot more than just two, 3, 4.
No, election observers cannot be 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but
because
that's what they're sending.
No,
they're sending.
Moses, for me, some of these things may not actually be true. When election gets near, a lot of, unlike before, when we only have conventional media, now everybody that has Android is a journalist. So they can just sit down in one place and cook up something.
No, I'm talking what EU has clarified. EU has said, look, the reports that we will not send because of insecurity is false, but we will send.
That's what I'm
saying. But we will send 2, 3, 4 as against the number of observers that used to come observe our elections before now.
The whole point is they are an integral part of election monitoring, not only in Nigeria, elsewhere.
Africa.
So, because they also, don't forget, they also contribute to support elections, EU, in terms of grant. And they also support INEC to conduct elections, So they are supposed, and they ought to be there on ground, but they may scale down on the number of people that will be sent. But I don't feel that it will be 3 or 4 in the next election, because we're talking about presidential election. Are they going to deploy 4 people and then one person will monitor 2 regions, another one will monitor 1, and then another one will monitor 2? Or how are they going to do it? And movements are restricted to a certain extent during election days. And so, how are they going to adequately? So what that means is they will be relying on secondary information to push out their narrative, which may not reflect the true state of what is happening on the field. So I wouldn't expect, I know that there are concerns about security, no doubt. And everybody knows. In fact, it could also engender voter apathy in the next election, except if there are improvements between now and then, especially the way the state actors are squaring it up with these non-state actors. And we have seen a demonstrable improvement in this security situation in the country. And there is a pushback. If it continues in that direction, with support and everything, I think we will be witnessing a full complement of EU observer during that election. Because it's also good for us. Not when they are coming, they are not coming to just see the flaws alone. They are also looking at ways of advising on what to do in subsequent elections. That's part of their report. So I would believe that between now and January 16, which is the major election, maybe there will be a rethink and there will be full complement of these EU observers.
All right, thank you very much. Darlington, please.
Yes, for me, I would even like it if the EU did not come at all. They have come enough. I don't think there is any election that we have conducted in this country that they did not come. They did not show up. and they have written their reports on what to do, how to improve, yet things are getting worse. If you are the person, won't you sit down at home that these people, they are not irredeemable? The world has abandoned Nigeria because we have chosen not to do the right thing. So why must they pampering us? Why must they be begging us to survive, to live, to do things the right way? Why? They have abandoned us. And so I will be so happy if they don't come. Whether they are sending 2 or 3 people, they should stay in their houses. After all, we don't go and observe their own election. Why must a country of 66 years, 66 years, we cannot give the world something to copy? Every time we'll be begging for somebody to validate our president, to validate our election, to validate our children, to validate our economy, to invalidate our politics. Are we a human being? There are things that should be very shameful. I'm not joking. If this particular party, if they have shame on us, they shouldn't invite anybody. Can't we do something right that people should copy? Can't we? At least let it be that, yes, under this administration, this is what this happened. History will mark them for that. Is that not true? Why must we invite people to come and validate our election? Why? Invite Donald Trump to come and validate our politics, our president. What kind of thing is this? Do we have shame at all? They should stay in their houses and start giving us money. If we cannot manage our resources, then let all of us die at the same time. What is all this? They should not come. Nobody should come and observe elections again. No. Whatever we do here, we will sue in it. We will sue in it after we call for it. You have so many people in Nigeria who claim that they are civilized. They have gone to school. They have read all the books. Yet nothing can be achieved from them. Nothing. Nothing. Professors. When they should rise up and say no to evil, they will close their mouth. They won't talk. Moses, they will not talk. And things are getting worse, getting bad. And you are inviting the Western world to come and help you. Help you to correct yourself. And you call yourself a civilized country. I have been saying it here. The world has left. We are 50 years behind the whole world. 50 years. How are we going to get it right? If we will always depend on the Western world for everything, when will you get it right? Tell me. When? If at this point, people who claim that they fought for democracy, they did everything to chase Abacha, chase the military. What are you not doing yourself? These are the questions, the conversation Nigeria should be having against this government. Not all this propaganda that is going to right, left, and center. I will never allow any Western to come here and observe the election. After what Erufai told them the other day, that they will go back in body bags. You want them to come back?
Yeah, but they did not go back.
You want them until it happens, Abi? It happens.
It's interesting.
Why would somebody open his mouth and say that kind of rubbish? And they are saying now, they are repeating the same thing now. Worse than that time. Worse. From people who claim that they fought for democracy.
It's interesting you said Nigeria is 50 years behind the world. And I was just looking at a message that came in from one of the groups on WhatsApp that I belong to. And, the message was basically just showing the number of the age from independence of countries. And, it starts from the top here. The top has Nigeria, 66 years from independence. And then it goes all the way down. I mean, you have countries like Spain, that is 547, Netherlands, 445, USA, 250, according to this. And then it goes all the way to Egypt, that is 5,125 years old from independence. And then you say, are we being too harsh on ourselves? I mean, in terms of
from what
development.
We have, Moses, please,
since independence.
To whom much is given, much is expected. Nigeria claims to be the giant of Africa. And with the resources God has blessed us, Moses, there is no reason why we must not get it right. No reason on earth.
Okay.
God has given us everything. Then the woman being to manage this, is that not the problem? Is it not the resources that you use to develop the country, Moses? Tell me. Or don't you have it? Don't you have those resources? So what did you do with it? That is the issue here. We have people who shouldn't even come close to government, who are now ruling over me. Yeah, they don't know what to do in office except violence and bring adage. Is that not the problem of Nigeria? It's not about age, it's about achievement. This other country that we are younger than. Look at where they are. You will not get that one. You will not get it and read it. People that will got independent within the same period, within the same age bracket, look at where they are. Do things happen like this in their country? Tell me the truth. Does it happen like this in their country? We squandered all the things that God gave us, and we are looking for somebody to blame. Meanwhile, we are the worst enemy of ourselves. Worst enemy. You cause problem and you turn around to blame me for it.
Let's look at some other headlines. We still have the papers with us. 90 civil society groups urge National Assembly to withdraw foreign aid bill. All right. We've touched on this during the morning show. And the writers here, Odinkalo calls proposed law most dangerous, authoritarian since 1999. Alleges threat to churches, mosques, humanitarian groups. So, a coalition of 90 Nigerian, African, and international civil society and human rights organizations yesterday called on the National Assembly to immediately withdraw the proposed Foreign Aid Regulation, Transparency and Disclosure Bill 2026 and others pending legislative proposals that they described as repressive. So, Daily Fanimo, please.
Yeah, I've read.
I'm sure you've seen the yes.
And yes,
okay.
And I'm of opinion there are two perspectives to this. But in the overall interest of Nigerians, I think they shouldn't pass that bill. I'll say that in the light of the fact that I'm not a lawyer and I don't intend to be one. I would rather say that there are copious laws to checkmate money laundering in this country. Because that's what the National Assembly is hanging on. That it's a way of monitoring illicit fund flow from outside the country. So that they won't just mask it as grant to NGO, and yet they are pulling these resources to encourage and to support non-state actors that are giving Nigerians problem. But I know that the EFCC Act has taken care of this. We have the SFU in the police that has taken care of that. And the policemen that we have today, they have been adequately trained to monitor this illicit fund flow. But where you now have a legislation that is also a bit on the side of clamping down, because you know that political actors, they have a way of manipulating laws to suit their preferences. So if this law is passed, it's going to bring out much more negative impact than even what the legislators envisaged. They may have their own intention, but for me, monitoring grants through the exercise of powers that this new bill is going to vest in some state actors would be counterproductive. Because what it means is that even ordinary contribution that gets to a threshold before disbursement, you have to tell the government. And even when there is need for humanitarian efforts and somebody is bringing in money from abroad to support such humanitarian cause, you have to go through the red tapeism of government. And time is of essence when you are deploying this kind of resources to tackle imminent danger. So what I'm saying is that they should let us deal with this situation based on existing laws that take care of these particular issues, rather than compounding it by bringing in a new law that would also empower some people, particularly political actors, that will use it against the average Nigerian that are also using these funds for purely humanitarian support. That's my take.
All right then. Mr. Darlington.
There is no country that doesn't have NGO. And there is no country that this foreign NGO do not give subvention to encourage the activities. It is left for you to monitor it.
And that's what they're trying to do. Monitor. Monitor the activities of these NGOs.
It is not, seriously. They want to subdue them. They want to suppress them. They want to stop the activities. That is what it is in Nigeria. Because if you are talking of funds, please, was it this NGO that are funding Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all these other people that are disturbing us?
But reports has come out to say that some NGOs are complicit in that.
As a matter of fact, the aids that Trump stopped when he came into government was a result of traceable money channeled towards this Boko Haram.
Okay, fine. Now, please, Moses, if you discover that a country is funding terrorism in your country, what are you supposed to do? Is it not to block that channel with powers conferred on you as a federal government?
How do you block the channel?
Sorry?
How do you block the channel?
You 1,001 ways. Okay. 1,001 ways. You know it, I know it. That fund came through a source into Nigeria. Is that not true? And so they pass through our banks.
Government is trying to regulate that source.
They have enough. Moses, please, let us be serious about this thing. They have more than 1,000 ways, 1,000 laws in our law books to stop the inflow of illicit funds. But are they doing it? The answer is capital no. They are not. Rather, the money that these people are using against us is the money they stole from us. The people that are sponsoring the terrorism, they are in Nigeria. They make their money in Nigeria, but government is very weak to confront them. Is that not a fact? If not, the list they gave you from Dubai, what have you done with them? I mean, confirmed sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. What have you done with them? If they had cut off their source of fund, they would have stopped. There are no two ways about it. This thing would have ended long ago, but they don't want it to end. So why are you blaming foreign NGOs and all that? So the humanitarian services they are doing here and all that, it will not come to a stop, Abi. People like Serap, they will stop the activities. Is Serap funding terrorism in Nigeria? Do they have oil company or what? Is it not people that give them money from outside for what they are doing? So please, when we are doing this, let us be circumspect about it. The one government is doing is the worse than what they are trying to curtail. Let them start from their own in-house. Let them start. Do your own in-house forensic analysis and see where the leakage is coming from. Moses, the 210 trillion naira for NNPCL. Anybody that had that kind of money can degrade this Nigeria in 24 hours. True or false? Was it foreigner that took that money? Please tell me now, was it foreigner that took that money? That nobody is trying to even talk about it. Nobody. You saw the list of missing funds that Serap have asked the government to account for. I mean, missing funds. Missing funds. Was it foreigners? I think we just told you yesterday that over $20 billion worth of contract have been given to Chagori, who are connected to the president. That they should account for that contract money and all that. Was it bidded? Did you get value for all those contracts? The answer is no. So what are we talking about here? Please, our own problem. The problem is man-made here. It is in-house. Let us not deceive ourselves. It is in-house. If you don't open your doors, mosquito will not enter your house. Simple.
All right, NERC takes over Kaduna Disco. Over 456.5 billion naira debts. So sets 12-month deadline for Afrexim Bank to secure new investor. Jos, Yola, Ibadan, Kano, Enugu record high losses as all distributors miss targets. So, how do you react to this headline?
You see, the takeover of the Northeast distribution company. It's not unexpected because you hardly see homes paying electricity bills in that part of the country. And so, how would they meet their targets? And unfortunately, they even get more power than those who are ready to pay and those who are paying. So there's no way it will not be insolvent. So that's the bit of that particular one that have been taken over. The other one, distribution companies, they are still tottering because, one, they have refused to deploy meters. Two, the national grid cannot wheel what is generated by the GENCOs. And if you cannot wheel enough power, you don't have much to distribute. As a matter of fact, it would have been worse if not for the high-handedness deployed by these discos by estimated billing. That you imagine a 2-bedroom apartment being built about 50, 70,000 naira a month. And it is not what should be, because a household, even if you stay in that apartment from morning till night, till the end of the month, there's no way you can consume 70,000 naira worth of power for that month. And so, what do they do? That's why they are trying to show up. What do? For those who are metered, they escape from this high-handedness. But those who are not metered, once there is a target of 20 million naira in a neighborhood, those who are metered, if you don't bring light, your meter will not roll. And so, for the better part of the month, if they don't bring electricity, naturally, your meter will stay stagnant. But those who are at their mercy are the ones that are not metered. So what they do is, they now look at if the metered residents pay like 3 million out of the 20, the rest 17 million naira will now be distributed among those who are not metered. And that's why they keep on resisting metering everybody. In Republic of Benin here, and even Togo, household in villages with mud and thatched roof, you see meter hanging on their doorway. So, why is it different here? Today, we have 2 companies along the Lagos-Ibadan corridor. I see them anytime I pass, that have produced over 2 million meters without anybody to offtake. Now, that company may go into extinction any moment from now. So it's not that we don't have enough meters, but because they had to show up their revenue by giving so much burden to those who don't have meters. That's why they have refused to meter everybody. And so, unfortunately, Nigerians are now resisting them in some parts. If you have enough money, you deploy solar energy. And that's another way of resisting them. So if they bring light, in fact, in some neighborhood now, they will tell you, please come and remove your wire. Come and remove everything. I don't need it anymore. So that's the reason these people would always go into bankruptcy. Because the foundation for stability is not laid ab initio. And they are still struggling, tottering. Today, they are saying the federal government is doing the GENCOs over 3 trillion. And tomorrow, they will say it's 5 trillion. Now, where do they deploy this excess? If you know that your transmission capacity cannot take more than 5,000 megawatts, and you are producing 8,000 to 9,000 megawatts. So the 4 that you produce will just lie in waste, and then government must subsidize and pay for that waste, rather than concentrate on the major issue that Nigeria has as of today, which is the transmission component of electricity. distribution, but they are paying lip service. The minister was there. He left without any tangible thing. Now another one came smoking, promising everything. Up to now, we have not seen any appreciable improvement in electricity supply to the country.
All right then. Mr. Darlington.
Yes. For me, all these blame should go to President Tinubu. He opened his mouth and promised us light. He said it. He said if he did not give us light, that when he comes the second time, we should not vote for him. I wish Nigerians will take to that.
He said after 4 years.
Sorry?
He said after 4 years.
Is it not after 4 years?
Is it up to 4 years? Is it up to 4
he's
years?
coming. Is he not campaigning for the next round of 4 years? What I'm saying in essence that Moses, please for God's sake, tell me, what is that thing that is very hard that Nigeria cannot have light? Is it that there is no country you can copy in Africa or elsewhere how they got it right with their power sector? I mean, the world is a global village. What is that thing? Have anybody come and tell you that this is one thing that is holding us so that Nigerian we are struggling with 5,000 megawatts, a country of over 200 million. Meanwhile, South Africa here that is not up to 60 million has over 40,000. And you want to compete with them on what ground? Are you now wondering why they are number one economy in Africa today? And they are chasing everybody away so that you not come and spoil their economy for them. Can somebody have a Tinubu come out to tell us that, look, that promise I made, this is the reason why I could not fulfill it. Rather, what he chose was to go and put solar in Aso Rock, Abi. Then he spread the solar to every Nigerian. We will not bother. Nobody will complain. But you did it for your own self. Then you don't know what others are suffering. The people you swore to protect, you don't know what they are going through. You just tested it, and it was so bitter in your mouth. You now threw it away and said, let me find alternative. So what is the alternative for the rest of the Nigerians whom we are telling now to come and vote for you again so that the darkness will continue? What is that single thing that Nigerians cannot? Moses, when Baton Naji was this minister of power, the man was talking about this prepaid meter, this free for God's sake. I got the first free prepaid meter from Naji. They said, no, he cannot do that. No, he cannot be free like that. This and that. In fact, prepaid meter is not possible. 2 NEPA managers were sacked in one day because they were becoming a thorn in the flesh. They were becoming a stumbling block to what Naji wanted to do. He sacked them. And that was when they conspired against him. His company have interest in one country, this and that. This other one that are present here now, don't they have interest in most of the contract they collected from federal government? Who have sacked them? We threw away the baby and the bathwater. Now look at what that man is doing outside here. Look at that. Baton Naji, a well-grounded technocrat on that field. Look at what he did to Abia State. It was Baton Naji's company. We threw him away for selfish interest so that this thing will continue. Moses, so that this thing will continue. I don't know why government of Nigeria doesn't want Nigeria to progress. When they see somebody that want to correct all the years of infirmity, they will say, no, it cannot happen. It cannot happen. So what can happen is stealing money, Abi, embezzlement of funds. That is what can happen. Is there any reason why Nigeria cannot have light? Tell me. Is there any reason? Why is it that people are becoming a stumbling block, a cog in the wheel of progress for Nigerians? China, as big as they are, over 1 billion human beings. Somebody I know that lived there said that a 2-bedroom flat with 3 AC, the 2 rooms I have AC and the parlor, $35 a month. Please do the calculation. $35 a month. In Indonesia, the other person was $15 a month for the same 2-bedroom flat. Please, why is it that we are always lacking behind in everything you can think of, Moses? Well, can somebody tell me?
Well, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it with that question. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. This is all we have time for. but I'm just going to put out a few headlines just for your consumption. From the Vanguard, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger alliance slams Tinubu over insecurity remarks. Methodist Church to FG, Nigerians not feeling impact of increased allocations. Visa applications from Nigerians to South Africa double despite xenophobic attacks. That's coming from the envoy. Atiku, Mark, woo Osun voters as Aregbesola predicts victory for ADC. And why we planned coup against Tinubu, Colonel Maji says he acted out of patriotism, frustration with Nigeria. We can't react now. Case still in court. DHQ. All right, so these are some of the headlines that you would find in the dailies today if you flip the pages of the papers. Well, this is how far we go on newspaper review. A big thank you to Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. Well, he has a background in law and a public affairs analyst, basically a public affairs analyst. And also, Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. Gentlemen, thank you for your time and your thoughts. That's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I think the point is, no matter how they are on you, you should stand your ground. That's what it is. I'm liking to talk about one man, Justin Madugo. Welcome to the Sports Republic show right here on the TV show. It's VOP Lagos, Nigeria. It's time for us again to sports and Republic is the name of the place you are. And I am the voice of the mic, I like to say on radio now. Kizike is the name right here on the show. Now, I feel great. I don't know the word to use. I feel elevated. I feel I'm better off now than I was yesterday because I told you about the Super Falcons head coach, Justin Madugo. And if there's anything I love about the game, it's integrity. You need to own up, show up, do what you need to do, and let's understand it. Now, we also know that it's no longer news that the Falcons of Nigeria would now be making it to the World Cup only if they go through that route of the playoff. And if they come alive, then hopefully there's something to talk about, to share up. But then on the show today, I love to say the Football Federation of governing our body, the NFF, have done so much things that are wrong. I'm not a fan of the Nigerian Football Federation to make things looking right. But one man on the show today, Justin Madugo, Super Falcons head coach, has apologized. When you apologize, it means you are sorry for what you've done. It means you're owning it. You're taking ownership. You're responsible for what the team has done. Responsibility is key. And that's what they're saying. Disappointing outing from the Falcons in the quarterfinal game where we did lose to Cameroon. And then Madugo is saying the team will fight to secure a place at next year's FIFA Women's World Cup through the playoff. Nigeria hopes of securing an automatic ticket to the 2027 World Cup was dashed after Cameroon claimed a 1-0 victory over Nigeria in Casablanca with a goal from Yujudu free kick providing very decisive. Now, let's tell you, that defeat means the Super Falcons must now navigate. There's only a way out to navigate African playoff, just a route for one more opportunity. That's the remaining opportunity, a chance to qualify for the tournament in Brazil. But speaking after the game, this is the one I'm loving. Visibly disappointing Madugo apologized for failing to deliver the result to Nigeria. And also he said, first of all, I want to apologize to Nigerians for the inability to win today. That's at the time it happened. And he said, which would have qualified us for the World Cup. It's not our intention. The ladies did well. They did their best. They did all they could do. But that's the way the game was destined to go. He said, we apologize and I'll make responsibility for that. I'll take it. He said, we still have a spot. We still have a second chance. And we want to win. We want to do our best to come out of it. Madugo also denied the vision in the camp. Now, let me tell you, we did see the one that happened in the late game where Esther Okoronkwo had the opportunity of scoring a goal, and then Azira Doshola was just somewhere close. It was more like you could have just given her the ball because she was in the right position to score the goal. But it did not go that way. Esther Okoronkwo was optimistic. She felt she was going to score. She was in the right corner, and then she slugged that ball past the goalkeeper, and the ball went wide, not into the goalpost. And Azira Doshola, a big African player, was so nervous. She was so furious. She was very upset. She was angry. That's the word. But the question now is, we learned before that very game, the NSA, the National Sports Commission, promised these ladies, if you get these incentives, packages for yourself, for the team, generally. And then Madugo was asked questions saying, could it be the reason why Okoronkwo did not pass the ball to Oshola, who was in the right space to score the goal? And then he's saying rather, no. He said that influence did not play out in that part. She felt that she could have scored. So I'm liking the fact that the manager is standing his ground for the team. He said, to the best of my mind, the girls, there is no problem in camp. There are no camps issue right now. They all are in the same page. They've been working together tirelessly, cooperating together. It's just one of those things that happen in football. And then he said, I'm sure she felt she could score. And that's what happened. So Esther Okoronkwo thought like she was going to score the goal, but it did not go her way. And it went the way of, the side that we lost that game too. Talking about the Lions of Cameroon, the Mutable Lions. So let's tell you, Madugo also instead blamed Nigeria's failure to take the chances. So the good news about this is that the manager is coming out to explain to the people, the masses, knowing fully well that the national team is not just an individual one. It's owned by the people. You and I own the national team. They play for us. They serve us. It's a job. It's a clarion call. That's what it is. And then you can now begin to say, our ladies are very sorry. Maybe we just have to take it from Madugo. If he's saying he's sorry, then we don't have a choice to take it from that very man. He's rude in what he's done. He's a man who has been in the Ballon d'Or shots for a while, and that was his best position last time. He was the man of the tournament by coaching-wise, and now he's also saying in all of the games they played, they never created the kind of chances they created today. But it's just that the conversation was not right, and we were not precise and clinical with our finishing, and that accounted for why we couldn't score the goals from the chances that were created. It's just one of those things that happen in football. So that's the manager. Now, Super Falcons also, they've refused to give up. World Cup dream is still very high, with Nigeria's direct qualification opportunity gone. What do we do? Maligo acknowledge opportunity, the disappointment surrounding the results, and he has promised that Nigeria will have to find a way to get it to the second chance. Now, let's talk about one lady, Chiamaka Nnadozie. I think I'm going to talk about Nnadozie, and I'm going to talk about the Nigerian Football Federation. Now, if there's anything we do in Nigeria, it's our thing. We criticize a lot. We like to talk. We do it a lot. It's just what it is. It's a game. We've seen players in the shot of the Super Eagles in Nigeria who have gone on to delete their social media account or gain a post off. Now, sometimes the only way out for these people to say how they feel, they cannot hurt you. They can't say words to you because they know the game is big. All they do is go on Instagram or possible social media, get themselves off, or possibly block some certain people. Now, why am I saying this? Iwobi has been cyberbullied before. We've talked about Iwobi. What's the name again? The goalkeeper, Maduko Koya, has been cyberbullied as well. They are talking about you. That's why we respect Cristiano Ronaldo, because Ronaldo should be learned, should be studied in the tertiary, in universities, because Ronaldo has got a high mentality. Now, Ronaldo is, if not the biggest player, influential-wise in football, but he's been talked about every time. Now, Chiamaka Nnadozie faced a whole lot of scrutiny, disappointing talks, critics out there. Everyone is saying a word to the lady. She mounts the post for Brighton, so you need to know she's a good goalkeeper. She's been decent. CAF best goalkeeper for 3 times. In other words, you know that she's good in what she does, so she's a good goalkeeper. But this tournament was not friendly to the lady. It was the worst tournament we've ever seen Chiamaka Nnadozie manning the post. It's okay for the manager to say, we have to find a way around it. Get into other goalkeeper. We have a goalkeeper from, I think, a Portsmouth goalkeeper in that same team. In the Nigerian Premier Football League, in the Nigerian Women Football League, we also have a goalkeeper as well, who is the #1. So we want to see those competition, and that's where opportunity comes. The manager have to go back, look elsewhere, and maybe give some opportunity to some ladies. But the truth is, Chiamaka Nnadozie is still our #1. She had a very disappointing outing. It doesn't mean she's not good enough. It's football. It happens. It's just an inevitable thing. It's not a right time for Chiamaka Nnadozie. That's what it is. Now, this goalkeeper wasn't brilliant against Cameroon. The first game against Malawi, we could see she lost her footing. It's more like a worst tournament for her. It's not of the best tournament for this lady. Now, you can't take away what she's done to the team. She's done a lot with this team. She's giving her all to this team. She's paid the price. She's owned it. She's showed it. So what more can we say about the lady? But the truth is, we need to understand how football works. She's not happy. A lot of critics out there. She's blocking some media personalities who are saying wrong about her. I don't buy into that very face. But I'm looking at the part where Chiamaka Nnadozie needs to understand that this is the game. And also for every pundit out there who loves the game as well, you also need to understand that it doesn't work like that. It's football. Anything can happen. We've seen big players come in tournament and never show up. It doesn't take away what you are. It doesn't take away what you can bring on a very good day. It only makes it feel like it's football. And you know how it works. It's just football. But then, while we talk about Chiamaka Nnadozie, let's let you know that I started the show by saying I'm feeling very great. I love the fact that the manager has come to apologize to Nigerians, letting us know he's very sorry, taking responsibility. If you did follow the show yesterday, I remember I said, when you lose out, when you're giving a job, when you're not doing so right, it's even okay for you to resign, because you know why? You'll still get the respect you need. It's integrity. It doesn't take away anything. Now, we see that in America more of the time. But in Nigeria, the body that governs the game, the NFF people, oh my goodness, it's that bad to talk about, because you cannot tell me you miss out of the World Cup twice in a row and you're still on the job. You still earn from it. We barely hear these people apologize to us. They really think they own the job, not even knowing that they are not even doing it so right. Now, the miss out of the World Cup in 2022, we miss out on the World Cup 2026. We don't even know the fate for 2030. In other words, everything is going down the drastic order. Nigerian football is going down the pecking order. Our sports is in shambles. It doesn't feel like it's all good. Now, this begins with one people, Nigerian Football Federation. Who's your president? His Excellency Ibrahim Musa Gusau. I think for me, he shouldn't be re-elected to that seat. He should not be our president anymore. If he can apologize and resign, I'll be cool with that. That's my opinion. We all have our own opinion. Somebody will also want to say, no, he should continue on the job. But they failed us. As of 2021, I remember it was the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that came to power. When I mean came to power, he came to solve the problem. And we have the NSC, we have the NFF. We have a coach. He took us to the World Cup. He took us to the Nations Cup, better word, apologies. And then Eric Chell was old in that tournament. And these people go out partying, dressing so well, looking fly, making money with the players. They own all the time. It doesn't speak good of the game. It kills the game. It deteriorates the game. It makes the game look like it's not a good place to be. You can't be serving your fatherland and not having the incentive that you deserve. One more can be talked about this once. Players who also have represented the nation, Nigeria, promised land somewhere out there, not even giving those things. How bad does it work? We'll bring to you my friend, Coach Mobak. He said a word. I'm going to bring that to you. He used to be a friend back in the time when I was working somewhere in the eastern part of Nigeria. And then Coach told me, I'm going to be big this way. He's a big coach now. When I mean coach, you could say comedy coach, anyone works. But you know what? He's one of those people on the outside advocating for the truth. He's one of those personalities on the outside saying we want the NFF to be dissolved. We want a good football. You know what he said? The election is coming up next month. Next month. This is August. Next month is September. We might just see him re-elected. Maybe, just maybe. Now, we want Nigeria to be standout. Which way can Nigeria be standout? I'll tell you. In America, something happened. Donald Trump, the president, you know the story. UEFA, Alexander Safin, the president, CONMEBOL, CONCACAF. CAF is yet to say a word. They are not happy with the way Gianni Infantino, the Swiss Italian, is running the affairs of the World Cup. That's the biggest tournament. FIFA is the body that governs the game. So all of these footballing nation things or footballing talks are under FIFA. Now, in other words, it means you need to respect your comparative. You need to respect your team. You need to respect the people that work with you. And that's what Gianni Infantino has failed to do. And that's why he's losing the backing of the people. And that's why I'm saying Nigerian football can be corrected again. How do we do it? Watch this video so you can see. It's so wrong. We need to let him go. I think it's time. Just watch this video. Coach said something a lot about the NFF. They are not my friend. I don't like them. Just watch this.
Don't resign with the rubbish. On no World Cup for under 20. You don't our missing out from World Cup now. Don't they turn normal thing? See as they catch us yesterday. See as they catch our under 20. They beat them like say get waiting with thief. Our women now don't miss out from the automatic ticket. Now we go na Israelite waka. We go use leg now na Israelite waka. We go play continental, play intercontinental, play this one, play before we go even know whether we go qualify. These things na tournament where normally we dey qualify before. Like now you don't turn to the miss out for World Cup tournaments na normal now. I tell you I say the damage where this NFF don't do to Nigerian football. Before I've been talking say 15 to 20, it go take 15 to 20 years to begin salvage anything. Now they tell you now where we dey now, the level where we dey now in 25 to 30 years we never begin salvage anything. And see na next month to be the election, NFF election. See, and they don't wear coat, stand, they tell on continuity. So from where on a day now, if continuity from where we dey now, you know where the bus stop they go. See our Super Falcons, we normally now then they help us cover our nakedness since all these years. Yes, now in the last 10 years, I bet many years. Any of our national team don't win any major trophies. No, now them just they help us they cover our nakedness since. No be even say we dey even respect. Make our other national teams self make we dey even qualify. We never even dey qualify now to talk of to win trophy. And say these girls they cover all this our nakedness since. We know they even respect them, value them. Nah, poto ga money way fi now. They say the full nakedness now go show, the world go see. No worry. And this Cameroon will beat our girls. Now, our wife will they marry normal before we go catch them 4-0, 3-0. See, a lot of people never understand where we dey. We never understand how deep in shit where we dey. No worry. No only time go reveal all. No worry.
It's really worth talking about. It's really indeed worth talking about. I could watch this video. Coach said so. Not me. Everyone is feeling the heat. The guest we had yesterday on the show said a lot about this kind of a thing. The truth is, we need people to talk more about this. I think that's when he spoke. I don't know what he spoke there. I don't know the language. I think that's Igbo. I don't know what he said there, but I think Coach also knows how far this team wants to go. These ladies are ours. These ladies are exceptional. These ladies are phenomenal, quality ladies. These ladies have shown us class, 10-time champions. They were going to 11. The only way I could compensate myself was when I say, maybe if you just had gone in, you would have been 11 times. So let's even leave it. It's fair enough. So the face of the game doesn't look like it's just one-sided. Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. But you know what? These ladies are the smiling people we talk about. They have covered our shame. The last time, I talk about this all the time, the last time we did win a Nations Cup for the male category was back in 2013. Blessing memory, he's late today. You know the story. Stephen Keshi, who won it as a coach and as a player. I understand the plight of this man talking. He's very furious. He's not happy. And so I am. We are not happy that our football federation, they are not doing it so well. Continuity, the election comes next month. Are we going to see them continue on the job, or will they have to resign? Or will they win the election? Will it be free and fair? Time tells. It's not me to say His Excellency, Ibrahim Musukuzo leave office, but I think they know what's best for them. They know what is good for the nation. If we want our football to continue to get to the next phase, then it lies in their hands. Just imagine the Cameroonian side for the second time. The first time they did win us was back in 2012, and up until then, they've never won Nigeria. Who is this woman to compare to the quality we have in our team? Talk about Oshola. Talk about Kano. I see that Oshola in the quality team. Tony Payne in that team. No Ashley Plumter, Alozie, Ohale, Deminahin. You can call the names of these players. Ochebi, Tony Payne. We have the structure. We have the team. But they need help. And let me even say it. These ladies are never being talked about some of the time. The hype that they deserve for themselves, they don't deserve. They don't give it to them. So it's a lot to be talked about from the Federation. But let's run away from that and tell you more. Now let's tell you this story away from the news from Madugo and also the Falcons feeling so bad that it's not going our way at this point in time. But regardless, cost of the match, we have to let you know, tell you everything has to do with the Nigerian football sport and how bad it's been. But you know what we do now? Let's talk about Nathan. One man on the show. Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa will be coming up. Somalian referee Omar Atan to officiate the Super Cup final. And this man, you remember his story. He was the man that got off. Somalian referee Omar Atan was banned from entering the US before the 2026 World Cup. And then he's set to officiate the UEFA Super Cup, between Aston Villa and then, Paris Saint-Germain. So it's feeling great to say on the show that Atan Omar, he's now part of this one. Let me be factual with you. Let me say it to you. I think Omar Atan was compensated. That's the word I can say. Maybe he was not supposed to be the referee on this job, but everybody saw what happened. Everybody could see around. You could look around and see. Everybody saw what happened in that very face. You know why? Omar Atan is a referee we respect so well in the African charts. But the truth is, this man knows the job, but he was banned from entering the US before the 26th World Cup. Set to officiate a game, it was his worst time as a referee. But then the only way they feel they could just do it to boycott the move, they say, okay, go and officiate the game against Paris Saint-Germain, Aston Villa. So we are happy that the Somalian referee is part of this one. But anytime I talk about some nations, because being Nigeria, I love to say it's not really looking well. I don't remember the last time. Maybe Daddy have to tell me after the show I could call, and you tell me. I don't know. I can't remember the last time a Nigerian referee was seen on the African charts. The Nations Cup back in Ivory Coast 2023, we were not part of it. The recent one I just concluded, AFCON in Morocco, we were also not part of it. Somalian referee. That's not a footballing nation. I don't want to talk about what I know about Somalia. You know the story more than I do, hopefully. But a referee from Somalia being rated as one of the best referees in the world, and we don't still have a Nigerian. See, all of this starts with the FA. It starts with the FA. I think we need to dissolve a lot of things. And at some point, the man I had yesterday on the show, I think he was sitting here, Christopher Inswa, he said to me, the president needs to come in. And I'm like, they can't come in. They already gave these people the job. They pay them for this. The NSC, National Sports Commission, NFF, Nigeria Football Federation, is different from other political affairs. So they believe for you to be on the job means you know the job so well. But now, it's not even good talking about. But let's jump to Ferrari news. Let's talk about Formula One on the show today. I'll let you know that Ferrari boss Fred Vasseur has pinpointed areas that needs to be improved to keep Lewis Hamilton in Formula One title race. Ferrari remain in contention for the construction title. Lewis Hamilton is second, Mercedes Kim Antonelli in the driver's standing. Moving on, Ferrari boss Frederic Vasseur has revealed the areas in which he believes the Italian team needs to improve during the second half of the 2026 Formula One season, as Lewis Hamilton is set to stay and fight for a battle. The highly contested Formula 111 race for Hamilton have left him with hope of claiming a record 8th driver's title and a 650 points behind Mercedes Kimi Antonelli at the top of the standing. Now, but the gap is far insurmountable. Antonelli Mercedes has generally appeared to have performance edge to Hamilton's Ferrari, meaning, right, the Italian key squad is needing to further find its gain for the 41-year-old. Let's tell you also that Ferrari also remain in the hunt for constructor title, with Mercedes only 72 points clear despite the early season dominance. And according to Vasseur, he said the first half of the season was in stages until Spain. Mercedes was flying. The Frenchman also was speaking after the final round before summer break in Hungary, during which Ferrari and Hamilton made a series of errors and saw him finish fifth, where the cars were at least fast enough to be in the podium places. So, Lewis Hamilton, I love him. I think the word is generationness. This is a man you can reckon with. This is a man you can talk about oftentimes. This is a man you know he wants to be an 8-time champion. Lewis Hamilton loves the game so well. He's passionate about the game. If you call him Sir Lewis Hamilton, you will not be wrong, because indeed he is a star. British international, wanting to get himself on the chance of the job and wanting to make sure he does it so right. Well, we can believe that maybe, just maybe, Lewis Hamilton will come out alive again. But let's go off that when I tell you what's really happening again in McLaren. There's a news right now from McLaren because the defending champion paid the price for winning in 2025 and have struggled with reliability to rear grip early in 2026. Now, though upgrades helped Lando Norris return to the team and then in the victory lane, we can tell you that you would know that the way it stands now, McLaren entered the 26th defending champion and also with the championship, but they've been stuttering, stained by the lack of grip and persistent reliability issues prior to an uplift and buoyed confidence courtesy of Lando Norris. That's how it's been, and we have to wait to know. Emphatic victory at the pre-summer race in Hungary, and it's just so. Now, the MCL40 has been predominantly the third best package across the opening half of the campaign, with half of the campaign, McLaren also hampered by its status as a customer team, leaving it step at a time. So we hope everything comes alive in real time, and just maybe we can give them the best. Mercedes, Formula 1 driving car, Ferrari, Formula 1 driving car, all of these cars are great. But you know what they've done. The Red Bull, also Max Verstappen on the show, we have to wait to know what comes next. Up until then, we jump to another story and let you know what's happening in the golf world. There's a golf story about Justin Rose, still battling finals time ahead of FedEx Cup. Now, during the final round of the 2025 FedEx St. Jude Championship TPC, Southwind, the 2005 yacht Patry 14th row yielded just 2 birdies all afternoon and all 23 all week. That's exactly where Justin Rose, the oldest player in the field, stood facing a 3-shot deficit, chasing Tommy Fleetwood. Nobody figured a comeback would start at the hole that had chilled up the field all day. A Patry that produced 55 birdies against 2 birdies on Sunday. Rose knows how to win under pressure. He is a major champion, having won it back in 2013 US Open at the Marion Golf Club, and also an Olympic gold medal at the Rio 2016 Summer Olympic, and also 11 PGA Tour titles heading into this week. But to make the comeback, that's more unlikely. The 45-year-old Rose has been winless for nearly 2.5 years. His last victory came back in 2023 at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, although he remained competitive during the stretch, which featured a runner-up finish at the 2024 The Open Championship and 5 top 10 finishes in 2025. On the 14th, the stock is just what it is. So Justin Rose on this very one. Now, from Justin Rose, we talk about more golfing story. Leaf golf. Let me say it, growing up for me, I used to know about the golf world. And when you talk about the leaf golf, these people came to power. They showed everybody that money can do anything at some point. But you know, leaf golf winner admits he joined the league for money and now wants the PGA Tour return after leaving. Leaf golf has been the forefront of golf news over the past few months, mostly for all the wrong reasons. Since Saudi, you could call it Saudi Arabia PIF, announced that they would no longer be funding leaf golf from the end of the 2026 season, speculations have been rife that many of these top players could return to the PGA Tour. One man, Bruce Koepka, Patrick Reed, actually jumped ship months before the announcement. Meanwhile, others left golf, the LIV Golf, even earlier than in search of a more competitive action and, of course, with ranking options. One player in particular left LIV Golf 2 years ago and has been on a real upward trajectory, you can say. Ever since then, a return to the PGA Tour is now in the cards for him. Now, the truth is, money can rule the game. It's okay. It's inevitable to shake you with money. I know how it works. But when you look at the golf world, that's a body that's come to stay. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to take side. No, I'm not trying to be sentimental. But I'm looking at the LIV Golf. I'm looking at the PGA Tour. Shout out to big names like Tiger Woods, 15-time champion. He never made a move away from where he needs to be. Money changed the game. Money came to power. Money destroyed what golf have built over time. Generation Next, what will the case talk about? We've lived this game. We've still lived golf. Saudi back cycle, they came from nowhere. They changed the game. A lot of players from the PGA Tour were moving to the LIV Golf. But now it's a different version. Since the Saudi Arabia, the PIF are saying, we will not be funding this anymore. Most of those players, Americans and courts, I think some of them are Canadians as well, Germans as well, they're now saying we want to go back to the PGA Tour. So if I wasn't the PGA Tour, it would be a no-no for me because now it looks like the PGA Tour will be accommodating more of their players who they had in the past, and that doesn't say good for the game. Now, from there, let's talk about tennis story right now. Let you know that number one, Iga Swiatek overwhelmed Schneider to book a turn to semifinal spot, and then this season she was accustomed to doing it so well, but there have been signs lately that she's finding her best tennis again. Monday night in Toronto offered another one for Iga Swiatek. The number 7 seed overwhelmed number 15 seed Diana Schneider, who was coming off a win over Jessica Pegula in their Toronto quarterfinal, dropping just 3 games and a 6-2, 6-1 route that lasted 64 minutes. With the win, Iga Swiatek now improved 2-love against Schneider at the WTA Tour, driven by Mercedes-Benz, and also her 23rd WTA 1000 semifinal. Since the formal introduction in 2009 better word, only Serena Williams, 53.1%, have reached the higher rate of semifinalists than Iga Swiatek did. You have on your screen win rate in the WTA top 20. Now, number one, you can see, going from the pecking order, you can see 67.8. Iga Swiatek has got a name for herself, and also Martin Hingis, also in that very one. And another name again we have is Monica Seles in the knees, and Serena Williams, Steffi Graf. These are players, minimum 10 matches, and this is Opta bringing up this one since 1990. It's just great to talk about this very phase. Now we move away from that and let you know again, only 3 players have reached more than WTA 1000 semifinal. Iga Swiatek, Simon Halep, 29, Serena Williams, 26, Victoria Azarenka, 24. She teed with, I think, that Ranswaka at 23. But Swiatek's path to his latest semifinal hasn't been without drama. Now, you can see how her round of 16 against Marta Stjokok went. So the second set saw more of the same. Schneider produced flashes, but Swiatek broke for 2-1 and never looked back. She won the final 6 game and also crossed the finish line in few minutes past the 1-hour mark. So, great lady to talk about Iga Swiatek in the tennis world. But from there, let's go off again and tell you just the news about the tennis show. The professional tennis players, the association said on Monday that a string of withdrawals from the Canadian Open underscore concerns the professional tennis league calendar had expanded top-level events and increasing injury risk. Now, we tell you the players' advocacy group said it was saddened, but no surprise by the absentees of the tournament, arguing that reduced recovery time between tournaments was contributing to injuries, connecting and concerning the season and also becoming more serious. Now, we'll also let you know the Canadian Open men's event in Montreal was hit by the withdrawals of world number 1, Yannick Sinner, 24-time Grand Champion, Novak Djokovic, while Carlos Alcaraz also was sidelined with a wrist injury. Hometown favorite for this Olga Aliassime also pulled out due to a back injury before his opening match. On the world side again, women's side to say, defending champion Victoria Mboko, Wimbledon finalist Karolina Muchova, Emma Raducanu, and Jasmine Paolini were also missing the tournament injuries. The first quarterfinal matches of the tournament began later on Monday. Tournament organizers said last month that recurring late withdrawals from Masters 1000 events has become a wider issue for the sport. So it doesn't say good for the tennis story. A lot of big names in that very phase not involved, and they are struggling. So they have to find a way out to make sure it goes on well. And I think that's a job for the PT, PA, and that's the injury data news. We go on a quick break. When we return, just tell us some footballing news, some transfer news. Martins of the Mendes on the story. Top points, Rodri also, and Ayub Brady, all wrapped up on this show. Don't get anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Well, welcome back from that quick break. I must say to you, if your club said I'm not signed a player of a choice, and I'm so sorry, you need to be doing it wrong. The latest transfer news right now coming out, everybody can see, is Arsenal trying to seek asking price for Martins Zubimendi, the Spanish midfielder, and interest are coming from Real Madrid and Chelsea. Arsenal signed Zubimendi back for around £60 million last summer, and also £18 million to mark up on that original outlay. But the way it stands now, Martins Zubimendi might be leaving because the Arsenal defense, the midfield is quite complicated at this point in time. A lot of players in the midfield, the likes of Declan Rice, Martin Odegaard, a bit easy in the team as well. Having Bruno Guimaraes, Miles Kelly. I think his game time will be reduced. The only Arsenal player that played every game, it doesn't matter if he started or not, that's Zubimendi. A World Cup winner with the Spanish national side. He's going to be a perfect replacement for any player in the team. That second man who plays second fiddle to Rodrigo in the Luis de la Fuente Spanish side. But just maybe, Martins Zubimendi might be finding a way to Chelsea. And if he goes to Chelsea, I don't know how it works. Maybe Alonso will find a way to put him in to that very team. I don't even know how it works for Alonso. And also another team, Kane on Zubimendi. That team is Real Madrid. They lost to Rodrigo, who is a plug and play. Because right now, the El Clasico will be quite interesting. We'll be seeing Rodrigo, we'll be seeing Dani Olmo, we'll be Zubimendi, Frankie de Jong, all in one team. Jam-packed Barcelona side. Zubimendi will be perfect to join Real Madrid. But don't forget, Tchouaméni is still in that team. And from Zubimendi's story, tell us what's going on in Barcelona. They are pushing to finalize a move for Rodrigo in the coming hours or possibly days. Positive talks took place yesterday and also package worth around 65 million euros. Talks are advancing. Rodrigo would need to leave for Barcelona. He said no to Real Madrid. He now wants to play for Barcelona. And I just think Barcelona, Van Laporta will do everything possible to make sure they get this man. It's more like fitting in the Spanish team in the Barcelona shirt because right now, Rodrigo, Pedri Gonzalez in one team, Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, Ferran Torres, all in one team will be demoralizing for other sides. So, good transfer talk for Barcelona Football Club, Barcelona in that very phase. And wrapping up on the show again, while the Rodri talk is possible to happen, Rodri's connection is also affecting another deal. Because right now, Man City are finalizing a deal for Ayub Brady, the Moroccan international who plays for Lille. Man City and Lille are finalizing the detail of the deal for Ayub Brady and also considering the transfer to be close to the completion. Lille are expected to receive around 100 million euros they were asking for. So that's how it is. Ayub Brady will be leaving, hopefully for Lille, and then sent on loan while he joined Enzo Maresca's side. He's a perfect player, possible replacement for Rodri. Don't also forget that City have a player in hand right now, Elliot Anderson in that same team. Big money by British transfer breaking record. He's in the team. In other words, Maresca's got a job to do. No Bernardo Silva. Rodri will be leaving soon. So Ayub Brady is a future player for the team. And time tells how City would work with that very man. Hopefully, everything goes their way. It's a structural team. I think the legacy is out there. Pep Guardiola has laid it for City. If you're going to lose a Rodri, lose him very well because he's really giving the team everything. He's literally won everything a player needs to win for a club. Decorated player. He's won the World Cup. He won the Ballon d'Or on the City shirt. He won, the Champions League on the City shirt. He worked with a couple of players in that same team. He's a serial winner. And making a move to Barcelona, he will bring a wealth of depth, wealth of experience to the team. And for this young man you have on your screen, Ayub Brady, Moroccan international, he said no to the French national side. And he said, yes, I'll play for the Moroccan side. His quality, and I wish him all of the best. Now, lastly on the show, before we call it a day, let's tell you coaching role. Pep Guardiola is saying maybe a rejection from me, but I think he needs to rest. He's done so well. He needs to rest. I think Pep Guardiola understands how this works. He needs to rest. He's off the job. 10 years in the Premier League and in England to say he won 7 Premier League. Serial winner. I don't ever think any manager will come close to Pep in the world of football, talking about the Premier League. But quickly, let's read out this one to you. Paolo Maldini. And this message is very clear, saying we visited Pep in Barcelona. We talked for an entire day. He came very close to accepting, Money was never an issue. Pep openly told us, give me €1 less than what the last manager received. And that's fine with me. The reason for the refusal was exhaustion. He needs to rest. Indeed, Pep Guardiola really needs to rest. Who is not thinking Pep should be resting? I just think Pep needs to rest. Yeah, he's the best manager for me. Everyone has got their own opinion, but for me on the show today, Kizzy K, I think Pep Guardiola is the best manager ever football has produced. I don't really think any manager comes close to Pep Guardiola. But it's been fun with you on the show today. We need to call it a close. We have the media news coming up next for 12. And also do well to join the guys by the evening, 5 p.m. a very bigger time. Jerry Apello, Ikechukwu will be here to talk you through the sporting world. That will be football's time exactly. You have all the analysis and all of the questioning and answering thing from those analysts and also presenting the show on this station. VOP, I could say it nah. It's time for me to call it today. The Sports Public Show comes your way again tomorrow. That will be Wednesday, and I remain your host. My name is Kizzy K. Don't forget, I rep the number 10 jersey. Tomorrow, I'll see you.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv.
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Presidency says Tinubu deserves re-election in 2027 over reforms. Kaduna activist condemns clerics' comment on Christians. PDP unveils Kogi Central 2027 campaign team. And SIEC insists Anambra local government election holds August 29. Sensitive materials arrive in Oshogbo as INEC finalizes preparations for Osun poll. Osun Labour defends 20,000 workers palliative amid poll tension. In the world of business, Wharfdale Pro hosts audio seminar in Lagos. In the world of sports, Trump backs under pressure Infantino. And in the world of entertainment, Judy Austin drags Rita Edochie to court, demands 1 billion naira. Now, the news in details. The presidency has said President Bola Tinubu deserves re-election in 2027, citing his administration's economic reforms and nationwide infrastructure projects. Speaking during an inspection tour in Nasarawa State, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Special Duties, Tunde Rahman, dismissed opposition claims that the President has achieved nothing in office. Rahman said anybody that has done well deserves to come back again. He dismissed the opposition's criticism of the administration's record as denial in the face of evidence. The project's response and inspection was part of the renewed Hope Ambassadors National Media Tour. It was led by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. Elsewhere, the General Overseer of El Buba Outreach Ministries, Prophet Isa El Buba, has criticized Islamic cleric Sheikh Raya Ginger over reported comments referring to Christians as infidels and supporting a Muslim ticket. In a video circulating on social media, Ginger was reported to have said Nigerians opposed to a Muslim ticket should leave the country and that Nigeria belongs to Muslims. Reacting in a video shared on his X account, El Buba said he spoke with a heavy heart. He stated that religious leaders should be promoting peaceful coexistence, especially amid insecurity, poverty, and displacement in northern Nigeria. El Buba condemned the use of the word infidel against Christians and questioned what would happen if Christian leaders used similar languages against Muslims. He urged northern leaders to focus on addressing the region's socio-economic and security challenges instead of making statements that could inflame religious tensions. Similarly, a Kaduna-based social activist and whistleblower, Mahdi Shehu, has criticized Islamic cleric Sheikh Sani Jinger over his recent description of Christians as infidels. In a post on X on Tuesday, Shehu described the comment as unguarded, inciting, and reckless. He argued that referring to Christians as infidels is inconsistent with Quran, which describes Christians as al-Kitab, meaning people of the book. Shehu warned that such remarks could undermine efforts to promote peaceful coexistence between Christians and Muslims, especially in northern Nigeria, where he said peace remains fragile. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Kogi's Central Senatorial District has inaugurated its 2027 campaign organization. Salami Etudaye was appointed Director General, while Abubakar Karako will serve as campaign chairman. The inauguration was held on Monday during a stakeholders meeting led by Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduagan. Other members include Jacob Anebe as secretary, Ilyasu Zuber as head of operations, Isiaka Ohunaye as head of technicals, and Jane Onoba as head of welfare. Senator Akpoti Uduagan charged the team to focus on aggressive grassroots mobilization to ensure victory for all PDP candidates in the senatorial district. Elsewhere, the Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission (ANSEC) says it is going ahead with the state's local government elections scheduled for August 29th, despite a court challenge. ANSEC Chairman Genevieve Osakwe told reporters in Awka on Monday that preparations for the poll are on course. The commission is being sued by 56 serving councillors who are challenging a state law limiting the tenure of elected council officials to 2 years. The councillors argue that Section 110A of the Anambra State Electoral Amendment Law 2024 conflicts with Section 7 subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees a democratically elected local government system. They say their 4-year tenure has not expired, but Osakwe said the filing of the suit has not stopped the electoral process and ANSEC will proceed with the election as planned. Sensitive election materials have arrived in Osogbo ahead of Saturday's Osun State governorship election. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) said it will draw ad hoc personnel from a pool of more than 30,000 members of the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC). The Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman Adedayo Okitola disclosed this in a statement. Meanwhile, security has been stepped up across the state. No fewer than 25,310 personnel from the Nigerian Police Force, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have been deployed for the August 15th poll. Meanwhile, organized labor in Osun State has defended the 20,000 naira paid to workers, saying it is a palliative to cushion economic hardship and not vote buying. The Nigeria Labour Congress chairman in the state, Christopher Arapasopo, said the payments followed Labour's request to Governor Ademola Adeleke. He explained that the governor agreed to pay 10,000 naira each for June and July. Arapasopo dismissed claims by the All Progressives Congress that the money was meant to influence Saturday's governorship election. He also appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to call political actors to order and urge security agencies to remain neutral during the poll. In another development, the 18 local government councils in Ondo State have commenced a welfare program for elderly residents. The Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Amidu Takuro, disclosed this in Akure on Monday. Takuro said about 5,400 residents aged 70 years and above will all receive a monthly stipend of 20,000 naira. He explained that each of the 18 local government areas identified at least 300 beneficiaries. The commissioner added that the initiative is aimed at improving the welfare of vulnerable residents and that the councils may expand the number of beneficiaries as the program progresses. Moving on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested one Nuhu Dahiru for allegedly impersonating an officer of the commission and defrauding members of the public of 3 million naira. According to the anti-graft agency, Dahiru was arrested on Monday by operatives of the EFCC Meduguri Zonal Directorate in Tashan, Bama, along Bama Road in Borno State. The EFCC said the suspect has been parading himself as an EFCC officer to deceive unsuspecting members of the public. The commission added that the full sum of 3 million naira was recovered from him at the point of this arrest. Passengers were left stranded at airports in Lagos and Abuja on Tuesday as members of the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC), the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria (ATSAN), and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) disrupted flight operations. The unions are protesting over workers' unionization and the failure of domestic airlines to remit statutory charges to the aviation regulator. The industrial action grounded several flight schedules. United Nigeria Airlines and Air Peace announced temporary suspensions, citing barricaded terminals at the Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. Reacting, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA) appealed to the unions to exercise restraints pending the return of the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo. In a statement by the Director General of Civil Aviation, Captain Chris Najomo, the NCAA said the issues could have been addressed at a meeting last week, but airline operators failed to attend. The NCAA assured the public that flight safety remains uncompromised and expressed optimism that dialogue will restore normal operations soon. Well, joining us to make sense of the picketing of airlines as the Lagos and Abuja airports is Ifoma Okeke Koriocha. She is aviation editor with Business Day Media. You are welcome to the Midday News. Can we establish communication with you? All right, I guess she's not in yet. Well, joining us in the studio to make sense of the Midday News stories is Darlington Agomo. He is a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Thank you, Praise. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And virtually, we have Somi Uranta, who is also a public affairs and political affairs analyst. Can we establish communication with you?
Yes. Greetings to you.
Greetings.
This beautiful afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining the Midday News today. All right, we'll start off with the studio. Now we want to start off with the story about the presidency, saying Tinubu deserves re-election in 2027. Barrister, do you think so?
Mr. Darlington is saying that he does not. And that is a fact.
All right. Why do you think the Tinubu does not deserve a re-election?
He has failed. All the things he promised in his first inauguration, he has not fulfilled any of them. I mean, any of them. So on what ground are we going to re-elect him? That is the truth. So he's a spokesperson. I don't blame them. They are doing their job. They want to earn their pay. So anything coming from them cannot be lesser than what they just said. If they don't praise Tinubu, who will they praise? But let them tell us that thing, that is that thing that he has done. That thing, that particular thing he has done, that will benefit the generality of Nigeria, not what will benefit a few of his cronies. Like Atiku is challenging him to tell us why a particular foreigner named Shagori have been collected the contract worth over $20 billion. A foreigner. And that those contracts he awarded to him, he should tell us the cost, the bidding and all that. If we are getting value for those contracts, if those contracts are worth it, one particular man who is a foreigner collected such a contract under 3 years of Tinubu. So these are the issues. So when these things are talking, they should tell us, name those things he has done, and let us now interrogate and investigate it. Don't tell me that you have built all the roads in Nigeria. The question is, at what cost?
So are you saying that the claims of the presidency saying that he has dealt with infrastructure and reform projects to a very large extent does not even count?
It does not exist. These are audio infrastructure. Name them. What is his name? This guy from South. Donald Duke, Abi? Is it Donald Duke or yes? He's telling you that the so-called Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road can never be completed because it has not left Lagos up till now. The so-called coastal road that they are using to blackmail all of us. That thing has not crossed, what's it called now? Lagos Lagoon. It's still there, and yet they are using it to promote themselves. And so I can't buy any of this because nothing is visible here. Nothing. What I wanted them to tell me, praise, listen and listen good. Before Bayo Ononuga and the rest of them can talk on behalf of Tinubu, what I want to hear from them, that when they took over in 2015 as a political party, the economy was number 1 in Africa. Then they have been able to maintain that, but added more GDP. Maybe they made it at $500 and something billion. Today now, the Nigerian economy is the 700 and something billion and the biggest in Africa. When you compare it with where South Africa and other countries are, that means they would have given these countries a gap by over 200 billion. So Nigeria is number 1, number 2, number 3 economy in Africa before you can talk of the rest. That is what I want to hear. And then when they came in, a bag of rice was 8,000 naira. Today they have made it 5,000 naira. And everybody can now, relate with all this. Then when they came in, electricity was 5,000 megawatts. Now they have taken it to 20,000 megawatts. These are facts that people can say, okay, they have tried, they have done well. You don't need to argue that one. You will not argue it. Then when they came in, the prices of goods and services was at this position. Now look at where it is. I mean, these are things that somebody can say, yes, I have achieved something. Not when you construct one road somewhere, you'll be using to blackmail. Were you elected to construct road?
All right.
You are elected to protect life and property. Are you protecting them? Praise, is Nigeria safe under Tinubu?
Well, I guess that's a rhetorical question. Right now, we have to move to our aviation expert who is on board. She's Ifoma Okeke Koriocha, and she's going to be making sense of the picketing of airlines at the Lagos and Abuja airports. And she's also an aviation editor with Business Day Media. Can I establish communication with you?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining. Well, would love to know the progress reports on this particular story. What specifically led the NLC and ATSAN and TUC to picket domestic airlines today?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity once again. My name, like you rightly mentioned, is Ifoma Okeke. Okay, so let me just go straight to the point. We have a picketing of the airline today, actually one airline, which is Air Peace. That's against what they had told us that they were going to picket all major airlines today. That because of these airlines were owing, according to the unions, they are owing ticket sales charge, cargo sales charge, and charter sales for operations, right? They're owing, it's a 5% they're supposed to remit. For every flight you take, NCA has 5% from the tickets, For example, if you have a ticket of 100,000, 5% of whatever is going to the airlines is for the NCA. So these airlines have not remitted for some period of time now. They've not been able to remit the 5% ticket sales charge. And the unions had come out to say that because of that, the operation in NCA, which is the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, hasn't been going well. You can't be owing these sums. They said this sum goes into billions of naira. So they would have to picket for the airlines to, pay these debts, because they say that if they don't picket, that's the only way they have power over these airlines. If they don't picket the airlines may not be good. May not come out to pay. They don't want to pay. So that led to, but over time, we've been seeing that as the unions were making demands for the payment to be made, the NCAA had met with the airlines, and the airlines and the NCAA had agreed on a payment format to be taken, and that had still happened. But we were surprised when the unions had insisted that they would still go ahead with the picketing. So it was recently that we now found out that the unions were also demanding that some of the airlines have refused that their members become union members, unionized. And the airlines stamped their feet on the floor to say that, we are not going to, it's not by force, it's not in law anyway to say that we would join unions, So that eventually led to the picket. And surprisingly, today, other airlines operated, apart from the major big airline, which controls about 40% of the traffic in local, in the local domestic operations. I think close to 40% of the local operations are airpiece flights. So that's definitely had a very, very drastic effect, in flights going. Flight operations today generally in Nigeria, the whole of Nigeria. Yes, so that was what happened.
Well, all right. So how severe is this disruption right now as the Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja? How severe is this disruption?
Yeah, it's very severe because you have a lot of people who had come out, to travel. And, one very significant thing about this is that the unions had been postponing the picketing. In fact, we've had unions several times issue statements saying that they will picket, but they eventually did not picket. So I guess maybe the airlines were thinking it was going to be business as usual. But today they came out in mass and they really, really picketed the airline. So I'm sure passengers would have also been seeing mails, statements that the airlines would, unions would picket, but then the airlines had come out to say that they are not standing with any unions, and that flight operations will go on well, So if message had come from the airline to say, okay, passengers were not sure of flight today and everything, the airlines thought they had everything, all sorted out. So the unions came out in mass today and they did what they did. The airlines didn't expect that. I'm not sure they saw it coming. So because of that, we had people, you could see the crowd at the two terminals, basically, the MM2 and the GAT. People were outside waiting for their flight. It was a disappointment. Many people who had meetings, people who had held medical appointments, a lot of people at the airports, they can't go out, they're just stranded there. So it's a major event, yeah.
All right, so what is the NCAA's next step? And is there any indication of when the minister will return and when normal flight operations might resume?
To the NCA spokesperson now, Mike Achimogo, and he's assured that they're in talks with the unions, and hopefully, maybe before the end of today, things will come back to normal. But then it's all in the hands of the unions as it is. What he also said is that they hope things didn't get to this level. That's the NCA. But sometimes the union has to do what they have to do, you know. But I'm sure the minister is seeing the effects. He's also a flying. He also flies a lot, so he's seeing the effects and he's seeing the number of people. And I'm sure underneath there are talks already with the airlines and the aviation unions to bring this to a halt. So we hope that that happens
All
today.
right. Thank you very much. Well, before I let you go, lastly, Nigeria Airlines and Airpeace have suspended operations there and they cited safety. Now, is this shutdown limited to just these two carriers or are there other domestic airlines that are also impacted?
Okay. So it's actually not even about United Nigeria because as at this morning, it was only Airpeace that was picketed, you know, and it now goes to show why did this aviation union target only Airpeace amidst all other airlines that are owing for the TSC as it is. So here's the thing. I also what's in the industry has it that they had called, you know, these airlines for meeting with the with the minister, and they had called them for meeting, and some of them didn't come for the meeting, right? So because of that, these unions were felt that how can we call you for meeting, you know, and you didn't honor our meeting, and you think flight operations will continue just the usual way it continues, you know, and then again also the unions has also said that Airpeace in particular has refused that their members unionize, and they are calling out Airpeace to say that why are you refusing? You know, for them, unionism enables them speak in one voice. It enables them cater for the needs of their members in the union, so that in case any airline is maltreating staff, the unions can come under an umbrella to speak against the airline or to protect, you know. But EPIS is saying no, it's not in the and really and truly, it's not in the Nigerian constitution that you impose unionism on any company or any organization. So it's not done. So it's optional. They are saying it's optional. We don't want our members to unionize. And why are you forcing them to unionize? So on these grounds, the unions have said, okay, because of this, we are going to go ahead and picket, especially Airpeace. And again, you know, Airpeace has, like I said initially, they control that the local operations. They have major airplanes, you know, that fly people from Lagos to other destinations and all that. So they feel like if they picket Airpeace, the message will be very clear, very, very clear. And yes, they had cited, just as you have said, United Nigeria had cited safety. What's on the in the industry also say that this morning, some vehicles by I think buses or so belonging to Airpeace had blocked some segments of the airspace, thereby disrupting other airlines. So Airpeace workers are like, okay, fine, if we can't fly, nobody else can fly. So they had disrupted that. They had barricaded a segment of the airspace such that people cannot fly. So that's also affected other airlines. But I think they've been able to move their vehicles now. That also was a major challenge.
That's quite unfortunate. Well, I would have loved to ask you further questions, but we're out of time. And I have to say thank you very much, Ifoma, for your submissions and for giving us reports on these particular conversations. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Thank you. Now, let's go straight to our virtual guest, Somi Ranta. We are taking this conversation now to still the presidency that says that Tinubu deserves a re-election in 2027. Somi Ranta, the presidency has cited subsidy removal as one of the necessary changes that has been made to make sure that the country moves forward. Do you agree with this? Because they have said that there has been Naira reform changes, there has been infrastructural changes, and so the presidency should are saying that President Bola Tinubu should come back for a re-election now. What do you make of this? Do you think that all of those changes that have been made are perfect, and so the presidency should really come back? Do you really think that all of these claims that have been made is indeed valid?
Well, we have to be factual here. If the presidency is saying that one of the reasons why they think that the president deserves a return back to office, a return to office, is the fact that he implemented fuel subsidy removal. Now, question arises: what is the impact of fuel removal, that subsidy removal, on the lives of Nigerians? Is it that the presidency are no longer paying subsidy? Okay, assuming that they are not paying, which of course we've been told that that's what they call energy security, whatever, you know. Now, you discover that they are still paying, and even if they are not paying, what's the impact of it? All that Nigerians have achieved or have benefited from this subsidy removal, it's just for Nigerians to keep suffering. Price of basic commodities skyrocket. So, where subsidy has not benefited Nigerians, those cartels, that they were saying that those are the people, that have been enjoying this whole thing, and there was a lot of fraudulent activities surrounding fuel subsidy, when it was on. Those people have been thrown under the bus. Then you talk about currency floating and all that. Look at our Naira. Naira has been reduced to almost tissue, toilet roll. Before now, Naira used to be so high that comedians make joke about the safer. But today you need up to 2,000 Naira to get 1,000 safer. So what is it? Look at before. Let me give you a personal example. In 2019, under Buhari, I bought a Corolla for 2.5 million Naira. I used it for 6 years. I sold it last year for 5 million. So I made 2.5 million profit after using the car for 6 years. But wait a minute. I now wanted to buy another car. A car of that time, I needed to add extra 5 million to make it 10 million to be able to buy similar car as Tokumbo. So you see, before they used to say that car ownership is a liability. Today it's an asset if you had it before the advent of this government. So tell me, okay, is it in terms of electricity? The president told Nigerians that if he does not give us electricity 24 hours, which he promised that by all means possible, by all means necessary, that he will give Nigerians constant electricity, affordable electricity. Today, Nigerians are paying through their noses, even for darkness. So the president cannot come and tell us, hey, we should vote, Nigerians should vote for him again, because he has not fulfilled, his promises. It is a fiduciary relationship between the people and the government. They who submitted our general will to to a pool, individual wish to a pool, and then the people in power control it and dispense with it. And let me tell you, governance is about creating the greatest good for the greatest number of people. But when you discover that a government is now becoming a crony kind of arrangement where the greatest good is created for the smallest number of people, that becomes an aberration to governance. So, based on these factors, I do not think that the president have any moral right, nor legal, nor political right, to ask Nigerians to vote him back to office. Because the one they gave him, he has not delivered. Let's face the facts. Nigerians are groaning. Nigerians are facing insecurity, whereby even the government is being fingered to be complicit in the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. So tell me one thing they have done, just like Mr. Darlington was saying. Tell me one thing they have done to all sincerity of purpose that really show that they have worked for Nigerians.
They've worked for Nigerians.
I think we wanted to a point in Nigeria that we cannot recycle failure. That is what I think.
Wow, thank you very much, Samir Ranta. Well, we really do hope that the people come out to cast their votes and make the right decisions. So it's in the hands of the citizens now. Please do make the right decisions and vote who you deem fit for the presidency role. Thank you very much. We've been speaking with Somi Ranta, a public and political affairs analyst. And in the studio, we've been speaking with Darlington Agomore, a public affairs analyst as well and lawyer. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Or you're still watching the midday news on Voice of the People television, still ahead. Oyo Subeb denies leaking common entrance results. These and more stories after this short break. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. The Oyo State Universal Basic Education Board, Oyo Subeb, has denied any involvement in the alleged leakage of results from the just concluded common entrance examinations. In a statement released on Tuesday in Ibadan, the board described the allegation made during a radio program as false and misleading. Oyo Subeb said the claim is capable of damaging the reputation of the board and its leadership. The board also warned that any defamatory statement or continued smear campaign against its executive chairman, Noreni Aderemi Adeniro, would be met with strong legal action. It added that it will pursue all lawful remedies to protect the integrity of its leadership. Away from that, the Nigerian Law School has confirmed the death of 23-year-old student Faith Alayande, who fell from the rooftop of its Lagos campus hostel. The school said in a statement on Monday that Alayande was from the Enugu campus and was temporarily in Lagos for an externship program. According to the institution, the incident happened at about 4 a.m. on August 7th. The Lagos State Police Command said the hostel matron reported the case after the student was found unresponsive. Police said the body has been evacuated to a morgue and investigations are ongoing. The law school says it is working with authorities and the deceased's family to establish the circumstances surrounding the death. Troops of Operation Enduring Peace, OPEP, have neutralized 2 suspected terrorists and recovered an AK-47 rifle in Plateau State. According to an operational report, the incident occurred on August 10 in Uru Village, Langtang, North Local Government Area. The report said troops were mobilized with an apprehended suspected bandits to recover a concealed rifle when they came under attack. They responded with fire and neutralized 2 attackers. The report added that the arrested suspect, who was with the troops, was killed in the encounter. No military personnel were injured. The Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Enforcement Unit Task Force has impounded 96 commercial motorcycles, popularly known as Okadas, on Lagos Island. Chairman of the task force, CSP Adetayo Akerele, said the motorcycles were seized on Monday during an enforcement operation. He stated that the exercise targeted illegal commercial motorcycle operations and other activities posing security threats and nuisance to the public. The enforcement team visited areas including CMS Bus Stop, Obalende Osborne Roundabout, Abraham Adesanya Road, Lekki Aja Expressway, and the Lagos Coastal Road. Elsewhere, the Edo State Police Command has charged leadership as Patrick Decor assumes office as the new Commissioner of Police, taking over from Monday Abonika, who has been redeployed as Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 5. Dao formally assumed duty in Benin State during a handover ceremony attended by officers and men of the command. Rhoda Johnny has details and now reports.
Edo State Police Command has welcomed its new Commissioner of Police, Patrick Dao, with a ceremonial guard of honor and official handover in Benin City. Dao, who previously served as Commissioner of Police in charge of administration at the Force Intelligence Department in Abuja, formally assumed office following the handover by the outgoing commissioner, now Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 5, Monday Agbonika. Agbonika urged officers and men of the command to remain united and uphold the core values of the Nigerian police force, while calling for continued support and cooperation from residents in the fight against crime.
As I take my leave today, I have one request. Do not relent. Continue to serve with honor, integrity, courage, and compassion.
The new commissioner assured that he would build on the command's existing achievements and intensify efforts to combat crime and insecurity. He also pledged to adopt open-door policing to strengthen public trust and improve cooperation with Edo residents.
I want to assure you that we will build on the successes that have been recorded by the Akron city. We will intensify our crime fighting approach. We will fine-tune them. And more importantly, we will ensure that every policeman has a respect for every citizen of Edo State. Who was winning more of the trust of the good people of Edo State. And we will maintain a very open door policy. Everyone is welcome to contribute.
The high point of the event was the official handover ceremony, which took place at the Commissioner's office, where Agbonika also shared some of the challenges encountered during his tenure and offered advice to his successor. Brother Johnny, Voptv News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Well, coming up next, business and sports stories after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. In the world of business, sound professionals and industry stakeholders gathered at Lagos as Wafdel Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. Organized by Iruka Online Limited, the sole authorized Nigerian distributor of Wafdel Pro products, the event showcased the latest innovations in professional audio technology. Voptv's Precious Agumanu reports.
Get to also experience what professional audio sound is all about. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
It was a day of sound, technology and innovation in Lagos as Wafdel Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. The event, organized by Iruka, the Nigerian sole authorized distributor of Wafdel Pro products, brought together sound professionals and industry stakeholders to explore the latest developments in professional audio technology. With experts' presentations, product demonstrations, and interactive sessions, the seminar highlighted the future of professional sound in Nigeria.
Wafdel Pro is one very old and respectful audio brand originating from UK, which is now spread into a large number of countries. We have more than 60 distributors and covering more than 80 territories, basically all over the world. And Nigeria is one of our dearest and oldest and the biggest clients we have. So we took the opportunity to come to this seminar to help present our brand, to present our products, to do some teaching, some training, some explanation of our new lines, of our new developments, and things like this.
Well, we talked about how to give back to the people, how to impact knowledge in people, and we said, why not we bring together as enthusiasts, sound engineers, pastors, DJs, and equip them with today's knowledge when we talk about audio, and we decided to come up with the Wafdel Pro Seminar 2026. If you talk about quality sound, you talk about Wafdel Pro. If you talk about professional loudspeakers for any entry level, for the mid-range, the high range, the full range, any range you want, depending on the class you find yourself, the Wafdel Pro got you covered in terms of sound. So we want to make sure that at every point in time, anyone has a speaker to pick from us.
Wafedo Pro has always been a brand in the industry. Like, I've used it for like more than a decade because I used to be a live sound engineer, but now I'm not on field again. And during that time, I've been using Wafedo product, and it has been something notable in the industry. As in, it's very sound when you want something of high class. If you want something that will perform, that is strong, durable, Wafedo is just one of the best options in the industry.
Number one, the aim of the event is to showcase what we have and to train so many engineers so that the mistake will be minimal. Wafedo has been in the front of the brand. The brand has been established since 1932, almost 80 years in the business. It's not easy to survive revolution and devolution. That's the reason why Wafedo is still on the front page of the brand. So they expect to see a lot of new innovations. So we are here to celebrate the brightness of the Wafedo. We are here to rejoice and celebrate and show the world what we can do and to train so many engineers for free of charge.
Wafedo Pro has shown so far that it is not just about sound. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about the future of professional sound audio. I am Precious Agumanu, reporting for Voptv.
Thank you very much, Precious Agumanu, for that report. Now in the world of sports, U.S. President Donald Trump has backed under pressure FIFA President Gianni Infantino, saying it would be a terrible mistake if he was ousted from his position. His backing followed UEFA, CONCACAF, and the Asian Football Confederation AFC open letter accusing Infantino of breaking trust through deception with his aborted FIFA Forward Enterprise FFE proposal. Trump's comments mark the first time he has come out in defense of Infantino since the FFE plans were made public in July. The FFE would have meant creating a new company to manage the commercial and ticketing rights for all FIFA competitions, including World Cups, with 21% sold off to a private investment company. And in the world of entertainment, actress Judy Austin has dragged veteran actress Rita Edochie before an Abuja court over alleged defamatory statements demanding 1 billion naira in damages. Austin disclosed the development on her verified Instagram, where she shared a copy of a writ of summons filed against Edochie. The suit listed Austin as the claimant and Edochie as the defendant. In the writ, Austin is claiming 1 billion naira as general damages for alleged defamation. She is also asking the courts to order Edochie to publish a full unreserved retraction and apology in at least 2 widely circulated national newspapers and on her social media platforms. And with that, we've come to the end of the midday news. Thank you very much for watching. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 08146064057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not putting in front, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV. And we all know that this is your favorite hub where we talk about music, we talk about culture, we talk about a lot of beautiful things. And yes, I'm your host and special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, a.k.a. Kobe Pressy. And today, guess what? My darling is joining me on the show. And I'm not alone, as usual. I'm not alone. And she knows. All right, my darling baby girl is joining me today.
Is the emphasis on I'm not alone.
I am not alone.
Okay, I want to.
Can you see me? You can never disappear. That's disappear when you want to disappear. You will not. You cannot.
Ironically, I saw a video last night about a guy that was attacked in Port Harcourt or Benin City. I can't remember which state.
Yeah.
Where they were using machetes on him and nothing happened to the guy. Then the guy came out to talk about the fact that, he wants people to, speak up for him, XYZ. And people are not like, the person, but why do the egbe for you? Don't give her something. People say, thank God, say no be legbe. I'm like, what does all these slangs even mean? Just the fact that I can do like this and disappear. Precious go run.
Please, this actually reminds me, I beg. No the thief. Good. Ma, tell you, see, there are trending things now that when you steal, you are going to dance. You see twerk, you go learn out.
As in, they go give a different dance steps. So even if you are a guy, we're gonna see you twerking.
We know that the economy is not smiling on anyone.
No matter how
even if you want them, at least they sell pure water. They push me barrel. One day you go.
One day.
I don't understand. Any small thing you go they.
Do you remember that ad? One day, Mama, I go make you proud. So at least, no matter what you're going through, no matter what your situations are at the moment, I think the very first thing that should come to it is the ability to feed yourself.
Actually.
But even if now 101, even if now 001, like Davido, you go shall not say at least you eat something in a day. Then afterwards you cannot start thinking about, okay, I want to progress. But just as human being are naturally insatiable, when we have, if Precious get iPhone 12 now, 17 they hungry. I have somebody that's already craving 18. 18 never come out, so the person already craving 18.
Why you can't they call my name? That's what I want to understand.
We are not alone, are we?
People of God. See, I like Ventis. I no go lie. See, I know they lie.
Who
I
know
like.
they
Wait now, calm down. I like Ventis. When I see phone, I know all those kind of things. Who they go push sugar for mat, go vomit? I beg me answer.
No, it's possible.
So you go
somebody like me. There's a
There's a
particular medication that I'm supposed to be taking regularly. The only reason why I don't take it regularly is because it's too sweet. And I remember my doctor telling me that you're so odd, that you don't like a drug because it's too sweet.
Blood of Jesus.
I prefer the monochrome taste, not taste having to be so sweet.
You said that waiting.
The drug was too sweet, and I didn't like the fact that when I have to take it, there's just this.
Anyway, they say too much sugar they purge belly. But I mean, my own no they purge. Hello?
You sure?
You know they purge.
You sure?
You know they purge. Calm down.
Don't worry, we'll start a live show where we'll be showing things happening behind the scene in the life of me and Precious.
It's where
so they'll know if you want to have been.
Okay, guys, you can join this conversation through this number 081-3871-4129. And yes, that's the number. And today we have a guest. A very talented guest joining us, a gifted songwriter and musician whose passion for music continues to speak through his creativity, sound, and storytelling. As we all know, behind every great song is a great storyteller. And today we get to meet a man behind the music, hear about his journey, his inspiration, and what keeps him creating. Please join me as we welcome Mr. Voptv to the show. Drum roll.
Next show we go get drums.
See, anybody who I see like this, they just come like
No, that's how rich people do. Let your voice be lower.
I love you for that.
Hi, good afternoon.
Mr. Voptv, how far now? What's going on?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
That's our
the voice. Hey, Jesus.
See me and Precious. Our voice is so on top of the. I don't understand.
On top of
we need to upgrade. God will upgrade us. You know, when God upgrade, don't say amen.
I don't know where they upgrade they go. Come back. Come back in Jesus' name. I don't know where they upgrade they go. So, Voptv, tell us, how's your week been for you?
Fine. Just fine.
Cold. And just us now. We know say this week has just one day we just go. And we know that the Saturdays and Sundays are always the party time. The weekends has always been. So just us, what's going on? What's happening?
Nothing much now. Say we did Nigeria. Everybody knows the country be. So anyhow it be, Nigerians we dey always find way to make ourselves happy.
Definitely.
So whether good or bad, we're not gonna say it bad anyway. It was cool and we dey go even outside the music we get side hustle. So
outside the music we get side hustles.
That's kind thing. I got my eyes on you, baby.
So Voptv, we're gonna play a game, yeah? We just want to see how energetic you are. And are you ready for us?
Okay.
So this is this is the rules of the game. So we're going to be doing a tongue twisters. Normally, I normally do it with this strong head gear.
And I always win her.
Na lie.
No,
Na lie. Let me talk
evidence is
true.
out there. People can bear me witness of how much I've always win Precious Agumanu, aka call me Pressy on tongue twisted. She has it has been 5-0.
You know, say
the day when you get half now against Jody. Do you remember?
People of God, you know, say now they're supposed to tie.
Now you call people of God. Now you call people of God.
No, I'm a child of. I'm a Jesus baby. Child of Jesus,
JJ in front of the Precious. Now JP.
Hey, JP 2026.
Don't choke.
He choke. I mean, don't choke.
He choke.
So, Mumsy, yes, we're going to be doing this game, and it says Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. Yes, that's the right word. Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. So we're going to say this word 3 times slow and 3 times fast. So
I'm going to say it, or you're going to.
You know,
now your energy we want test.
Okay.
Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. So we're going to say it slow 3 times and then fast 3 times. Then we see you feel like we don't know what we're going to be gifting you. So just get ready.
All my gifts.
Are you ready?
Okay, should I go on?
Yes. Sorry, let's go.
Peter Piper picked a peck of
purple peppers.
Purple peppers. Okay.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Okay, should I go on now?
Yes.
Okay. Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers.
Yes.
Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers.
So now you have to take it because this girl, she don't get joy.
I don't already get it. Talk, but let's
don't talk anything. You never they talk anything.
Exactly.
So
my blood they hot.
Let me know what I hold you Jesus name. So we're going to say it 3 times fast. Are you ready?
Okay.
Let's go.
Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers.
Yes.
Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers.
Oh my God! You try, I mean, you don't try. Only they pray make you say. You see the part where they talk say this girl.
Director, can you give me?
He know they give you anything. Come back there. Nah, lie. No jar of anything. No, I try am. If now you try this thing. Wait.
Wait till I go win. No, agree. No, agree.
My gift
because this is Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. You know now.
Talk am now.
I go win. I no go win.
You no go win.
Wetin you go give me?
Win first, make we know.
But trust me, that was a good one.
Oh my God.
It just shows the fact that energy is something we love on the spotlight. Forget they say E for the what?
E for energy.
Exactly. That's how we roll.
That's how we roll. So, Babsy, tell us, how has your journey been in music? This is the way they breathe first. This is the way they breathe first. Like, you know that's breathing where you go.
When you think deep.
The journey don't be here. But let's listen. Let's hear him out.
Anyway, it has not been easy. It has not been easy, And one thing people don't know about music is something that is tough. Yeah. People always applaud us when we are out there, we don't turn celebrities today. But I don't know what people, at least with the story, let me take, for example, Peter. This episode when he just give us recently.
Yes.
When they talk about all the thing when they watch, as much as he gets the thing when he talk, we connect to me when how they carry night bus, they come. Even when they don't know them. But they just enter night bus from Jos to. So people always celebrate the good side, but the bad side. Music has not been easy. It's something that is depressing. Yeah, but it will come to a place where the only thing that will keep you pushing is the passion. And I think it's the passion that has kept me this long. People with me and then start don't run now. Plenty of them.
They don't run.
But I thank God for where I am today. It has not been easy, but God has been faithful. God has been faithful. It's been a long time coming, but I thank God.
Wow. We are speaking about God's faithfulness, and you talked about the fact that passion is one of the reasons why you're still doing the deed and striving so hard that yes, this is where I want to be known with. So would you tell us what is your source of inspiration? What inspires you to choose music? Why didn't you choose dancing? Why didn't you choose acrobatic? Why didn't you could have chosen any other thing? What was that source of inspiration? I said, okay, it's music or nothing.
Okay, in that aspect, I think it still boils down to the passion I talked about. I'm a very good footballer. I was.
Hey,
I know
so you be Ronaldo. I'm a baller. Please, director, bring the ball. I want to complete with him. And call Kizike that this is someone he needs to, let's go on a match.
Yeah, I used to play very well, like a very good. In fact, there was a time in my life when I think before I started music professionally, clubs were coming for me. But then I used to sing in the church. I used to sing in the church. But despite everything, I used to dance. I was a very good dancer. Now I don't dance anymore. But
wait, which kind of dance first?
Exactly.
I want to ask question before you move on.
Talk dance. I go that twerking thing. We'll just talk initially.
When you come back.
No, that's in my heart.
Twerk, you go. They talk about.
But that's my mind go. That's why I want. Which of the dance?
Voptv, please let us hear you. Don't mind doing.
Dance now. Just say, I know how to shake body.
Shake body.
There was a time before I started music professionally, like I said, there was places where I go and I'll just see the stage, just dancing.
Oh, wow.
I used to dance very well.
Is it the one that you get to roll your waist like Flavor?
But now I don't know how to do that because
no.
it doesn't like
saying so because you don't want us to put you on the spot. Precious, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm not thinking what you think. They come back. I don't understand. You want me?
If you put me for that spot, I feel disgraced. So
oh my God.
I think because of the passion I have for music, I lost interest in everything I do. Apart from music too, apart from football, I'm an artist. I used to do painting.
Wow.
Yeah, so but I lost passion for everything.
Even the painting?
Even the painting, yeah, I did because there was a time in my life when now is a thing. Let me just tell you the truth. Artwork is a thing now, but there was a time, I think during my school period, my school time and those time, I was like, the kind of person how big I want to be. I'm not sure saying a painting fee, give me this kind of thing. I'm happy it is a thing now. But during those days, I wasn't seeing it like, not only for Igbo, because he said a small paint like this, they don't buy them. So, but what I'm trying to say is that music is the only talent that I can't do without. And everything I do, I see myself, everything I do. So everything about Mr. Bobs is just music. And for the inspiration, I think it's just God. It's a gift. After here, I can use what happened here and, do music. And that is it for me. And one good thing is that after doing it, the response from people, that is who Mr. Bobs is. So that has been my inspiration. If you listen my music very well, or if you are my follower, you will understand that my lyrics is my music. I don't just do because of beats, because I want people to dance. I want to use music to pass message. Despite the kind of whatever I'm talking about, whether love, whether government, whether anything. I just want to make sure that every single track I drop, I am passing a message.
So when did you know that it was music that was your calling? At what stage did you know that music was really what you wanted to do, was your calling?
I think I'll say when I was 12.
Oh, that's quite a young age.
Yeah, when I was 12, I'm a Catholic.
Yeah.
So we have this block rosary. That was where I started singing. Even as a kid, like we have Big Brother then we did. But me as a kid, they sing. So it got to the extent where they even hire us as maybe
as a group.
Yeah, as a group. So we won't go, So they hire us. Me as a kid, then they sing. I love it. Music is life to me, And that's something where we say when I do, I feel fulfilled 100. So I know that this is something I cannot do with that. So it has been from when I was just a...
You know, in all your songs that you have done, there's a particular song that I always love, The Revolutionary Message.
Okay.
I love that song a lot. And I wanted you to just, still talk about it, but we'll still give you time to probably do this, do the song. And because I know that our viewers will want to hear you sing that particular song. So let's hear about what really inspired you in writing that particular song.
Okay. It's not a news. It's not a news anymore about what is happening in Nigeria. And me being somebody that have the spirit of activism in me, I wouldn't say I'm an activist, but like I told you, every single track I want to drop out there, I want to drop something that if you're listening, and that thing will make you want to come back again. So music is lyrics to me. So it was last year. I was planning to drop an EP, which I'm yet to drop anyway. So I was working on my EP, and that thing just came, like everything that is happening. The thing just came. And thank God I have a studio in my house, and immediately came. I just rushed down to my studio. Under 30 minutes, I have already made a revolutionary message. And that was how the music came. And what else? Everything I said is the reality of Nigeria. So the reason why the thing is unique is, how did you put them together and make it a music? And that is it. So like I said, I love, when you listen, I love the fact that people listen to my music and say, this guy. And from that day, it didn't take up to 30 minutes to put that together. And that
Did it take up to 30?
Like, wow.
Like, wow.
Okay, so you would agree with me that musicians are prophets.
Yeah.
Because your
100.
lyrics are literally playing out what is happening in the country.
Yeah, of course.
And I remember one of those songs in the early 90s that talked about Nigeria to come. And then when we were so small that we listened to that song, we're like, Nigeria is not that bad now.
Yeah.
But as times goes on, we're like, that man, did he say vision? It stuck with me as a person. So no, looking very well that your music is all about passing the message. And you've shown that in every of the songs you've written and the ones you've had out there where you tend to pass the message and every. So are you saying now that if there is no lyrics, if there is no message, there is no music?
Of course. Let's forget about what is happening now. Everybody wants to... the reason why people like Bob Marley, Lucky Dube, even Fela, blessed memory. The reason why you cannot forget these people is because of all their lyrics. That is the reason why their song is evergreen. So, but the generation of these days, we are just doing music for fun.
Yeah.
And that is why you hear music today, tomorrow you listen to it, it's not interesting to you anymore.
Yeah.
But then, when you drop a song, when music is all about lyrics, then it's an evergreen song you don't do, know?
Yeah.
Now, something will be say, even if you listen in the next 50 years, it still makes sense. So that is what music is all. That is what music should be all about. In as much as for entertainment and all of that. But then, even though on a go like me, I even for club when they play my song, even as they dance, it still they get something while they talk.
Yes.
So that is, I don't use F word in my music. I don't use all those.
Yeah.
All those.
You're an upright citizen.
Yeah. So it's intentional. It's not. You cannot listen to any of my music. I sing about love and all, but so to me, music is lyrics, and I don't listen to everyday song like all these things where they ring.
Yeah.
So
you're talking about love. Sorry, I want to go that route.
This girl, a lover girl. We all know.
Wait now.
You talk about love. Your dream was so wide.
Which one you say my dream was so wide?
Is it not wide?
What is wide?
Talking about love. We're talking about love.
Hey, Lord of Jesus. They see what they do.
Nobody saw anything.
But may we ask us. May we ask you this question. Pardon me, no verse. But not true. Do you really love love? You get people where they talk about love. Just
they do. And they get like 20 baby mama.
Hey!
And now here we talk.
God, I beg. But trust me, there are some artists that actually love, they don't want to even get married or anything. They just want to have baby mama.
Remember that our tweet that time? Can I get a baby mama?
So, but for you, do you really love love?
Yeah.
You love love.
I've always been. Most times the reason why people change their perspective is not because that is, say you get when, just like you say, you go to plan life go to plan you.
Hey!
Most people, the way they are now is not the way they were. Most of us believe in something, and at the end of the day, it can't be like say, they work for us. And then if people go just somehow bone, love na scam, all those things. But that doesn't really mean that if you say love is scam, you get people where they work for. Majority of people where they work for. It may be probably, it never work for you. No means say, and as it be life, maybe everybody, this particular thing will work for. And most times, it not be saying na so God plan am, but because say we ourselves we dey make mistakes. Because I believe say God no dey. I believe say anything will happen to somebody now, a mistake where you do somewhere, where you supposed to do this thing. So I don't. Sometimes when people say love is scam, I don't believe. I believe it's something that is life to me. Love is life to me. Just like that.
You get like when you drop now. Did you get that
like,
thing?
I'm inspired.
So maybe because they will never fall in love.
Can become a musician.
Which music? Auntie, come back. I know they even support you. Never.
Okay, so has there been any of your songs that came from personal experience, especially the loved ones?
Why you still there? Shebi you say you don't want to talk about that. Why you can't go the love?
No, I'm just supporting my baby girl.
They support me. Speak for yourself.
I'm for you and you're for me.
No, never.
Of course. Many of almost. No. Yeah, when I sing about love, it's not something that is delusional to me.
Oh, precious. Told me, don't let go, baby.
Father.
It's something that I speak something facts. If I now something where most times I sing out of something that can happen, or I even fit use wetin don't happen to you. Sing. If you use wetin happen to my brother, wetin happen to my sister, anybody. But when I pass it through message, I do it as if I'm the one telling the story. It's my story. So I love to personalize things. That is why my music is interesting, because I always have to come into it for me to make it look real.
And that's how you keep connecting with your audience, because
your style of songs has actually inspired a lot of people. I see people, singing the song almost all the time, and I see people on TikTok. A lot of people are just, vibing to your songs. Maybe basically because you do songs attached to things, basically the government, maybe Nigeria as a whole. But this question is like, why this particular genre of music? Why did you choose this style?
Okay. I think because I believe in being original. A lot of people always go out from there. This thing is the only thing that give me that comfort I want in music.
Yeah.
I don't have to sound like every other person. When at the early stage of my career, there was a time I was trying to, if now this thing they trend, make a adjust to this thing, if this thing. But I got to a point, especially when I went for one seminar about over 10 years ago, and then this man was speaking, and he was talking about being yourself in what, just turn your feet. Even when this thing they trend, people they move like this. If not this thing way they do, people don't they applaud you, just stay there. You self even make those people where they come back to say this thing might be the main thing. So that is the reason why, as long from the time I started music, I connect to people, and it's okay. So I think that's what music is all about. I connect to people with my music, so I don't have to, do this. So this is what is working for me, and this is who I am, and this is the only way I can express myself. Because music is all about expression. This is the only way I can express and pass my message there. So I just keep to it, and that is Mr. Bob's. Because I have to create my own brand.
I'm telling you.
If you see now, somebody here agrees with me on my school of thought that music is about expressing yourself. So I don't know why Precious feel that because my voice is not sonorously
Moving on.
inclined.
Moving on.
Excuse you.
Excuse you too.
Because I can decide to come out and say,
Come out
Shabala,
and say Kini.
Shaba.
Which one be Shaba?
That's what is on my mind. I'm expressing myself that Shaba. What's that? Who are you to be the judge? There are people that will connect to me.
Connect where? See, music, like Mr. Bobby has said, it is about originality and connection.
We
Better connection. Not be all these ones.
We agree. It's originality.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we still have Mr. Bobsy with us. I know you're enjoying yourself. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is. Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching
Voice
of the People television.
TV.
Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is Voptv. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching Voptv. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, and welcome back to the show. It's happening here on Voptv, and it's the Spotlight Show. Every time on the Spotlight Show is always an amazing time with my darling angel,
Darling G.
No, they shout that darling
Now, I'm not
Jesus.
a
You go vex me
musician.
now.
Not to me precious won't tell me. I sing for a living now. Yes. Darling,
Hey.
darling, 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 darling.
Even
Is my voice not good?
Which good?
See,
Which
Okoya,
good?
take your time on my case.
Please, guys, we still have Mr. Babsy with us here on the show. Yeah.
Go, Babsy, go, Babsy, go.
Babsy,
Sing
make
now.
I talk to you. I know say you go support me. I know
Support
that
what?
you will go for the truth. And you can never
Say
allow
the truth and let
anybody.
the truth set you free. Don't allow her bribe you.
Until leave him. Which one be set
You
him
see, say
free?
you don't allow her talk the real truth.
How will come the drag for Babsy talk to you? This is the way she dey sing now. Good.
Her voice is nice.
Hey, Jesus!
I am sonorously inclined.
Which inclined?
Wait, my love.
Now I know say Babsy no dey
Love,
for me.
look at me. Any precious is seen at the moment. Director, you can mute her.
Mute who?
Mute her. Because my shoulder pad they go 50 kg.
Director, you know what we have. If you do that, you know what's going to happen. Actually,
but trust me,
yes,
I am not the same that you know yesterday.
Hey.
I'm way better, and tomorrow I'm gonna exceed your expectations.
Moving on, we've been talking about Mr. Babsy. So Babsy, music has been a thing in Nigeria, and I love the fact that Nigerian musical artists, at least our musical artists, Nigerian especially, their songs are really evolving over time, and a lot of people outside abroad listen to our songs and they're always vibing.
Even when they cannot even understand our language, you see them dancing to it.
Yes, they're always vibing to it, and it has always been a thing that people are always happy for. But for you, what would I say? Would I say music is something you would want to? Because a lot of people want to be like, oh, I've seen a lot of artists that do music and stop. After so many years,
Even when they blow, even when they don't blow with the song, they see off. Let's not mention.
I don't know. I always ask people this question. I say, what's happen? We're not going to see this person again when they sing. What's going on?
No, they buy car. They can't buy fuel. The fuel can't they leak. So the fuel is finished.
So I don't know, Babsy. What do you think about music? Keep evolving and keep evolving, because a lot of people might do music and I don't know what's the issue. What happens that they do music one time and before you know it, maybe the ones that do music, that their songs are good, but after a while we can't see them again. They will just disappear.
Okay, in that aspect, I think one of the things is where too much of expectation, should I say so? What I mean by that is most people, like me, when I started music, I if they tell me say if you do music over 10 years and never blow, I no agree. Like blow, stay there. I no go believe, because I know how I started. If I started my career in Port Owerri, but in a short while I just moved to Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
So basically I go say na Port Harcourt why day. There was a time I was raining in Port Harcourt and I was just going up. But at the time, when it reached the time where I think say by now I go don't blow, I no blow. I know why people they mostly quit now, because I no do again. Too much expectation.
Yeah.
But most times, if you know the reason why you started, I don't think there's any need for you to quit. Because most of the people who even quit, if I say they no quit, maybe now the next year they for blow. Yeah. So there's this my song where I talk as I use singer say then say I go quit, but they don't know say winners no they quit. You get as I use drum. So to me, the reason the only time these people, the reason why you no see them again, then disappear, and because them quit. No be say music quit them. They quit.
They quit music.
They quit music. So, and that is because of, like I said earlier, music depression. Music, they come with a lot of things. Because sometimes, even me, most times when sometimes I be loner. I feel there for hours 3 days, I never go anywhere.
Yeah.
The best place I feel visit now my system, my laptop. But I feel there hours like this, like down, they press me. If I just keep out, all day like this, I know how to think deep. And then that period, I feel don't get plenty things where if I open my laptop, I don't do, or I use my phone recording. But at the time, when you say all these things, then you can't reflect on more, see waiting, I don't do nothing. you know, now waiting they make, but me, like I said, to me personally,
Yeah.
I know sure say music na something where I feel live, unless the day where I don't grow old to the extent where my voice no fit do again, which I know say they possible. Maybe the strength no dey there again, you know. But then I don't see myself quitting.
No quitting, no time for quitting,
No.
no space.
No availability for quitting.
You know, I saw your video with our area father, popularly
Okay.
known as Charlie Boy. So yes, I actually saw I saw a video with you and him, and I actually want to ask this question because basically people have people they are looking up to, maybe musically, people that resonate with their own, you know,
Yeah.
mindset. So which people will I say that people that you have that has actually helped you build your musical career?
Personally, I don't think personally.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start from Charlie Boy. You know, the time I met Charlie Boy, that was last year.
Yeah.
You know, through the manager, even him, he messaged me himself. I was like, I would like to see you. You're the one that you're behind this revolution. I said, yes. It's okay. Can you come to my place in Ajah? I said, yes. So the manager contacted me, you know, we spoke, and then that was it. And he's a father, like he called himself area father. He talked to me like, and him, you know, they speak English. He go tell you, leave that English. He always go with pidgin. You know, he said a lot of things and different from waiting with they see.
Actually,
Charlie Boy is actually different from waiting with they see. I think this is just his brand. So he spoke to me and said a lot of things. But apart from that one, back in Port Harcourt, I've met a lot of people who have. I think the reason why people always, you know, try to. I just use them like this. I don't get a lot of people more like your colleagues, OAPs, I think.
Yes.
Now people where me and them don't work with, and now people where don't advise me where for music. No be people where they even do music. I get friends more, maybe presenter and radio, you know, where me and them don't work for years, and they go like, boy, keep it up, because we know the reaction where would they get when we play your song, you know, and all of that. And then I think that is the people who I will say we don't
help you.
Yeah, because me, they always want to know. I they like when I they do something. I they like criticism. So I they pick things. I know they too like when I love the fact that people they say, oh, now this kind of song where they're supposed to sing Nigeria. You know, no. But the few people where they criticize me, I they listen to them. Like there was a time somebody was saying, try to they make your voice make they thick. I say, okay, sir. You know.
Whether you go chop yam, no go console and finish, you go date the base of your voice.
You know.
So,
but then, you get one time I go seminar.
Yeah.
Now still Ben 10 of Wazobia in Port Harcourt there.
Yes.
So he now told me, he said, that this is who I am. So people will criticize you and all of that. But you see that in way they do, we don't carry you come here. We make people even notice you. That thing will take you to where you no expect.
Yes.
So no con they. So those things now can give me the confidence to build myself. So basically, which they try to people who don't help me, you know, build. But personally, like this thing, I don't think. But these people now, people where we say, a radio presenter, radio
OAPs, yeah.
And you know, now people where don't build my confidence. And most times some producers.
We deserve our flowers.
take it, my love.
Which one be this one?
No, we all agree with you that the one who gives imaginary flowers the most in Nigeria, in the world, is Precious Agumanu. For the first time, I'm not giving her. You better take it.
Are you sure?
You better take it.
Are you sure? So, Bobsy, tell us, are there any songs you're working on right now? Any project you're working on?
Yeah, I think I wanted this month, but I think by next month I'll be dropping my EP, titled Redefinition. You know, I was working on it before this revolutionary
Yes.
message. So, but the thing came as a force. This revolutionary message came as a force.
Yeah.
So it's something I cannot ignore, because if I ignore, and as the thing come, I said I just do, I'm proper. And I was surprised. It is boom.
Yeah.
So I had to withdraw on the project I was working on to focus on it. And like I just did the video. I just dropped the video last month.
Yes.
And then I'm working on my EP, which is going to be dropping by next month by special grace of God. So 6 tracks EP.
So which one should we pick? Is it the revolutionary should do or from the EP?
Revolution.
Because I can hear and we can see clients, people out there, and they are so interested in the revolution. I mean, I'm thinking of the future, but the revolution is future too.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Revolution is not the only one who enters street. Revolution has actually started, but I think waiting the on and the revolution of the mind. A lot of people, especially the youth, most people don't they wake up. And that is the first revolution we go take place, revolution of the mind. Let people know, like, unlike before, they very youth, they engage in politics those days.
Yeah, then they leave it
collect
for the
money, but you can see, say, they don't send your money again. Because they don't they wake up. And that is the most important. And just like something like NSAS, if it happen again, and like I talk there, the day where the power of the people will triumph over the people in power, it will happen. So that message is not just an ordinary message.
Revolution of the mind. Precious mind is tilting towards the fact that I can do music now.
Bobsy, let's hear. Let's hear revolutionary message. Yes.
Like I should freestyle.
Yes,
nah. How would they know that Mr. Bobsy is the AI will bring?
Please leave your imprint.
Okay. Nigeria don't enter one chance, I swear, now go we dey go so. Herdsmen, they kill us every day, but them busy, they campaign again, no. After they failed all the promises they made, them they praise themselves, oh. Why the masses were supposed to give them the praises, we they rant, oh. I blame it on the religious leaders. I blame it on the traditional rulers. People were supposed to fight for the people, them don't compromise, oh. Shame on the rebellious brothers. People will cry with us during NSAS. Today, them don't join those oppressors. They eat jollof. Oh. Ebelebe, something don't they smell. Oh. Very soon now, we go perceive them. The havoc where this government they cause na time bomb. It go soon explode. Revolution they come. Oh. It they very close at the film. Oh. When the power of the people will triumph, the power of the people in power.
Wait, you see what I'm saying?
I see
from
what
the
you're
very
saying.
first time, I am Precious are seeing from the same lens. Even though it's just for a brief moment, because it will soon depart. Now, Gbasgbos. But this is actually
if there's
nice.
any artist you want to collaborate with, who would that be? This smile.
There are many. I think if I want to work with any artist, I think I'll work with Fino.
Oh.
What?
Why? I love Fino. Like I told you, lyrics. I'm this the kind of people I listen is not the kind of everyday musician artists we see in Nigeria. Like where would they know? I listen to people. I listen to even till today. I listen to Brimo. Have you listened to Brimo lately?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's the kind of people I listen. I listen songs where they change my mental, where they scatter my head, and now that kind of songs they even give me inspiration. So, but now for the people where I think if I want to work, people like Fino, I love Fino. I love Fino because Fino is the kind of person when you work with him, and then he will give you what you want, like as expected. And then another person, I would love to work with Flavor. I would love to work with somebody like Davido. These guys are good. And another one, Kiss Daniel. Yeah, I love these guys.
When you talk about Fino, I remember that Igbo rap song. only time
even though I don't know what she is saying.
there was one Fino's Igbo rap song now. I can't like, even though I don't understand Igbo, I can't even speak. You know, it plays on top of my head. The energy.
Which of the songs?
The only person who sing now.
What is this?
Trust me.
What is this? Wait.
I'll come back for Precious.
You will not. You cannot.
I'll come back for Precious.
Anyway, when I don't see what you do, I don't. If I don't. Let's say that Igbo man you go marry.
If Igbo man come, maybe saying a man we get sense,
I talk
we get vicious.
Yeah.
I don't think I have an issue with tribe. Okay, so I have an issue with some tribe, but not Igbo. I don't have an issue with an Igbo guy.
You're welcome, my sister. You're welcome. Who accepts you with open arms. All right, guys. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Thank you, Bobby, for coming to share your light with us on the Spotlight Show. I actually enjoyed myself, and this one has just been playing all the time.
I'm a very serious girl. Please.
Which serious?
I'm serious. My face is serious.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, it was a blast, and if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Voptv Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akimano, and I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling
Onyidamola Olukuton. And it was a good afternoon. We enjoyed ourselves.
Of course. See you next time. Thank you for staying.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria. VOP TV. Now you have more than...
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 090-4473-2605. Now the news in detail. Outgoing President of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS Commission, Omar Torre, has praised Nigerian President Bola Tinubu for his leadership in reducing tensions and promoting regional integration in West Africa. Terry stated this after a meeting with Tinubu at the State House, Abuja, ahead of the expiration of the tenure of the current ECOWAS Commission management at the end of August. He said Nigeria, under Tinubu's leadership, had continued to play a critical role in advancing peace, stability, and cooperation across the sub-region. According to him, the decline in tensions across the region reflects the commitment of Tinubu and Nigeria to regional peace and integration. Elsewhere, the Democratic Republic of Congo says that confirmed Ebola deaths had reached 2011. The latest data from Congo's Public Health Institute also revealed over 4,380 confirmed cases across 5 provinces. The current outbreak, Congo's 17th, is caused by Bundibugyo strain of Ebola, for which there are no approved vaccines or treatments. Delayed detection, conflict, and strained health services have been cited for helping in spreading the virus more rapidly than in previous outbreaks. Guinea-Bissau's junta leader, General Horta Ntam, is in Chad. His first foreign trip in 8 months in power that have been mostly diplomatically isolated. Observers say the visit to attend the 66th anniversary of Chad's independence is likely meant to shore up legitimacy as Bissau's deadline to hold elections draws near. The Chadian presidency said that Ntam was the guest of the President of the Republic of Chad to attend the military parades for the independence anniversary celebrations. The military took control of Portuguese-speaking Guinea-Bissau last November, ousting President Umaro Embalo a day before provisional results of national elections were to be announced, in which Embalo was seeking a second term. Now to Sierra Leone, where the parliament has approved a constitutional reform that would overhaul the West African country's electoral rules ahead of the 2028 presidential race. Speaker of Parliament Sangopo Solomon Thomas said that the bill, backed by the ruling Sierra Leone People's Party SLPP, was adopted by a simple majority of members present. Report says lawmakers from the main opposition All People's Congress APC party walked out after arguing that the reform required a two-thirds majority. The changes would cut the share of votes needed to win the presidency from 55% to a simple nationwide majority, while introducing proportional representation for legislative elections. Under the proposed rules, a presidential candidate would also need to win at least 20% of the vote in 2/3 of Sierra Leone's districts to avoid a runoff. The new law also includes a 30% quota for women in political leadership positions. Over to East Africa, where rebel authorities in the Tigray region have accused the Ethiopian government of carrying out deadly drone strikes in the northern region. Vice President of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, Emmanuel Asafa, claimed a drone strike was carried out by the Ethiopian government on Monday in Merewa in southern Tigray, near the border with the Amhara region. Emmanuel said that the strikes hit a high score. Report also says 4 Tigrayan fighters, a woman and 3 men had been wounded in the strikes. The TPLF said the strikes targeted Tigrayan troops, causing human casualties without providing further details. On August 1, fighting broke out between federal forces and TPLF troops in northwestern Tigray near the border with Sudan. Meanwhile, Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu's treason trial resumed Monday, 5 months after it was paused over procedural matters. Lisa Wu's party, Chadema, was disqualified from participating in the 2025 elections, was detained in April 2025 and charged with treason, which carries a potential death penalty. He told crowds outside the Dar es Salaam courthouse that the prosecution wanted to waste time so that he can continue to remain in remand custody. The case had been paused as the High Court since February 24 as prosecutors challenged the decision to admit additional evidence. The Court of Appeal struck down the appeal on July 30, paving the way for the trial to resume. Chadema Party spokesperson Brenda Rupia said the trial was a critical moment for Lisu's freedom, as well as a reflection of the country's commitment to democracy, the rule of law, and respect for political freedoms. In another development, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, has directed all licensed cyber cafes to record customers' identities and internet session details from August 14, 2026 as part of measures to strengthen accountability and combat cybercrime. Under the new requirement, cyber cafe operators will be required to verify customers before granting access to computers and maintain records identifying who used each terminal and when. Authorities say the measures are intended to address crimes including mobile money fraud, online scams, and SIM swap-related offenses. Operators will be required to capture each customer's full name and national ID or passport number, alongside the terminal number used and the exact login and logout times. They must also issue formal receipts for every paid session. And with that story, we move to the analysis segment of the African News today. With us in the studio for more insight on the African News stories is Darlington Agomo. He is a public affairs analyst and a political affairs analyst. You are welcome, Mr. Darlington. Thank you for joining. Thank you much. I'm fine. Now let's begin the analysis segment with the story that has just been read about Kenya's cyber cafe ID requirements. Now, so many things have been put in place to make sure that cyber crimes are fought, but this is a little too much, because full names ID, passport numbers, terminal numbers, exact login and logout times, all of this seems like an encroachment on their privacy. What do you make of this? Do you think so?
It is an encroachment on the Cameroonians' freedom of expression. In fact, it violates their rights to have freedom of expression and freedom of speech. That means they cannot do anything on the internet with their freedom. When you are asking for all this just because somebody wants to access the internet, what does that mean? In fact, as a matter of fact, in this age and time, who is operating internet? When last did you see any cyber cafe in Nigeria? If the idea is just for maybe academic purpose, but I can tell you, the cyber cafe, I mean, most of them are out of function today, because you can do everything with your Android phone. Everything you want to do, you can do with your laptop and with your Android phone. So I don't know the level of coverage in Cameroon for them to be talking like this. It is not the way to go. That's not how to curb cyber crime, if I thought that's what they are talking about. But I'm telling you, it's the way to rein in people, from accessing the internet.
All right. Now, I want to look at this from the perspective of the Kenyan government. Now, Kenya has been battling mobile money fraud for a while now, for a couple of years now. They've been battling SIM swap crimes for years, and also online scams. If you say this particular move of the government is quite extreme, how then can cyber crimes be well fought in Kenya?
For every problem, there's a solution. The banks have created firewalls around their systems. And so you cannot break it except you have gone extra mile. And most times, they have hackers employed who counter these guys. I mean, that's not how to fight cybercrime. That is not the way to go. No, seriously, because have you thought of the legal implication? That's not the way to go. Every bank have a system of protecting their bank votes and all that, and people's account. I mean, that's not a very big issue. You cannot, because of that, you now violate people's rights. You cannot. There are measures to take care of these things and not violate people's rights. Okay, is it everybody that is accessing the internet that is into fraud? Is it everybody? That cannot be. I mean, it's not possible. And so those things are this government that is very awkward, government that is behind time. That's how they behave. But if you're a government that is futuristic and visionary, my dear, you have to create a system to counter any fraudster. That's just the truth. You match them. You create a body that will be now monitor any suspicious movement in any account. The system will just be there to checkmate. And that's it.
Yeah. All right. To buttress what you just said now, Kenya's 2019 Data Protection Act states that personal data be handled lawfully and securely. Now, if this particular move by the Kenyan government is set to track cyber crimes and curtail the act, does it mean that they are probably protecting something else, or they are trying to track something else? Could there be an ulterior motive towards this?
Exactly. You know, when government start doing this, they are hounding down the opponents. They want to know what the opponents are doing and what they are not doing. That is just the truth. When they make such laws, it is for ulterior motives, not for this type of thing they are talking about. They will, on the surface, you would think that they meant well. It means that they want to protect whatever and all that. No. Like I told you, people can do all this inside their room. Inside their room. They can buy data and be doing stuff with their laptop inside their room. And so that is not the way to go.
In your opinion, you think Kenyan governments are doing this because they want to track the activities of the opposition?
Yes. I mean, it's not beyond them. After all, election is to be held in Kenya. Election is to be held in Kenya very soon. Is that not true?
Okay.
So they are doing everything. I mean, most dictators in Africa, that's what they do. Whenever election is about to be conducted, they will start manufacturing all these dubious means of checkmating the opponent. That's just the truth.
All right. Well, that's quite... Let's go to Sierra Leone electoral reforms. Sierra Leone electoral reforms. Sierra Leone's parliament has approved a major change to the presidential election system. Now, they have now reduced the winning threshold from 55% to a simple majority. What do you make of this?
Now, simple majority and 55%. You know, every country have their own peculiar experiences in all this. Did they tell us why the changes and who is to benefit from this? If you are talking of a simple majority, yes, most democratic country, that's what they do. In fact, in our own case, I think it's the same thing. You have to win 25% of the votes in all the states. And so, simple majority, so that there will not be any encumbrances here and there. It's okay. But the 55%, yes, that is, if you score 50, that means you're already a winner. If the other person now scores 45, he's a loser. I think it's okay. I mean, democratically speaking, it's okay.
But the opposition's walked out because it says the reform needed a two-thirds majority. Now, if there is already disagreement over whether the law was properly passed, can the new electoral system have enough legitimacy when the 2028 election begins?
It depends on the perception of the opponents, the opposition. Because two-thirds majority, yes. I think, yeah, it's part of it. Because when you have already scored two-thirds, is it in all the election or in a particular election? Is it on presidential election or national assembly, parliamentary election? Because this need to be spelled out so that the opposition will not tell us why they are opposing it. You must win majority in percentage before you can declare the winner. I don't see how that is a problem, except there is something they are not telling us. That's the way I look at it.
All right. Now we move this conversation to the health sector in DRC Congo. Ebola deaths in DRC Congo has spiraled into 2,000 confirmed Ebola deaths, and this is something that has lingered for a very long time. This is the country's 17th outbreak. Why are there so much hesitations towards the real curtail of this particular spread? Is it that the health sector is suffering? Is it that they are not paying closer attention to the people and all?
I am beginning to think that something is wrong with that country. Seriously. This is one of the most blessed countries in Africa, in fact, in the whole world, in terms of the mineral resources God deposited there. Yet, some mysterious disease always break out there. Mysterious diseases always break out in that country. Why? Is it there is an evil spirit in that place, or demon is taking position in that country? Because it's very, very strange. With the resources the DRC has, that place should have been London by now. London. But what is going on? Foreign powers are exploiting it. Yet they are not putting anything back into the country that is exploited. They just take the resources away and leave the country prostrate. So it is left for the people of the government of DRC to sit back and ask themselves questions. Why are these things happening to us? Why can't they harness their resources and use it to develop their country? All these places where these diseases are breaking out, can't they clear it? Apparently, it's coming from the bush or some animal or something. It must be animal, because if it's coming from human beings, how did they contact it? They must have contacted it from somewhere. And it cannot be far from animals they eat and all that. If the place has been developed and then, converted into either farmland or industrial estates and all that, some of these things will be, they will be past tense. But the place is relatively undeveloped. Bush area that is undeveloped, uncultivated. And so some dangerous animals are living there. And people are always going there to hunt for games. And some of these games are carrying natural diseases in them. And when you consume it, you won't even know what you are consuming. And so the government of DRC should look inwards. Look inwards. Why are these things always happening repeatedly? Why? They should clear the uncultivated areas and convert them into either living quarters or something, instead of allowing this thing to be growing there. That is where I look at it, too. Because the thing, it just don't come from heaven. It didn't fall from the skies. And it cannot be far from something that people, contacted from bushes. Bushes. Up till now, they don't know where the thing is coming from. Is it not very strange? Is it not strange? Every disease must have a source. Like if you have malaria today, everybody knows that malaria has beaten you. Is that not true? And then malaria must be anopheles. It's not all malaria that can give you malaria. Anopheles. And so you flee the place and clear them.
But the DRC has also been dealing with conflict and weak health services. So would we say this is a problem of just their health sector or insecurity or poor infrastructure?
It is undeveloped environment. I mean, very primitive and archaic environment. You know, most of the things that needed to that need for modernity, they don't have them. Rather, their raw material is what these Western powers are after. As the last time, you have 120 militia groups fighting for one territory or the other to protect these mineral resources. And they are being hired by these Western powers to protect their so-called businesses. Imagine. Imagine. Militia groups fighting to protect one mineral resources or the other in one country. So how can there be development there? How? Why can't DRC government say, look, oh yeah, everybody pack and go. Then they can now take charge of those mineral resources and begin to use it to develop that country. I mean, develop it. If they have taken preemptive measure since 1927, in fact, that place would have been better than London in terms of infrastructure and development. But nobody is interested. Nobody has the political will. That's just the truth. And so in an environment of such a condition, all manner of things will come into the mix. Seriously.
All right. Now, the WHO and African CDC have dealt with Ebola outbreaks before. Now, with these deaths spiraling to 2,000, do you think the international response should be much bigger, or should just, before this whole thing becomes a regional health emergency, do you think the international response should now come in and be more bigger and escalate the whole thing before it becomes a world emergency?
It is left for the government to now say, look, we have a problem here. Most times, government don't like to expose themselves.
Because they don't want interference?
Not just interference. They don't want to be seen to be weak and all that.
At the expense of
their
people?
Yes, because before DRC exposed what was going on, over 1,900 people have died already before they now, raise alarm. You can imagine. Over 1,900 people have died before the international community was alerted to what is going on. So they were keeping it under the wraps. Just like when COVID-19 happened in China. The Chinese government never wanted the world to know what was going on. They were covering it just for national interest. This has happened. And so, whether the world will come to your rescue or not depends on how you have extended the hands of help. If you don't connect the world will not come to your rescue because of sovereignty of nations.
But the priority of the government must be for the interest of the people. And so if the government are not trying to escalate things because they are seen, they're going to be seen as weak at the expense of others, what does this make the government?
Please, my dear, listen and listen good. Government is for the people is all on paper. In reality, they are not. Nigeria is a perfect example. Was it not America that is now talking of a Christian genocide? Have the government accepted that there was such a thing? America took the initiative and they are fighting your war for you. Your government, what are they doing? They are denying it. They never accepted that there is Christian genocide. It is outsiders that are now fighting your battles for you. What does that tell you? So most times, government don't accept their infamy. They don't accept their shortcomings to avoid embarrassment. So all this idea of government is a lie. It's all on paper. They are not for you. As long as they are in office, they are not for you. They only need you during the election so that you can vote for them. When you vote, they will now shake your hand and say, thanks for doing business with you. Then that's all. They will now go and be doing whatever they like. They don't consider you at all. They don't.
So if they are not for the interest of the people, what interest are they for then?
Their own interests. their pocket, their family. I, me and I. I, me and my family. I, me and my friends. That is the government you have in Africa. That's the truth. It's only in the Western world that government fear the people. In the Western world, government fear the people because they know that the power is with the people. They know that the people can take them out of office. They know. Here, when African leaders get into power, my dear, it will take a thunderbolt to remove them from there. I mean, thunder. Even the thunder says they will go and do their own juju to counter the thunder. Maybe it's only death. They don't live off it. Look at the Voptv in Cameroon. A man on wheelchair, 94 years, and he's telling you that his best is yet to come. You now ask yourself, best yet to come at 94. The man just wants to die in office. So is that not a good example? Such a man, though. And so please, don't deceive yourself. African leaders, they are a special species. Yes, they are a special species. They copy the wrong principles. What is happening in the Western world, they will never copy it. They will never. They will never. Joe Biden did a debate with Donald Trump. And his party saw the outcome of that debate and said, look, Mr. President, you can't do this. So you better step down. And the man complied. In Africa, who will tell any sitting president to step down and he will agree? Who? Today now, the sun is telling us that the cancer the man is suffering is spreading rapidly. In Africa, do you know what their leaders are suffering from? Have they ever come out to tell you their health status? No, they will not. Until they die in office, and they will not judge them. He died after a brief illness. That's all. They will not tell you what is wrong with it so that people will learn, so that medical science will take care and then look at that thing and know what to do. Because 90% of the time, it is when you discover a disease in somebody that you will now use it as an experiment to know what to do, to devise a medicine or a solution to it. That's why they're always interested in knowing how far is the health of their leader in the Western world. But here, they will keep it under the cooler. You will never know what your leader is suffering from until, even when Yaradua died in Saudi Arabia, they were still telling her that he's alive. I don't know what they are hiding from. I don't know what they are covering. And that makes us the African we are. There is something about us, seriously, very, very wrong about us.
Quite unfortunate. Well, let's take this conversation to the story on ECOWAS. Now, ECOWAS has been under serious pressure since Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger pulled away from the bloc and formed the Alliance of Sahel States. Now, with Story now saying that the tensions are already coming down and reducing, do you think ECOWAS is actually rebuilding trust with these countries, or are they just simply seeking a quieter phase of the disagreement?
They are not rebuilding anything because this is a francophone state. The major reason is their colonial master, France. And because ECOWAS did not come to their rescue when they were being maltreated, that was why they pulled out. And that was when Tinubu was the ECOWAS chairman. So it was under his watch that these states left. And he couldn't bring them back. Now they have formed an alliance. And they are not looking back. There's no sign that they are going to come back because they are talking of their own currency, their own passport and all that. So a country that is determined to be on their own, I don't see what is wrong. After all, Great Britain just left the EU the other day. Yes, it's allowed. It's under the UN. It's the charter there. I mean, you are allowed to self-determination. It's only in Africa that it becomes a problem. So I didn't see anything wrong with what they have done. And I don't even think there is any need to bring them back. If they want to come back, they should come on their own. If they believe that ECOWAS can protect them, they have something to gain from, they will come on their own. And not you trying to go and play with them, Papa. all the while they were there, what did you do for them? All the while they were there. Were you not there when France was plundering their resources and all that? As a body, as a union, what did you do to assist them? You didn't even come to their aid when they were fighting their colonial master. And so they felt that there is no need belonging to this bloc, and they left. And I think somehow they are better off now. Yes, at least the independence is there now. France can no longer take their money and ask them to come and borrow their money. What an insult.
Now, Nigeria has traditionally been seen as the leading power in ECOWAS, and Tinubu became ECOWAS chairman in 2023 when the bloc was dealing with the Niger coup and threats of military intervention. Now, looking back, do you think Nigeria has given this crisis the right approach, or do you think it's weakened the influence in this region?
It's sure that Tinubu is a weak leader. He doesn't have that influence because it was under his watch that these states left ECOWAS. Under his watch, they left ECOWAS. And so, that is a minus for Tinubu. That is the truth. It was a minus for Tinubu. And so, when the outgoing secretary of ECOWAS was, I don't know why he was contracting it. Is it the money? Yeah, Nigeria, because Nigeria is the highest contributor to ECOWAS. Maybe that's why they still have some small influence in ECOWAS. Apart from that, politically, economically, Nigeria does not have any influence over ECOWAS. Seriously, they don't. After all, the West African Court of Justice, about 5 months ago, declared that Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying their judgment. Is that progress? Can you call it progress? Tinubu did not, in fact, we don't even exert any influence in West Africa. It was under his word that Niger, downed our Air Force jet and seized it. Under his watch. You saw and you had the diplomatic maneuver that went into that. Until we paid money and they released our jets. Can you just imagine? So we don't have influence over ECOWAS, especially under Tinubu. We don't.
So the only influence we have in ECOWAS is how that we are contributors?
Exactly. That's the only thing. We dollar the money. And that's it. Nothing else. I mean, look at it yourself. Do we have? We don't have. We don't have. Seriously. You have not even taken care of your country and you want to take care of the entire ECOWAS. Is that not what people will be saying? No, tell me. America, United States is in fact, is not just the world, but the whole of Latin America and all that. America have overriding influence over them. Because yes, when you look at home, America is in charge. Nobody can go into America and do any rubbish. And so that is what? A plus for them. And so from what is going on at home, yes, you can now exert influence outside your territory. But in Nigeria, look at what is going on here. With what is going on here, what influence are you going to exert in any of the ECOWAS countries? What influence? I remember when Buhari went to Ghana to say that he is going to be the corruption fighter and all that. The Ghanaian people said, look, the one in your country, are you done with it? I think they asked that man to apologize for one of the Ghanaian, what he said. He really embarrassed Buhari. Say you are fighting corruption in Ghana. The one in your country, have you finished with it? So these are things people look at before you start talking to them. The insult we are getting from South Africa, where do you think it's coming from? They saw that Nigeria is nothing. I mean, they saw that the economy is down. They saw that we are from number 1 to number 4, now be number 3. And so what influence are you coming to exert? What influence? With the leadership in Nigeria that is very, very, very embarrassing. And so when you look at all these things, you don't even need to go outside and talk because people embarrass you. You don't even dare. You can't try it. That's the truth.
Now, let's look at the perspective of ECOWAS. ECOWAS was actually formed in 1975 mainly to promote economic integration. But in recent times, we have seen that security and military coup have taken the center stage. Would you say that that the ECOWAS has shifted or diverted from their actual goal and now they're not paying attention to the right things?
But yes, because I mean, time changes everything. There is nothing that is cast on stone. It's a matter of time before modernity will take over ancient times. Yes, 1975 to 2026, look at the date, look at the gap. It's a long time now. As at that time, yeah, we needed such a regional integration because of the bipolar world we are in. You have the East and West bloc. The communist Russia was very, very at their zenith with America. You have the capitalists fighting the communists. So we needed such to protect ourselves. That was the major reason. To protect, to insulate us from this power block play. But over the years now, the world has moved on. We are now in a global village. No thanks to technology and internet and all that. You can no longer insulate yourself. It can never happen. So that was why the wall has been broken. And then with it come new thinking, new orientation, new technology, and then new way of doing things. And there's no way this changing will not impact on the original idea of ECOWAS. The economic of Commission of West African States. Are you going to remain on your own as a regional bloc? No. More so when you don't have anything to offer the world. You must reach out. And so that was why that economic independence was broken. And then with it come political what? Independence. That's the truth. Remember at that time, it was mainly military regime that was mostly prevalent. But those military regimes had been taken over by democratic regimes. And so the new way of doing things are coming, even though we are not better off now. We are not better off. But they said the way to go is civilian administration. And so with it, new way of doing things are coming. And that is why ECOWAS is no longer what was a dream to be. It was not. Look at it. Was it not this modernity that brought about alliance of Sahelian states? Mm-hmm. They now realize that, look, they have been in bondage over the years. That was it. They realized that they have been in bondage. And so, look, we are breaking away. That was it.
Mm. All right. Thank you very much. We have been speaking with Darlington Agomore, a public affairs analyst and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for your submission on the African News today.
My pleasure.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. So you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, car bomb kills Eastern Libyan military intelligence chief. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Report says the head of military intelligence for Eastern Libya's Libyan National Army was killed on Monday when an explosive device detonated in his car outside his home in the Hawari area of Benghazi. Brigadier Fauzi Mansouri was reportedly killed in the blast, which occurred in the evening. The killing highlights continuing security challenges in Libya, where rival administrations and armed groups have retained influence despite a 2020 ceasefire that stopped major warfare. Libya has been split since 2014 between rival Eastern and Western factions after a 2011 NATO-backed uprising toppled longtime autocrat Muammar Gaddafi. The Libyan National Army, led by military commander Khalifa Haftar, controls much of eastern and southern Libya. It is aligned with authorities based in Benghazi, while the internationally recognized Government of National Unity is based in the capital Tripoli and controls much of the west. The ruling National Resistance Movement, NRM, has won 80 and the 97 parish chairperson positions in Mukono district. Report says the elections held under tight security and were largely reported to have been orderly, with no petitions filed following the declaration of results. Mukono District Returning Officer George William Eliau said the NRM won about 82% of the parish chairperson positions, while independent candidates secured 11 seats. The opposition National Unity Platform NUP 5 and the Democratic Party DP 2. Eliau commended candidates and their support for adhering to electoral guidelines while maintaining mutual respect throughout the elections. MSF said funding to tackle acute malnutrition in parts of Somalia has dropped by more than 80% this year. The organization said this is despite 1 in every 4 children screened in displacement camps in the southwest being severely malnourished. MSF Health Advisor Michelle Sangma said the United States had cut its support to aid agencies in the country from $70 million in 2025 to no funding this year, leaving aid groups struggling to respond as needs arise. A July survey by MSF of 888 households in 14 displacement sites in Baidoa, southwest Somalia, found that 1 in 4 children were severely malnourished. It said 1/3 of families said they were surviving on 1 meal a day, while only 2% said they could afford 3 meals. Well, police say a rock fall at an illegal mine northwest of Johannesburg killed 14 secret miners, most of them from Lesotho. Police spokeswoman Colonel Adele Myborg said 14 illegal miners, mostly Basothos, died during a rockfall. She revealed that 8 others were hospitalized and an unknown number of illegal miners are currently possibly stuck under the ground. Myborg stated that officials were headed to the site of the disaster at Nkaneng, near the town of Rustenburg. Thousands of unregistered miners known as Zamazamas operate in South Africa, scavenging abandoned mines for gold and other minerals in arduous and often perilous conditions. Well, right now we take another quick break and the African News returns with business and other stories. Please do stay with us.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second, polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. Now, in the world of business, data from Statistics South Africa shows that the official unemployment rate rose to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026 from 32% in the first quarter. The statistics agency said the number of unemployed South Africans increased to over 8,480,000 in April to June compared to over 8,130,000 in January to March. Job losses were broad-based in April to June, with employment declining in 7 of the 10 sectors tracked by Stats SA. The agency said the community and social services sector recorded the largest job losses in the second quarter, followed by mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. Trade, construction, and finance sectors saw employment increases. The governor of Libya's central bank, Naj Issa, has resigned without giving a reason. Private TV channel Al Abar said Issa had confirmed his resignation. Issa and Vice Governor Marie El Barisi were appointed by Libya's parliament, which is based in the east of the divided country, in September 2024. His appointment was part of the deal backed by the United Nations that ended the standoff over Libya's oil production and the deep financial crisis. He succeeded Sadiq al-Kabir, who officials close to Deiba had criticized over his management of the bank and state funds, saying he favored the eastern-based rival administration. In the world of sports, Somalian referee Omar Artan, who was denied the chance to referee at the World Cup after being refused entry to the United States, says he is proud to take charge of the UEFA Super Cup between Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa on Wednesday. Before the World Cup started in June, the 34-year-old referee found himself in the media spotlight after being turned away on arrival at Miami International Airport, despite being part of the panel of referees selected by FIFA for the tournament. Artan, who described the experience as a tough period, appreciated those who sympathized with him at the time. At the time, a U.S. State Department official said that the referee was associated with suspected members of terrorist organizations, therefore making the traveler ineligible for admission to the United States. These allegations were rejected by the referee and caused outrage in Somalia, where Artan had been welcomed as a hero on his return. And to wrap up the African news, Charlton Athletic have signed Kenya international midfielder Timothy Omar from Sylvia Prague on a season-long loan deal. The contract includes an option to sign the 22-year-old on a permanent deal. Manager Nathan Jones Timothy is a player that the team had been monitoring for a long, and he comes with a good pedigree. Omar began his career with Nairobi City Stars before joining Swedish top-flight side IF Elfsborg on the summer of 2022. The midfielder is the team's seventh signing of the summer transfer window, following the acquisitions of defenders' 6 other players. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 081 460 64057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Thank you very much for staying on the African News. I am Praise Peters. Do have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef dey no fit give us o. No road for motor, even leg sef dey get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This powerful statement by Nelson Mandela reminds us that the future of every nation depends on the quality of its education system. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine critical issues in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and across the world. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's edition of the program, we focus on the release of the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination result. The West African Examination Council, WAEC, has released the results of the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for school candidates. According to the council, more than 1.9 million candidates sat for the examination, with over 1.2 million obtaining credit in both English language and mathematics, the minimum requirement for admission into most tertiary institutions. However, WAEC also withheld the results of 167,486 candidates over alleged involvement in examination malpractice. Speaking during a press briefing in Lagos, the head of WAEC's national office, Amos Dangote, attributed the development to widespread examination malpractice, citing the increasing use of mobile phones in examination halls, another violation of examination regulations. The development has, however, generated mixed reactions among Nigerians, while many have commended WAEC's effort to protect the credibility of its examination. Others have expressed concern over the persistent rise in examination malpractice and its implication for the nation's education system. Now, to examine these issues and explore possible solutions, I'm being joined by Opeoluwa Taiwo. Opeoluwa Taiwo is a youth development advocate and the executive director of the Africa Bridge Initiative. Good afternoon, Okpe, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
All right. So we are looking at the fact that WAEC has released a new result. What's your general assessment of the 2026 WAEC results, particularly with over 1.2 million candidates obtaining credit in English and mathematics?
The West African Examination Council results for 2026, apparently based on the percentage we have in the past, 2023, 2024, especially last year. So for the figure this year is much more encouraging for both the student, the parent, and stakeholders, because we're talking about 1.9 million candidates, and we're having a good possible result of 1.2 million. So where is the 700,000 candidates? Where are they? So we're looking at about out of that 700,000, about close to 200,000 results are being withheld. All right, so let's look at what are the figures behind those results. As of today, we're talking about 243 million Nigerians. And out of this, we're having about 10.2 million children out of school. So what does that mean? The background already have a particular challenge. So as of today, we're also looking at about 80 to 90% literacy level in the southern part of Nigeria. And we're looking at about 10% to approximately about 15% in the north in terms of literacy level. So we can see where the gap is actually coming from. And you might be shocked to know that even Lagos is not even topping the list this year. Imo State is number one in terms of the about 70.5% in terms of the literacy level. And we can see the Kwara State also leading the northern state. Now, so what does that mean? This shows that there are a lot of gap within the system. So when we understand that it's a gap, especially in terms of the primary education, once you understand that there's a gap there, so the onion lies on us to look at how do we close those gaps. Because it's those gaps that ultimately gave us that result in terms of a 1.9 million stroke, 1.7 million exam result that has been released so far.
It's interesting to see that you've highlighted Kwara State topping the list. And of course, recently, the best graduating student from the Nigerian Law School is from Kwara State, University of Ilorin, the best graduating student, even the second overall best graduating student. But I would just like to ask you, considering the percentage, would you think, or do you think that this is quite encouraging at this point in time, knowing fully well that out of over 1.9 million candidates that sat for the examination, 1.2 million obtained credits in both mathematics and English? Do you think that this percentage is encouraging given the realities of Nigeria's current education sector?
All right, so looking at the trajectory of our educational system, we can say that the figure is encouraging and is positive in terms of outlook for this year, 2026. However, that is not where we should be as a nation, because like I usually say in my own mantra, that we have two pillars in terms of our enabler of an economy. What are those two pillars? Number one is agriculture. Number two is education. So if these two pillars are a bit faulty or shaking, there something is wrong with the economy. So we are not there yet, but the trajectory shows to us that the outlook is positive this year, and it's a win-win for us, and we can do better in terms of putting infrastructure, in terms of even the security of the schools of the children, because that's part of also the process, because it's beyond just going to classroom, the teachers. They also look at even the welfare of the teachers and even their professional capacity. Those are some of the ingredients that can add up to where we should be in terms of our education
as a nation.
sector.
And then WAEC withheld the result of over 167,486 candidates over alleged examination malpractice. I want you to talk to us your reaction to that significant development, and then with examination malpractice now ravaging the nation, what do you think should be done to juxtapose this and prevent this from occurring in the years to come?
Education malpractices in Nigeria is not new. It's not new to us, but it's not encouraging. So where do we go from here? The social media has done more harm to us than ever. In terms of gadgets, and the students have been taken out of school psychologically and emotionally because of their gadget. So the parents must wake up to their responsibility. Our value as a nation must be reviewed. What is our value? Like I usually see some of our young ones on the social media, some saying that education has scam. We have seen that education can never be a scam, because without that solid educational background, a young mind do not understand in between the good and the bad in terms of even technology itself, in terms of professionalism. So young minds must understand that you have to look at the school age, that these are the age I must be in school. But never can tell. Even we, the stakeholders, must also encourage the student, because as at 2 o'clock, if you are seeing any student out with uniform, then the question is, what are you doing out there? As at 10 a.m. in the morning, any student or any school age young ones should be asked, what are you doing on the streets? So we have to stop our street hawking. And that goes back to the government, because that is another way the parents are trying to curb the poverty rate, which is affecting everyone in Nigeria as of today. But beyond that, the government also must understand that for every pain, the parents want to shift it back to the government. So what is the responsibility of the government? The government must understand that we have to look at how do we motivate the student? How do we motivate our children for them to go back to school, out of the streets? Because like I said earlier, we are saying about 5 years to 14 years. We are looking at the out of school children of about 10 million. That's massive number. 10 million young minds out of school, out of 242 million. That is a massive number. And that is a danger in advance. So the government must find a way to bring out these 10 million students back into the school. Because out of those 10 million young minds, bandits is coming out of them. Corrupt leaders are coming out of them. Politicians are coming out of them. Armed robbers are coming out of them. So we must find a way to invest more into the educational sector of Nigeria. That is the way forward for the government of Nigeria.
It's interesting that you've mentioned the role of investment and the role of the government. And I want you to talk to us beyond the students. WAEC has actually withheld a lot of results this year. Beyond the students, who do you think should be held responsible for examination malpractice? What should be the role of parents? What should be the role of teachers? What should be the role of invigilators? What technology do you think should be properly deployed to ensure that examination malpractice is curbed in the years to come?
All right, so I will come in this line. The blame game has to stop. So for me, I'm not pushing any blame to any of the stakeholders. The blame game has to stop. All of us must come on the table to bring the narrative from negative to positive. Because if we have more armed robbers in the society, the problem will be pushed to the government. If we have more professors in the society, what do you think will happen? There will be more accolades for the government also. So what do we do from here? Now, for the malpractices, a lot of results are being withheld. And that's a good one for me. That's a good one on the part of WAEC. That shows they are still maintaining their
Academic
standard.
integrity.
They are not shifting the goal, which is very important. Shifting the goalpost will reduce the educational sector, especially in the West Africa. So what do we need to do? In terms of the capacity of the preparation for each of the examination, every school must understand that the power of technology has to be involved in terms of preparing the students. So what do I mean? We want to have the mock examination for the student in every secondary school. The first thing is that, do you have a technology, do you have CCTV in your examination hall, even within your school? Whereby, when I sit for an examination in your school, whatever happens, you don't need any teacher to be around me within that hall. After the exam, all you need to do what? Play the video to about 50 students in that class. That look at the video, look at the performance. Out of all of you, 5 of you, you can see yourself that 5 already engaged in malpractice. That means that 5 are not going to the next class. That 5 will be retained in this same class. So out of the remaining 45, we can see that some of you also are trying some other form of insincerity. So what does that mean? That means they understand that this will be their result when WAEC comes. So the students and the teachers must work closely in terms of preparing for the examination, because preparation is the order of manifestation. We cannot just be jumping to analysis and saying we are blaming this, we are blaming that. No, we have gone past that as a nation, Nigeria. Let's look at the positive angle of technology in terms of preparing the student, because don't forget that their primary education is already having some gap. So let's close the gap psychologically, emotionally within the secondary space. And I think next year results will be more positive in terms of outlook.
Now, WAEC also cited the increased use of mobile phone technology as one of the reasons for this failure. Do you think that phone should be curbed or should be reduced for the usage of phone, right? Like the time that students and parents pay attention to phone. Do you think that the time span should be reduced? Because WAEC also cited the use of mobile phone as the reason for examination malpractice.
All right, that's a good one. But for me, I will be a bit divergent in terms of submission, because there is a security challenge in Nigeria. So an average parent will also tell you that I need to monitor my kids through the phone. So, but another thing is that when we talk about phone, there are different layers of phone. If we're having a student, we're having GS1 to GS3, we have SS1 to SS3, even though the federal government, through the Minister of Education, is trying to close that gap and see how they can have a moratorium system for the educational sector. If we're having GSS1 to GSS3 with iPhone, there's a problem somewhere. And that problem is coming from the parents. If you're having a normal phone for a primary school student, that is still acceptable because of the communication between the student and the parent. But when you're having a student in SS1 to SS3 with iPhone 17, then we need to even query the school themselves. Why did you allow such students to come into the environment? It's as simple as that. Before WAEC will push the blame to us, let's accept the blame and say the truth to ourselves. If I'm the proprietor of the school, I'm the principal of this school, if this is my own child, will I allow my 15-year-old son to be using iPhone 17 while in SS3 or SS2? The answer is no.
The question
is not useful.
Some adults don't even have access to iPhone 17. Some mature adults, some graduates are not even using iPhone 17.
That is the problem. So when even a professional does not even have access, because I've seen it. As of yesterday, I went, because of this particular interview today, I went to visit one of my friends who is a secondary school teacher. And you'll be shocked to know that the gap is massive in terms of the value. Our value have been eroded. And this shows to us that we need to review our value system. Everybody is shouting the constitution. What are the ingredients of a constitution? What are the components of a constitution? Your norms, your values as a people, your culture as a people. So constitution is not coming from heaven. Those things that will form our constitution, let's invest more in those things, such as our culture, our values, our orientation. What are we? Who are we as a people? Can a young boy, a young girl of 15, 12, 5 years old, the focus should not be money.
The focus should not be flashy things.
The focus should not be material substance.
Possession.
We've seen these days that even some, like I said earlier, even some students, the kind of gadget. So, let's put a record to this. From primary 1 to primary 6, you can have your tablets for the student, if you can afford it. From GSS1 to GSS3, you can have your tablets for your students, for your children. So what does that mean? For that tablet, you do not need any social media. All you need to do is to fill it up with what? Educational apps. Preparing for JAM, preparing for WAEC, different educational games that you'll be surprised to know that a lot of children, they're having iPhone. But if you ask them, can you play chess? They will tell you what's the meaning of chess. You ask them, can you play scramble? Do you even understand the meaning of scramble? They will ask you, they don't understand. But they understand iPhone. So something is wrong somewhere. So we need to close that gap. Let's have tablets instead of iPhone for the student, so that we cannot shift them away from technology, but we can modify the kind of positive technology that will be useful for their brain, because their brain is still very young. And whatever you put inside that brain, at that moment, the escalation is very rapid. And that's something a lot of parents do not understand. Whatever we put in the brain, whatever we put into the face, the visual learning for the student must work more positively than being negative. So remove the phone, let's replace it with a tablet without any social media platform. Then we'll see that the outlook for the next result will be more encouraging for our education.
So as we wrap up this specific conversation, I would just like to ask you, what practical step do you think WAEC should take? Beyond WAEC, schools, parents, and then government, what do you think are the steps they should take to reduce examination malpractice and restore confidence in public examinations?
All right. So for the WAEC, I know in, let's say, 10 years, 15 years, there are a lot of data that WAEC do collect from the school in terms of numbers of students in a class from SS1 to SS2 for them to understand if all of these children are already part of the process. So what do we need going forward? WAEC need to upgrade their data system in terms of what are the performance of this 100 students from SS1 to SS2 in your school. So the performance of those schools will determine the performance in WAEC. So with that performance, you'll be able to release a data back to the school that your students are not well prepared based on the data available to us. So the WAEC also must encourage the schools in terms of data analysis. So data analysis is needed more from WAEC. So don't just accept the registration fee. Don't just accept everything and say, okay, our own job is just to prepare for the exam. We take the exam sheet and they write and we come back and we give them the result. No, it has to be what? A win-win transaction in 21st century. WAEC must invest more in data analysis. Then back to the school. The school must understand that going forward, there will be penalty for any school that falls short some certain percentage in terms of preparing the student for examination. So don't just assume that my own job is just to accept school fees from the parent and just normal teaching and they prepare for the exam. You have to be accountable because going forward, you'll be rated in terms of the performance of your teachers. So the teachers also must upgrade themselves. The teacher must invest more in themselves and the school must collaborate with the teachers to understand that we have a mathematics teacher who does not understand AI in terms of teaching. We have an English language teacher who does not understand the culture of a particular student in a particular area. Then we need to understand that in as much as we are bringing English language, the culture, the value of that area the school is residing, that area, the culture must also be embedded. So you understand that if you are teaching, for instance, we saw on the social media, some people teaching in their language, mathematics, and it becomes very seamless to the student to understand. Let's also look at how we can marry our value, our culture with the educational curriculum, vis-a-vis the technology innovation. And I'm sure the outlook will be positive going forward.
Your final education quotes?
All right. Without education, we are going nowhere. No education, no future. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. No education, no future. Opeoluwa Taiwo is a youth development advocate and the executive director of the Africa Bridge Initiative. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
I'll be here.
Thank you. You are still watching Nigeria Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Please join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Step into a world where stories unfolds, secrets unravel, and dreams come alive. Every story has a legacy. Every legacy holds the power to inspire. A unique interview series that celebrates the lives of Nigeria's elder statesmen and women through their remarkable journeys in the military, diplomacy, public service, academia, medicine, and beyond. Conversation that transcends generations, offering guidance to youth leaders, diplomats, technocrats, and future change makers. We unveil the wisdom, resilience, and achievements that shapes our nation and the world. Join us every Sunday on Voice of the People Television. Reminiscence, legacies that leads the way, stories that lives on.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has directed vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts to immediately dismiss any student found after due investigation to have been involved in kidnapping or other violent crimes. The directive was issued by the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, during a meeting with the Management and Governing Council of the Federal University of Lafia, following concerns over the alleged involvement of some students in off-campus kidnapping activities. The minister also instructed heads of tertiary institutions to strengthen campus security, improve internal intelligence, and work closely with the Department of State Security Services and other security agencies to prevent criminal activities within and around campuses. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak has rewarded 2 outstanding law graduates from the state with 5 million naira each for their exceptional performance at the 2026 Nigerian Law School graduation. The beneficiaries, Israel Adekunle Adeniyi from Offa and Oluwatomisin Promise Daniel from Okero local government area, were received by the governor in Ilorin. Adeniyi emerged as the overall best graduating student, while Daniel was recognized as the second best student in criminal litigation. Governor Abdulrazak said the reward is aimed at celebrating excellence, encouraging hard work, and inspiring other young people to pursue academic success through education. In addition to the cash award, the governor pledged to sponsor their master's degree programs at Ivy League universities abroad once they secure admission. Nigerian students have been urged to pursue excellence, embrace innovation, and develop leadership skills that will prepare them to become responsible leaders of tomorrow. The call was made at the Activate X Academic Conference 2026 held at the University of Lagos, where speakers and panelists challenged participants to equip themselves with the knowledge, character, and resilience needed to thrive in a rapidly changing world.
And carry that your business plan, pitch, and go and submit it in those 30. For those that want to start that, you win a grant. It's not magic. You will win a grant.
No matter the anguish you are going through now as a student, you might not be able to afford 3 square meal. You might not be able, trust me, when you come out of the University of Lagos and you have a good grade, forget what people are saying that there's no job outside. God will definitely do it for you. So irrespective of the challenges, I don't want you to hold on to your faith. I believe we are all children of God here, irrespective of the religion. So hold on to your faith, hold on to God, take feedback, and ensure that you invest in your education. Education is not just preparation for life. Education is life itself. And like Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world.
If you are a woman and you have nobody to talk to, or nobody can talk to you, then you're far from the truth. You have built a center of failure around you.
If you have a deadline, you'll be able to maximize your time productively. So in areas of trying to balance skills of academics, relationships, and the likes, everything are very important. But remember, your primary aim in the University of Lagos is to get a good grade, have relationships with people, and other things in the setting.
A lot of opportunities. Don't let anybody see you that, oh, it's a very tight space, you can't do anything. You can do anything. As long as you have what? You have a phone and you have what? Cheap data.
Every one of us should see academic excellence as part of your personal growth. There's no difference between academic excellence and then your personal life per se. Just like the misconception many people have, they feel your business life is different from your academic life, different from your spiritual life.
The conference also featured pitching session, providing participants with the opportunity to present innovative ideas and business solutions.
Business who wants to empower Nigerians, our real estate future through practical entrepreneurship education, where we empower young minds into entrepreneurship. We hope to guide students, to mentor them on how they can, write a very good project, vital.
And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that a 300 level mass communication student, Samuel Ariola, has emerged as the president-elect of the University of Lagos Students' Union for the 2026-2027 academic session. Ariola defeated Solomon Daniel of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, securing 12 votes to Daniel's 2. Speaking after his victory, Ariola pledged to prioritize students' welfare, advance policies that improve campus life, and build a students' union that truly represent the interests and aspiration of every student. Reacting to the outcome, the president of the Communication and Media Studies Students Association, Ayomide Adegboro, described the victory as a proud moment for the department, noting that mass communication had not produced a student union president since 2016. Ariola is expected to become the first mass communication student in recent history to lead the University of Lagos Students' Union. And that's a wrap on Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we explored the release of the 2026 WAEC results. As the country continues to pursue quality education, the responsibility rests not only on the government and schools, but also on students, parents, and other stakeholders to uphold excellence, integrity, and accountability in the education system. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. My name is Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the policies, people, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember, as quoted by Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
From the views on the streets
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Protect the old. It's time.
Are you scared? You should be.
Good job, baby. This is the way.
It was a day of excitement and smiles as children gather at Female Cinema, Palms Mall, Lagos, for a special cinema outreach program. The initiative, which featured a screening of The Mandalorian and Grogu, created an opportunity for young movie lovers to enjoy entertainment, creativity, and the power of storytelling. Organizers say the outreach is aimed at creating memorable experiences for children while encouraging creativity and positive engagement.
So I believe that as an entertainment company, as distributors, we are not just all about bringing films to the cinema. We are also about using that medium, that is film, entertainment, to sort of create memorable experiences for people in our community. So it makes sense that as we are doing the one we can for the cinema, we are also giving out to our immediate community as well. So it's about the experience for the kids, because you find that in the crowd that we have here, there are some people that haven't had the cinema experience before. So this project was actually just curated for those people so that they know that an experience like this exists. And there's something about film and broadening people's horizons, broadening your expectations, right? So this was just sort of the idea that there's so much more beyond their immediate environment. So that was sort of what inspired this, and just making sure that people get that experience at least once in, want to believe that subsequently things like this will be happening for them. But yeah.
You've seen how everything just started. We're actually here to ensure that we give back to the society. This is something we do every now and then. Join the Cast has always looked for opportunities to give back to society. Sometimes we go on board doing malaria programs, bringing awareness to the society. Today we just chose to give back to the children and all that. So, not everybody has the same opportunity in life. You get me? So these children are. This is a very beautiful experience for them, and one of the things is to do for them is to open up their horizon to great opportunities out there. So if they are confined to a certain way of thinking or to a certain box in life, when they come to places like this, their minds are open. They get to see beautiful things. They get to watch movies. They get excitement. They get inspired to even learn more in class, so that they don't just stay confined to the regular thing they know every day.
When we get to, get initiatives like this, we like to support the children outside the classrooms, just so that they get new experiences and, they get to see everything outside the school. And also when they, talk to friends and, they are in a conversation, they'll be able to have something to say too, that, they've gone to this, they've done that, just so that. And, we like to support something like this, just our name can also be out there also.
For the children, it was a moment of fun, interaction, and shared memories.
Hello, beautiful children. Okay, so is this your first time at the cinema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how was the experience like for you?
Fine, thank you, ma'am.
Who among you enjoy yourself to the fullest today?
I.
So what did you enjoy about today?
The movie.
Who else enjoyed the movie?
Yeah.
So how was the movie for you?
It's fine, ma'am.
Okay, so if you would rate that movie on a scale of 1 to 10, what would it be? You have something to say?
If I'm going to rate the movie, I'm going to rate it about 10 over 10.
And why is that?
Because it's so interesting.
Okay, so who is your lucky actor in the movie? Is it Mano or the girl?
Mano.
Okay, and what is that thing you love about them?
Because he's a brave man. He's brave and he never give up.
Okay, so thank you very much. Enjoy. It's been an amazing experience to see the excitement and the joy on the faces of children as they gather together to have this cinematic experience through this wonderful outreach. Knowing fully well that this is like a first time for many of those children, we hope to see many of these to give every child the equal opportunity to learn beyond the classroom and make something meaningful for their life and have a broadened horizon. I am Oyindamola Olokuto for Voice of the People TV.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage
as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Voptv.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, to Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Yuka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust. Voptv. Now you have more than.
Hello there and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of Television. Western stories shape the narrative. And of course, Saturday we'll be dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. It's over for APC and Tinubu as Trump is urged to back opposition and of course save Osun State. Join the conversation with experts, insights, and citizen perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Nationwide flight disruption as aviation unions strike over unpaid wages. Domestic flights across Nigeria were disrupted on Tuesday. Of course, after aviation union and of course NUATE, ATSSSAN, and NAAPE began, an industrial action. The strike is about over unpaid wages, anti-union practices, and non-remittance of the 5% ticket sales charge. Air Peace and the United Nigerian Airlines suspended operations after terminal in Lagos and Abuja were barricaded. The NCAA appealed to unions to call off the strike pending the return of the aviation minister, Festus Keyamo, who is currently on an unexplained foreign trip. Unions say they will not back down until workers' rights are respected and understanding due are remitted. All right, away from that particular one, article flags Beavers cybersecurity risks over 2027 general elections. Atiku Abubakar has actually warned that INEC is still using an outdated Android 10 on Beavers, which actually poses a cybersecurity threat to the 2027 general elections. The former vice president, made this assertion that the OS is no longer supported and could lead to hacking, crashes, and compromised voter accreditation, and of course, IREF results. Citing Beavers' failure in the August 1 Osun mock accreditation, he urged INEC to upgrade the audit and, of course, checking the system before the polls. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081-387-14129. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV and, of course, on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. It is over for APC and Tinubu as Trump is urged to back opposition and, of course, save Osun State. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 13,000
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical Frequency 2, 12.731 GHz. Symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice over Television. The 2027 battle lines are being drawn as Davido takes the fight straight to Washington, D.C. Afrobeat singer Davido has made a public appeal to the U.S. President Donald Trump to intervene in the Osun State August 15 governorship election, citing growing fears of violence and voter intimidation. Osun people deserve to vote freely, peacefully, and without fear. Davido actually made, the assertion and appealed, to the U.S. and international community to ensure voters are protected and every vote is respected. Pressure is mounting on the authorities, and of course, security has been tightened at INEC's Osogbo office ahead of the poll. At the same time, in Abuja, opposition leaders, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and Shea Makinde will meet in August 18 to plot a united front against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The G100 coalition has said it has consulted 6 parties to build what it's called a credible alternative. Tinubu's camp dismissed the alliance as a desperate plot and exercise in futility. SGF Judge Akume said the APC will campaign on verifiable facts. All right, so we're now being joined in the studio, Mr. Ubong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Ubong.
Good afternoon, Savior.
How's it been?
Oh, good, 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 good.
You're actually coming at the right time because Osho election is boiling as we speak.
Yeah, I think those are the things that keep Nigeria going. We are interested about what is happening. The political atmosphere is being heated up. That's why you see different, commentators commenting
Here and there, banters, they've been throwing shades at themselves and all of that.
So
but
it's
we'll get to see
expected.
more of it. It's expected. It's
yes.
expected. And of course, joining us virtually, we have Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola, project management professional, public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon to you, Doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm pleased. I'm very happy to join you.
Thank you so much for being part of the program. Of course, I will also have joining us virtually Honorable Shola Fashore, the spokesperson for Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, Interim National Secretary of the African Democratic Congress. Good afternoon to you, Honorable.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to the program.
And thank you for also joining. So let me pick it up from you because, the situation surrounds, your party, your principal, being the interim national secretary of the ADC. And of course, Oshun is where all of you presently, I believe you're still in Oshun, if I'm, correct.
So, Shogbo now as we speak.
Yeah, so I know, you all are gathered, in Shogbo as we speak, and I saw your rally made rounds on, national TV as regards to, the heavyweight in your party, your presidential candidates, and all of them, they were on stage, letting the people of Oshun know that it is time for them to vote for APC. Now, let's talk about the opposition alliance. Is the August 18 meeting of Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, and of course, marking a genuine effort as regards to the unity, or just another pre-2027 arrangement that will collapse? Because we've actually seen, several, coalition, meetings that has happened over time. And it seems not to really, hold waters. Now, I love the fact that this is coming at this time because the ruling party, the APC, also, came from the coalition, that actually made President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in 2015, lose a seat, being an incumbent president. And now we're hearing such situation. Can a coalition like this of your ADC, NDC, APM, PDP, PRP, SDP, a realistic, defeat against the APC and of course President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? I'd like you to give me your assertions now.
Thank you. When you look at the matrix, you found out that what is of common interest to all of them is that they all seek to remove the incumbent democratically in the coming election. So to that extent, they have a point of agreement, but there are fundamental areas of disagreement because they all want the same thing. They all want to win the presidential election, separate parties, not as a coalition. They all want to win as many states. They all want to win the National Assembly seats as many as possible. So there are two impulses there now. The impulse of cooperation to defeat a common enemy and the impulse of competition for what each of them wants, which are mutually exclusive to all the parties. So there's no problem with the area of disagreement. The area of agreement. The problem is usually in the areas of disagreement. Excuse me. The disagreement is where the coalition, if it's going to crumble, it's where it's usually crumble. Because let's be realistic. if we judge by the last election in 2023, they practically won the same number of states. The advantage the APC and the Tinubu had then was that they won in more populous states. So that explains why Tinubu won. But as we speak now, I think the dynamics must have changed, because at that time, they were all outsiders, that is, non-incumbents. But now one of them is an incumbent with strategic advantage of incumbency. As we have seen, the incumbent teleguiding the electoral agency, and then the incumbent teleguiding the law enforcement agencies. And this is where they are all afraid. I mean, this is where they have concerns that will this be used in favor of the incumbent? And so that's the basis of their coming together. So if the incumbent is able to allay their fears, if they all see that the election will be free and fair, and we used to have flawed elections in the past, in that there will be ballot box snatching and such malfeasance, but now it's more structural. We have less
Honorable
ballot now. Yes,
Honorable.
I'm listening to you.
Now, I love the fact that you are, tilting the ground and, of course, giving, proper background understanding as regards to what should be expected and what has been, the precedent over the years. But I would like you to really stay on the main issue now. We have heavyweights like Atiku Abubakar, who happens to be your principal. Now we also have Peter Obi, who happens to be another heavyweight from the NDC. In as much as Seyi Makinde might not be a problem as regards to that particular, G100 coalition, in as much as Donald Duke might not also be a problem. And I don't know what, the Turaki faction of the PDP would be saying. But when it comes to Obi and Atiku, who do you think will step down for this coalition for everybody to rally around to go ahead?
That's the point I'm making.
Please, I would like you to, get there on time, because we have other people to also join the conversation. Please,
it's a 3-horse race.
All right.
It's a 3-horse race, and I don't see any of them stepping down for each other.
So why then do they need the coalition?
They were all in the same party. They were all in the ADC at a point. And then the Obi, Kwakwanso people left. The factors that made them to leave are still present. Obi wants to be president, and to be fair to him, when you look at the last election, he caused a scare because they gave him very little chance. What I'm not sure is whether the advantages he had then are still present now. But
when you use the word, it caused a scare, and you talking about the advantage he had now, you don't think he might have it now and all of that. For you to even use the word, it caused a scare back then. Do you think that your camp is quite scared of him even in the upcoming election?
No, you see, there is something in democratic studies where which they call bounded uncertainty. That is, before election is conducted, if election has not been conducted, for an election to be seen to be democratic, no candidate must be in a position where everybody can say, oh, this is a done deal, that this person is going to win. Because if an election that has not been conducted, for it to qualify as democratic, every candidate must be seen to have a fair chance of winning.
Okay, so honorable, I don't also know if you are also familiar with the word called proof of concept. This is also a universal understanding when it comes to, the public poll. Now, there is a way you get to know by doing either a public poll or we get to do what we call a mock, or something that has happened in the past, where someone has, been proven to show that this particular person can still stand a chance of winning. If you go through the streets, if you go through, the social media today, and of course, if you hear so many Nigerians, they're mentioning that particular name, Mr. Peter Obi, in as much as the ADC is still saying that, the Northerners have, Atiku in mind instead of Peter Obi. But we've seen how Kwankwaso has actually, garnered enough, political block in the north for the same NDC. So I'd like you to actually narrow this conversation to that point. Do you think that your camp is scared of Mr. Peter Obi as a person?
You see, I'm a pollster myself, so I conduct opinion poll. But opinion poll is just a rough guide, just to give you an idea. It's not sacrosanct that every election result must follow an opinion, because from the last opinion you conducted and the day the election is conducted, a lot of things could possibly change. You see, Kwankwaso is bringing a formidable advantage from Kano State, where it's influential. But the thing is, if Kwankwaso is a candidate, then he will sweep the whole of Kano State and possibly get respectable votes in other parts of the north. But he's not the main candidate on the ballot, and that counts in an election. Whether you are a deputy or whether you are the incumbent, whether you are the main candidate, is an issue. So it's there is an APC government in Kano State as we speak. Then there is Atiku, who is also a northerner, who is a main candidate. Now, when we look at ethnic politics in Nigeria, definitely Tinubu is disadvantaged because it's Yoruba. Peter Obi is disadvantaged, even more disadvantaged because of his ethnic identity. The only one, if ethnicity is going to count, will be Atiku, the main candidate.
Okay, all right.
So,
okay, Honorable. Thank you so much. Please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. I'll be coming back to you, shortly. Let me go straight to Doctor before I bring it, back to the studio. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, Doctor, let's look at, this particular ideology. Of course, we've heard from, the main source now as regards to they are not also sure. So we don't even know, why they want to have that particular, coalition meeting if they still have the same issue where everyone says, I want to be, on the ballot. What are the biggest ideological, and personal differences within this opposition bloc that could derail, this plan? And of course, the G100, they say that the sacrifice is needed. Who in this alliance is mostly likely to step down, if at all, there is any, to step down for the other? Do you think so?
Well, thank you. It has been amusing and interesting to watch how the opposition tried to.
Okay, so Honorable, I don't know if you can hear me. I'd like you to just adjust your camera a bit, so you can be at the center. Just tilt it.
Okay?
No, tilt it to your right. To your right hand side. I think that's perfect. Thank you so much for that. I'd like you to go ahead with your thoughts, please.
All right. I think this is not the first time the opposition have been trying to put themselves together. Remember, there was a time they gathered in Ibadan, hosted by Governor Seyi Makinde, whereby they all agreed that the best way for them to approach the election is for them to feed a common candidate. So that was the agreement they had in Ibadan. But unfortunately, the ambition of each of the gladiators did not allow this resolution in Ibadan to be implemented. Atiku, despite the fact that he knows that according to Nigerian gentleman agreement, whereby presidency is rotated between the north and south, by virtue of that arrangement, Atiku shouldn't have even been contesting by now. He should have allowed the southern candidate to be the one feeding, being the front runner, while the North becomes the running mate. But because of the fact that he's hell bent on running, he has decided to hijack and muzzle himself through. He has picked up the ticket of ADC. And Obi, being a smart person, he knew that Atiku had APC in his pocket. That is why he left before that primary was conducted. Rotimi Amechi tried to muzzle himself in and see if he can get a ticket. Amechi, being a starter candidate, would have been proper for ADC, but he lost to Atiku. So, true to Obi's thinking and permutation, so that happened to be true. So, Obi left for NDC. And Obi left for NDC because of the fact that he believed he should be on the ballot. So, now, answering your question, the point is that I do not see, with the little narration I've made now, I do not see any of these three gladiators stepping down for one another. So the G100 that they are trying to put together, for me, is just for the camera. It's just for the social media trend. It's just for the scare, just to shake the ruling party. Perhaps something could happen maybe before or immediately after the meeting, the convergence of the opposition. So apart from that, I do not see this meeting there, this 300. I don't see anything coming out of it because I can tell you, I think we will not step down for Obi. And Obi also coming from his own background, his own support base, obedient base. He will not step down for Atiku. For the fact that he knows that this is a run of a southern candidate. Remember, Obi has made a covenant with NDC that he will run for only a single term for 4 years.
Okay, I love the fact that, Doctor, I love the fact that you use the word covenant now, but of course it was just an agreement, so it was not covenant. I think you're taking it far away.
But it's a covenant because Kwankwaso, when you listen to the interview Kwankwaso granted of recent, Kwankwaso keep making reference to that.
Yes, so basically, this is just a gentleman agreement. Yeah.
He said there's an agreement signed, as in put pen to paper, that I will not run for a second
Doctor,
time.
that's what we're saying. So in as much as someone can actually sign an agreement, it doesn't mean that's a covenant. It's just an agreement, you understand? We bind them in documents, you understand?
Sorry.
Yeah, so when you use the word, okay, now let's talk about, that particular gentleman agreement. There is nowhere in the Nigerian constitution, that actually stipulates that zoning should be going to here and there in politics, okay? But this was actually, orchestrated by PDP. PDP decided to create that zoning situation. And you gave a touch as regards to, Atiku Abubakar not enjoying the fact that when once they want to do zoning and it doesn't pay him, he would go against it and all of that. You talked about it, hence the reason why, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso actually left. Now, I would like you to just quickly touch, that statement from George Akume. How effective is, autonomous viable fact and reforms strategy in countering an opposition alliance? Now, he actually said that whatsoever alliance, whatsoever coalition they want to go, create, that they have, a viable reforms and what they've done over time for them to use in campaigning and winning the opposition. Do you think it's actually on the right course, or is it is just another, political rhetoric?
Now, let me say something. I think the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration perhaps has preempted this kind of scenario that will play out running up to 2027 general election. Maybe that's the reason why some of the reforms that initiated were actually initiated in the first. Let me tell you one. One of them is Nelfon. I don't know whether you have been paying attention to social media trends, whereby you see undergraduates, be it state universities, federal university, polytechnic, college education, they have been uploading a lot of videos on the platform, on the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, talking about the disbursement of their student allowances, 20,000
I
naira.
also read it here on my show that as at the time I read that particular information, Akwa Ibom students were still complaining that they've not also gotten their disbursement.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now that is for the next form board for
Okay.
the management to swing into action. But for the majority of them that I've seen from Sokoto, I've seen from Kaduna, I've seen from Ibadan, I've seen from Enugu, I've seen from Imo, I've seen from Rivers. So you see all of them jubilating that, look, this is what they have been looking for. To them, government call it loan. To them, they are seeing it like a free money because the money is not coming from their father, it's not coming from their mother, it's not coming from their uncle, it's not coming from their auntie. They just sit down somewhere, Allah started dropping. So what am I saying is that one of the reforms, buttressing what you have said and what Akume said, some of these reforms may count in favor of the present administration. And mind you, the kind of advantage that this present president has currently, he did not have that in running up to 2023 election. Then when we have Naira redesign, don't forget, when we have strategies of petrol, PMS, diesel, and kerosene in circulations, those things are no more there now. So the circulation, they agree the fuel may be high in price, but it's readily available, and the Naira denomination or redesigning is not there again. So, and you see him as an incumbent person. So he's in charge of the military, he's in charge of the security agencies, civil defense is there, the answer to him. So these are factors that we need to look at in analyzing this 2027 election.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular submission. Let me bring it to the studio. Mr. Oban Thompson, I would like you to, respond to everything, but please, before you dive into it, I want you to also think about this. In as much as, the ADC, Honorable just mentioned that he doesn't think that anybody would want to step down for anybody. In as much as some people would wish that this G100, coalition would work as regards to one person deciding to step down. Now, we saw something like that from CPC, ANPP, ABGA, as at the time, if you remember, where they all came together, the ACN as well, and in 2013, to create this particular APC. And they went ahead to win the PDP in 2015, where everyone decided, oh, I don't want to be greedy. I don't want to, claim I need to be on the ballot. Let's just come together and, organize ourselves for just one front. But looking at the situation as it stands now, if the opposition decides to come together as a coalition, it might be looking more like it. But if they decide to run a three race again, don't you think that 2023 might still be on the plate?
Yeah, you see what has played out over time. If you look at the history of political parties alliance, dates back 1960 to 1966, the first republic, and then somewhere 1979 to 1984, then before we have the 1992 presidential election. And then we also have the 1999 as well. But the most clearest form of coalition happens to be the coalition of that brought about APC, because they had one major objective, and they have a arrowhead, which was the president, late President Muhammad Buhari. So they were not involved in any chaos or confusion or disagreement of any kind. So they had a vision, and they tailored down to one person to become the presidential candidate. And that was how they were able to emerge strongly. And it will be difficult to obtain that record, because the APC, having come into government, have had the structures. You talk about the local government chairman, the senators, House of Rep members, the governors that are, being led by Senator Hope Uzodinma.
But I would like to cut you in. If you're talking about governors, PDP also had a lot of governors, in 2023, and Atiku didn't win that election.
Yeah, we understand.
So is governor now a structure?
When you look at the ruggedness of the APC on ground, beginning from the unit to what, executive, is not a child's play. They have been able to grab power, and they said it that, power will not be given to them freely. You have to grab and run away with it. So they understand the philosophy behind grabbing power and grabbing it into two, not loosely. So the PDP might have, played, maybe they were just in the wake of, democracy. They never understand what it takes to sustain power, at the center or at other various levels. So they lose it freely. So, but the APC understand the importance of grabbing power. But when you come to talk about the ADC presidential candidate, I think all analysis that have been made so far by different guests, we understand the fact that following the rotational presidency or the zoning, within the North and the South, many believe is the time of the South to produce the president. So I think it will be incumbent on the ADC presidential candidate to relinquish and be selfless about this coalition and allow a contender, a candidate from the southern Nigeria to emerge, to be able to at least go into the election and say who at the end of the day will win the election. So anything outside that will still return back to the status quo of what we had in 2023. And, one thing I come to understand about this whole, alliance again is that is the alliance about individual candidate that wants to become the president of Nigeria, or is about how to do things differently for the good of the people of Nigeria? What is the alliance bringing about on the table to make any paradigm shift in governance aside what the APC is giving today?
Alhaji Atiku Abubakar said he has a lot to do for Nigerians.
If they
Peter
have,
Obi said he has a lot to do for Nigeria.
Blueprint. We want to see a realistic blueprint. This has been questioned and been yearning for over time. Come out with what you can do.
But of course, they mentioned that they can't actually be putting,
because,
whatsoever they have in stock to be putting it out for the APC to see.
So how will you be able to convince the ordinary Nigerians? Because the ordinary Nigerians now want to see the difference between Party A.
They are talking about integrity.
Party B.
They're talking about integrity.
When you talk of integrity has to be pronounced. It has to be actionable. It has to be visible.
So you feel they don't have integrity?
We've heard about integrity over time and over time. So many still have the fears. Many Nigerians still have the fears, and they will tilt to the level that is better, without them coming out with that blueprint, convincing blueprint of what they will do differently. Many Nigerians who will decide this election, because I still believe at the end of the day, the voters, the electorate, will decide who governs them. So a lot has to be done by the alliance or the coalition parties, NDC and co, or ADC, to see how to penetrate to the unit level, to the ward level, have unit agents. This way, one of the things that works against them in the previous election. So they must correct all these anomalies and see how they can position themselves for a more competitive election, because they should not expect the ruling party to fold their hands and listen to them.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong. Let me take it to Honorable Shola. Honorable, are you there? Please, I'd like you to unmute your device, please. Honorable, are you there?
Yes, I'm very much there.
Okay.
And I'm seeing you.
All right, Honorable, it's fine. So thank you so much for staying with us. Let's talk about the international, community. I believe you also saw what happened, yesterday in Oshogbo, to be precise. And today, we've been hearing different news from, the citizens and, of course, the people of Osun, talking about how Osun is looking very, very hot as at the moment. And not only that, more security personnel have been, coming down to the states against the Saturday, polls. Now, Davido just mention it again, of course, regardless that he's also a U.S. citizen. He has called on his president, if we are permitted to say that, since he has, dual citizenship. He has actually called on Donald Trump, to look into the situation that will be happening on Saturday, that the ruling party about to make, the election, more violent and, not trying to give people, a free and fair opportunity for them to actually cast their votes. What real impact can a U.S. intervention or a statement, have on the credibility of the August 15 Osun governorship election? And bringing the foreign figures like Trump, does it risk the sovereignty and the democratic process of Nigeria? I'd like you to respond to that because we are all aware that between the 1999 till 2023, the U.S. State Department have been sending observers to actually watch and monitor how our electioneering process has been going, and they've been coming back to say that there is vote buying, there is violence, there's corruption. So, what do you have to say as regards to this?
Well, he's exercising his democratic right of a freedom of speech. But what I don't know is if he has a direct line to President Donald Trump. But looking at it, I don't see what Donald Trump is going to do by now. The thing is, we have been at this junction in Osun. But let me first correct an impression. You see, there is no tension in Osun as we speak. Yeah, there's no tension. The thing is, if there's going to be tension, it's going to be after and during the election. How does the election hold? That's when the tension is going to come. Will the election be free and fair? Then will the result be honestly counted? That's when the tension comes. Then if people feel that the election, that the democratic will of the people had been subverted, that's when protests will begin. And that's when tension, real tension will now come. But as we speak, it's just anticipation and excitement. Yes, there have been some skirmishes and violence here and there, pockets of violence, but the election is free. I mean, the atmosphere is not as tense as
so
people.
Is there any voter intimidation in Osun presently?
No, the election has not held, so there can't be any voter intimidation.
Okay.
It's on the day of election that we know whether there have been voter intimidation, whether there have been suppression.
We've been seeing different videos going viral. Please go ahead.
You said?
We've been seeing some videos going viral. That's why, some people have been, talking about it. But thank God that you are there in Osun, so you should tell us now. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm in Osun, and I'm telling you, there is anticipation from all the opposition that the federal government will use INEC and the law enforcement agents to rig the election. That's as far as it goes. But whether they actually will do it or not, we are going to know on the election day. The political parties are also preparing for that. They don't want to be caught flat-footed. So they are also waiting and they are preparing. They want to be sure that their members vote freely, that there is no voter suppression, that there is no violence unleashed on opposition voters and all that. And then the international community would also be there, because I've been involved in the Osun election since 2007, and I've been part of every election since then. So the international community, the EU monitoring, maybe the Japanese, the Americans, the Canadians, all of them are going to be here, and they are going to write reports. But the thing is, they will use very diplomatic language. They will point out that there are some inadequacies here and there, but they will be short of condemning the election. No matter where it goes, they will not condemn the election. And so that's to say that there is really no hope coming from any international community on the election. They are not going to condemn the election because they are also very sensitive. Intervention in the political system of the host country is a violation of diplomatic norms. So they want to keep it within civilized level, so that yes, they will make all their observations and things they see, but they will not condemn the election. So it's left for Nigerians to actually be vigilant and to also ensure that the elections have, and for most part, what they try to do, from what I know about election, is that they might just allow the system deliberately to go haywire, and then they might change the venue. They might say their system had broken down, then they wear you out. But they tell the people they want to win to wait. Those ones will be hanging behind. But the opposition, when they are weary, then they will go home. When they go home, then they will now start doing the election proper. But if the people are vigilant, if they move the venue, they also move with them. Then if they postpone, then they wait. They can. That's why they had the whole day to actually vote. So they wait until election starts. Once that happens, a large chunk of the rigging machine had been defeated.
Okay.
So it's Nigerians who do that, not not the international community.
All right. So what you're saying is that there is a little or nothing that Trump or the international community can actually do as regards to calling.
There's nothing they can do. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
They will whatever inadequacies they see, they will state it.
All right.
They will say that this and that and this in this place. But the critical thing is to condemn the election. Once they condemn it and say that it fails the parameters of free and fair and democratic election, that's the most critical point. The moment they say that, then the election has been trashed. But they won't do that.
Okay.
They're not going to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable, for being part of the program. Thank you so much. I would like to just get other thoughts from the other guests. We are pressed for time, and we just have to go. All right, Doctor, are you there? Doctor, can you hear me? Please unmute your device.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
All right, Doctor, in just 20 seconds, we'll press for time. Does bringing in the foreign figures like Trump undermine Nigerians' sovereignty and, of course, democratic process? Honorable just mentioned that there's nothing, the international community can do, including Trump. Do you also share the same ideology, the same opinion?
Yes, I tailored that part. When I saw the tweet from the video regarding the election, it's like you are crying even before the election starts. Donald Trump that he's talking about is busy with the state of Hormuz. Iran and the state of Hormuz are the most issues that are present to President Trump, now not of a state, part of 36 states in Nigeria that you will not see Trump jumping on, especially for an election that has not even been held in the first place. And when you look at even what is happening in Osun State before now, it is good to see the table turning. It's good to see the table turning because before now, we have seen instances whereby the state government was the one arresting, intimidating opposition in the state. In fact, the commissioner of police have to make some arrests and have to even invaded the house of the secretary to the state government because of some of these issues. So now that perhaps APC too have moved their own assets into Oshogbo and the other cities and towns of Osun State, they, as they been the incumbent government in Osun State, they are also now feeling that what the opposition have been feeling for this while. So I wish them good luck. Let hope and see that Saturday will be okay for everyone. There will not be bloodshed. Like I've observed over time, our election have improved over time. That's just the truth.
So before you go, in just 20 seconds, I would just like you to respond with one word. Do you think INEC would conduct a fair and fair election on Saturday?
I believe so. With
All
what
right.
I've seen, I
All
think they will do that.
All right, thank you so much. Let me bring it to the studio.
Yeah, I think what we are facing today in Osun State, the ruling party will want to use this because I think aside this election, Do we still have any other election before the 2027 election?
No, this is the election
So
before.
this is a litmus test for the 2027 election, both for INEC and for the ruling party. And the ruling party are all out to grab this opportunity. But this call for concern for our leaders and the governors. If you have the opportunity to lead your state for 4 years, if you actually deliver, dividends of democracy to the people, you will need not bother much about, the antics of opposition. We have Adeleke fine. We've heard how well he has performed, but performing convincingly would have also done a more good for him, so that.
So you feel he has not done enough?
As of today,
you feel he has not done enough?
With the tension going on, there's a glaring, tension between his camp.
Okay.
He's also afraid that the power can be grabbed from him. So, but we have to, let these political leaders to understand that once they have the opportunity, give to the people the dividends of democracy convincingly, such that they will be the one to even fight the battle for you when it comes to the election.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong Thompson, for being a
Thank
part
you so
of the program. And of course, Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And of course, Honorable Shola Fashore, thank you so much for being here. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I like to stay put to enjoy that particular one. From my team, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
On free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz. Symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where
it's so good to be here to talk football on Locker Room and Voice of People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. A lot of conversations springing from what happened over the weekend as the Super Falcons and the Flying Eagles of Nigeria continue to look at their options of making it through to the next tournament that they are supposed to be a part of if they have done their business as usual, which is exactly to win. Because, I mean, these two sides are respectively the most successful sides in their various competition at this particular level. But it's unfortunate now we are very much caught in a web where we have to plead, beg, and hope that something changes before we make it to the tournaments where we are naturally the boogie team. Again, I say welcome to Local Room of Voice of People TV. If this is your very first time and you're watching us via social media, I implore you to actually subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. Of course, we'd love to also get to hear what you've got to say about the conversation that we're here having today. And I will not be doing this alone. Of course, I'm not a Liverpool fan, but a Liverpool fan is here to actually look this through with me. Jerry's here in the studio. Jerry, welcome to Local Room.
Yeah, so great to be here. And so much to talk about as far as football is concerned. And I think I'm still reading the NFF apology. I think it will take me 2 weeks to really go through all the apology of spewing of nonsense from the Nigerian Football Federation. The reason why the Super Falcons did not qualify directly for the World Cup. For me, it's going to be another Super Eagles situation. They will eventually not qualify. And I told you before the first thing that these girls don't want to qualify. His body language is already there. They are reluctant. And eventually, even when they wanted to be serious, it didn't just happen. So, happy reading that nonsense apology from the NFF. I told you also that Gosso is going. And even though Gosso was already going, this will even make it easier. I'm not expecting him to get to the election. I expect there should be an order for the presidency that by tomorrow morning, Gosso should vacate the NFF presidency so that a new election with a fresh face will emerge as the NFF president. That's what I expect.
I'll hold you on that one where we get to the conversation proper. But first, let's go straight to the very first one where the Nigerian Football Federation has written to CAF to plead for a wild card spot for the Nigerian Under-20 team at the Under-20 AFCON. Nigeria missed out after losing 1-4 to Burkina Faso in the WAFU B on Sunday. Only the winners qualified, with host Ghana taking the other slot that's expected to actually go to the two finalists. Of course, unfortunately, since Ghana is part of the WAFU and Nations, they definitely took one of the slots, which make them one of the qualifiers of that particular group, knocking out Nigeria in that particular tie. Of course, the NFF is citing the 2025 precedent where Tunisia got in despite finishing third in their zone after the tournament was expanded to 13 teams. An NFF official told reporters that it was a joint decision signed by all four semi-finalists, not just the Nigerian Football Federation. Jerry, we're back in that particular a hot water where we have to actually find the back door. Every single time we actually prepare for a tournament, we like to go through the window or create another opportunity or another road to ourselves. I mean, they're actually this time around citing a precedent, I beg your pardon, that it happened in 2025 where Tunisia actually finished third in their group. And of course, one of the teams actually put, I think it was Guinea or one of the teams, I think it was Guinea that pulled out, and then the team actually reduced, and they actually say, okay, fine, you guys can actually be part of it. So if it happened once, why can't it happen again?
Yeah, I don't want to be one of those journalists who will put our country into disrepute just because we are patriots of the country. when we see something that's wrong, let's say it's wrong. The thing is that this way of doing things was always a situation where a bomb was thrown in the war front and it's taking 1, 2, 3, 5 seconds before it explodes. There's been a ticking time bomb since Gosol took over the NFF presidency. The ticking time bomb was thrown by Amaju Pinnick when he thought he was getting everything through the back door. He neglected the age grade teams. They neglected the Super Falcons. And they focused on players abroad, bringing them into the national teams. Look at where it has gotten us today. Look at the Super Falcons. Most of the players who went to this competition are mostly foreign-based. Talking about the AFCON. Then even the Flying Eagles, I told you about the sentiment in terms of the players that were picked for this assignment. If your name does not come from a certain religion or you come from a certain tribe, you will not get a look in. I saw laziness on the part of Abdul Maikaba, the coach of the Flying Eagles, in terms of the selection of players.
But Jerry, a lot of persons will argue.
Let me finish. I told you about it.
But a lot of persons will argue we're all Nigerians.
I'm not. No, come on.
But wait.
Come on. See, there's a difference between we're all Nigerians and it's showing on paper that we are all Nigerians. The truth is that when you use sentiment to pick a national team, it will reflect in terms of the quality. In the instance, take a look at the players who were selected in this team. With all due respect, all of them are just below average compared to the under-20 we used to produce back in the day. Our under-20 was very competitive. That's qualifying for AFCON was a piece of cake. It was not an issue. Voptv was like a, how would I put it? Was like a roadside tournament for under-20. AFCON, under-20 AFCON was just using it as qualification for the World Cup. But now qualifying, winning Voptv is now like you want to win the World Cup. So if a team that cannot win the Voptv, as far as under-20 level is concerned, cannot use that to qualify for the AFCON, so what business do you have playing in the AFCON? When you sell nonsense, you should achieve nonsense. What you sow is what you reap. But Abdul has already failed in his job. What is next is that he should go and the team should start rebuilding.
Jerry, the reason I mentioned we're all Nigerians was the statement by the Danish Football Federation, when after the 1998 World Cup, where, the Laudrup brothers actually did magic, particularly against Nigeria. And the Danish football president at the time said that if they have 11 Laudrups in their team and they are good enough to start, why wouldn't they start? So again, if we have 11 players from the north, good enough, or 11 players from the south, good enough, 11 players, why shouldn't they start?
Why you say that about Laudrup is because the quality Laudrup was bringing to the team. If they have 11 of men who have a heart, who have a quality like Laudrup, how many Laudrup do you have in this under-20 team? Do you have one? Do you have two? That all of them should come for a certain... I'm not even talking about a certain region. I'm talking about most of them come from a certain academy. There's even a certain allegation right now that Gosol and his NFF executive brought in players and money was collected. This is an allegation.
I saw that piece too. I saw the allegation too.
Are you saying those players deserve to be in that team?
I think the first question we should ask is, are we saying those allegations are true?
If the allegations are not true, there's no smoke without fire. Well, the thing is that our age-grade teams have become a joke.
That's exactly where I was saying that. So what should we
do? In
the
sense of the quality of the coach they pick, one, the interference is becoming miserable. It's becoming irritating.
At this level, we've seen Nduka Ogbade, we've seen Emmanuel Amunike, we've seen, Fatah Amaro, absolute legend in this particular field at the under-17 level. We've seen, Samson Siasia. Which
was a successful time. We even saw, I'm trying to remember,
so Jerry,
the man that took them, is it Ogbu? Something Ogbu?
Yes, Igor Ogbu. Jerry, let me even ask now, right, knowing all of these things, right, what should be the metric for selecting, underage coaches?
Sack the NFF board first. Yes, that's the only way. See, if you leave the NFF board, someone like Abdul, someone like Ladan Boso will come back as a coach of the team. Because the selection of the officials, talking about the coaches,
But shouldn't we have a template? At least whoever it is that is the NFF president, when the person comes in and decides not to follow that template, we'll start asking questions. What should be the normal template for
now,
selecting the age coaches?
Who makes the template? Supposed to be the director of football when it comes to NFF. And who do we have there? Don't do respect to Steve, but he has nothing to offer.
Okay, so Jerry.
He has nothing to offer.
So, now, you've seen other age, team across the world how it works, right? And you want to believe, I want to believe that seeing them, you already can look at, okay, this is exactly the criteria for picking this man to actually head this particular age grade team. Now, I'm asking you, Jerry, tell me exactly what should be the metric, the right metric?
We have talent, administrative wise, who have started doing well abroad. They've seen the way system works. We have a certain Olofijana right now who's doing well. I think he's working with the Wolves Academy. We have John Utaka, who is with Montpellier out there in France.
Montpellier women.
We also have this certain man who's in the US who applied for this under 20 job, and he didn't get it just because he's not my slot. Abdul only managed to take El Kanemi Warriors to the final of the Federation's Cup. He became the king in the north. All of a sudden, he now has first refusal.
First right of
refusal as far as any national team job is concerned, except the Super Eagles job. Had it been the Super Eagles job, they could have been able to put him there. I'm sure he would have been the coach of the Super Eagles by now. So that is mediocrity we are talking about. So at the end of the day, if you cannot give opportunities to people who come to apply, who have the genuine credentials, you continue to have mediocrity. Bring in people like Emmanuel, bring in people like Olofijana. Give them all the necessary wherewithal in terms of finance. Because right now, as we speak, the under 17, the under 20, they are not paid camp allowances. They only paid competition allowance. So how they take care of themselves is on their own. So at the end of the day, they have to feed themselves while they are on national assignment. Wow. That's how bad it is. So some of them have to pay their way to get slots in the under 20 team. So that under 20 team, you're expecting to go there and kill himself for the country? No. Everybody there is fighting to see a club site that will sign them. So at the end of the day, most of the players are not playing for the country. They are playing to get opportunities abroad. At the end of the day, we don't have a national team. We just have a machinery team. We just have a pool of machinery teams where players look for opportunities to be signed abroad and other clubs to pick them up. That's what we have.
Well, this is quite unfortunate. But let's turn our attention away from the under-20 male team and move straight to the Super Falcons, another team that actually suffered huge defeat after rebranding their national team jersey to have the 10 stars, showing that they've actually won the tournament on 10 occasions. But this time, Asisat Oshola, arguably one of Super Falcons' greatest player ever, says that the Super Falcons must qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. Nigeria lost a chance for automatic qualification after 1-0 defeat to Cameroon in WAFCON 2026 quarterfinals. Now, Justin Madugu's side faced a tougher route, starting with Thursday's play-in versus Bayana at the Mole Rachid Stadium right there at the Casablanca. Kickoff time is Nigeria. It's 9 p.m. And of course, that game is built to be a very big game. In fact, some persons have actually declared that game a win on mar for the Super Falcons. With Super Eagles also missing 2026 FIFA World Cup, Oshola says the Falcons can't add to fans' disappointment. Of course, she said that we know what is at stake. The World Cup tickets is at stake. So this is the time when we really need everyone to support the team. Agbabola, Jerry.
Yeah, the Super Falcons.
We were here, Jerry, when the World Cup qualifiers was on. How we danced, dilly-dally, fails to make the automatic ticket. And we're like, oh, when it gets to the playoff, we'll definitely make it. I mean, who is going to stop us? And we met DR Congo. They stopped our dream. I looked at the permutation. We keep on looking at, ineligible players, they're going to be called back, blah, blah, blah. The World Cup is over now. And now the Super Falcons face the same route where we're going to be playing arguably one of the strongest side, in female football. I mean, in terms of pedigree, they have a bigger pedigree than the Cameroonian team that actually defeated the Super Falcons. Although they've also not been at their best in this tournament, of course, in the last couple of years as well. But Jerry,
you're talking about Bayern now.
Yes.
See,
First, let's address how we got to this point.
The same South African situation anyway.
Yes, same South Africa.
And co. The Super Falcons should forget about the World Cup. Yeah, they should forget about it. It's. I think we've seen enough already. The fact that Gosol was avoiding this team. If you look at how the preparation of the team has been, you notice the NFF presidency and administrators, they've been avoiding the Super Falcons side. The officials that have been handling this team were the likes of Aisha Falode and a bit of Sheudiko.
It's good that you said Aisha Falode, because I recall a couple of months ago or weeks ago, you talked about how Aisha Falode is, someone with the right head that's supposed to be there. But
she was brought in to calm the nerves because those guys no longer respect the NFF.
Is it about the money?
It's money issue. Because that money issue, the NFF kept lying to them that the money was available, it was going to be sent to them.
But Jerry, who is supposed to be blamed?
The NFF presidents and the administrators, the officials, they were hell bent on making sure that those girls were paid in Naira. Those girls said the money was promised to them was in dollars.
But Jerry, if they pay them in Naira, what's the difference?
They'll just pay them. That's what the girls want. The president should have said, I'm giving you 100 billion Naira.
No, Jerry.
See, the thing is that, it's
Jerry.
not, see, if I'm the one, I don't care whatever the NFF president or anybody is saying. But as far as the number one citizen of the country said, he's giving me $100,000, it is $100,000 mint I'm expecting.
But Jerry, it's on the flip side. For me, right, I don't think this is me just, from the standpoint of a Nigerian and someone who has actually been here, right, all my life. And most of these girls actually pass through this same, country. I don't think any of these girls will reject the value of the money in Naira.
They will. They will. Because, let me tell you.
Why?
Our government officials, I know some, currently in the NFF, they don't spend Naira. You can never see them with Naira.
But Jerry, let me ask you.
Yes, why? These officials have been showing them dollars like it's 5 Naira.
No, let me ask you, Jerry.
Let me land.
Okay.
And you, as a footballer, the president promised you dollars. And you know that the money will be released in dollars. And the person who's supposed to pay the money after the money has been released in dollars is telling you to collect it in Naira.
Let me ask you, Jerry.
How will you feel?
Let me ask you, Jerry.
Will you want to collect that money in Naira? Because now it's going to collect charges. Imagine $100,000 for 10 people. Let me just say 10. We're talking about 23 players. He's going to collect charges for changing it to Naira.
From who?
He's going to collect charges from you. The NFF will receive the money and want to dispatch it to you. Because the NFF will not want to send, the federation will not want to send it directly to the account of the players. They'll say, oh, we'll hand over to the NFF. NFF distribute it to the players.
But where does this leave, the Minister of Sport? The National Sport Commission in all of this? Because Jerry,
if you notice when that dollar situation was, I think there was no NSC. There was still talk about sport ministry.
No, there was NSC.
The NSC was just coming. I think it was not even months before the NSC was even announced. Because
National Sport Commission.
Yes.
No, it's been on.
No, there was a sport minister first before the president now made it a National Sport Commission. Before they brought in Bukola Akpade and Shehu Diko. As of 2023, there was nothing like National Sport Commission.
No, we're not even discussing 2023. Jerry, this
competition we're talking about is 2024.
This competition was played last year.
Last year?
Yes, it was played last year.
It was played last year.
It was played.
The National Sports Commission was still coming. There was still no hold on the National Sports Commission on Nigerian Football Federation as at then. It's just recently that the NSC is now fully in charge. Because the election is coming ahead.
So let's even say that is the case, right? Now, the NSC took over, which means they are running the...
If you notice, the NSC is
why can't they take the proof? What is it?
They are the one running Nigerian Football Federation.
So if they are the one running it, right, why can't they just hand over the money?
The mess has already been made.
He said?
The mess has already been made. Let me tell you. Let me now tell you one thing.
So is it that...
You noticed there was...
Special advisor to sports...
There was a picture that the players took. That they are all the certificate of the land
yes
has been passed down to them. Let me tell you for free that those were just for the optics. Those houses have not been released.
Okay, Jerry, let me ask.
That money has not been released to the
Jerry,
account.
these ladies.
As they speak.
Jerry, these ladies now, right? Because I'm trying to make sense out of all of these things.
Okay.
So these ladies now, in this particular instance, they have opportunity to receive $100,000. If they are to receive that $100,000 in its right equivalent, say $1 is say 10 naira, for example, and they're receiving the $100,000 in the same proportion. If you are in their shoes, will you take it?
I will not receive it. You know why?
Why?
Have you?
But we are Nigerians and our money is in naira.
Have you gone to the black market to do exchange of dollars? And wait, have you compared what you get at the bank and what you get in the black market?
But they've unified the exchange rates.
No, they've not unified anything.
But
Okay?
that's
on
what
the
the
black
president
market,
said.
the dollar equivalent to what is in the bank is different. Unless you want to tell me something I don't know. I'm telling you from reality. Let's not come here and spew nonsense because we are journalists. We're supposed to educate the people what is actually going on the streets. If I cannot tell them what is the reality, that means I have no business sitting down here talking about it. So the reality is that when the exchange is supposed to be made to these players, it will give them on a flat bank rate, and which is going to change these players. These players are street OTs. They already know what's up. Give them the money.
So where does this leave the president? Because now you made a promise you made a promise to actually give XYZ amount to these players,
and 2 years
and they are yet to receive it. And okay, let's even say, for some reasons the president is too busy, he's not been seeing it. The chief of staff of the president is there. The special advisor to the president of sports is there.
They're interested in forming other confucius organizations and making money. That's what they're interested in. They're not interested in the interest of sport. See, the thing is that, let me just tell you. Goso, since he came as NFL president, he has been more or less relaxed and useless. The body language from the NFL was that the Super Falcons, even if they don't treat them well, they know what's at stake. They will qualify for the World Cup. They will even win the competition without hard work. That they don't need to stress that much. The level of preparation they had for the 10th WAFCON title, if they've had a replication of that, I think they would have gone as far as winning this competition. Even that being said, the president should have promised them this money. They've been winning the WAFCON. Just give them a handshake, give them a national award, and thank them. Don't announce anything. Then later on, you can just send them $50,000 or $20,000 as a bonus to what they're already receiving without making any announcement. Why fooling this country? Why making a mess of what's already working? The thing is that we'll come to a situation where this dispensation has come to destroy what's already working. The country is in a comatose. Now you bring a gun to shoot somebody who is in coma. That's what is being done. The Nigerian football was doing, let me say the person is in coma for some while, is waking up, is showing response. Then you come and pull the oxygen. And you expect when you pull the oxygen, a miracle will happen.
Wow.
He will totally die. And they go for it's really sad. It's really sad.
It's really a very sad place to be as a Nigerian at this point. But then still talking about the Super Falcons, and this time the head coach, Justin Madugu, is saying that he could change his goalkeeper ahead of Thursday's World Cup playing against South Africa. Chiamaka Nnadozie was at fault for Cameroon's 1-0 win on Sunday, fumbling Miva Njadu 19 minutes free kick into her own net. The loss ended Nigeria's speed for a record 11 to AFCON title and automatic qualifications for 2026, 2027 at FIFA World Cup. Now the Falcons must beat Bayana in Casablanca to stay alive and reach the Intercontinental Confederation playoff. Madugu said it's natural that we have to actually make some assessment overall to actually check who is actually going to be dropped. And there's nothing bad about exploring other players in the team. And of course, this particular conversation from Madugu, or his statement when he actually was speaking to reporters, it was actually carried by a lot of reporters, and of course, particularly ESPN actually have an elaborate interview on this particular one. I saw her conversation and that of her sister Joshua when they were both talking about that game against South Africa in 2 days' time, Thursday, And Madugu was emphatic when he was asked about, the role of the team. And he was talking about, an overall assessment that it should be made. And of course, one of the notable names that was mentioned by him was the goalkeeper, Chiamaka Nnadozie. I know that before this tournament, we talked about the goalkeeping position, where Jerry was actually all over me talking about how he was talking about how Nnadozie is, the best goalkeeper in the world and all of that. Jerry, we consider 6 goals in this tournament unprecedented for the Super Falcons. It's the worst, since we've been playing in this particular championship. Nnadozie, I will tell you, Jerry, at least 4 of those goals was clearly her fault.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go to a competition and the side that won the tournament. The defense that won us the last tournament is different from the defense that's at this tournament. Take a look for, I'm trying to remember the...
Ashley?
No, Ashley is out of it, which there's no replacement in that back line as far as Ashley's quality is concerned. Then you play a certain, I'm trying to remember the winger who was converted to a right back. Then you converted her to left back.
Okay, yes.
Alozie.
Michelle Alozie.
Michelle Alozie was played out of position. And we saw a back line that were hopeless and reckless. And Chiamaka definitely...
Are you absorbing Chiamaka?
I'm not absorbing. She was also part of the whole millie.
She was the main.
Yes. No, she's not the only one. Take a look at the time that Alozie was beaten twice from the position where 2 goals came in
Malawi.
No, even after the Malawi game.
Egypt.
There was one in Malawi game. There was one in the other game against Egypt. Yes. You could see a lot of schoolboy errors for a team that just won the last tournament. That's not acceptable.
I can agree with you saying this team doesn't look sharp.
It doesn't even look...
They don't look sharp at all as a team.
It's a total different team for what we saw at the last
team
tournament.
In terms of personnel or spirit?
In terms of personnel, team spirit, you could see...
But the personnel is almost the same, Jerry.
You could see high level of
indiscipline. If you say spirit, I'll agree.
There's a high level of indiscipline in the camp.
Okay.
Madugu has lost the dressing room. The players no longer respect Madugu. They don't respect the NFF. Because Madugu can't even talk to them because he knows there's nothing he can do because the NFF has failed in the duty and responsibility in owning up, and they can no longer save face. Aisha Falode has come there to do PR, but she herself, she knows that what's at stake. Guys, water don't pass Gary. That's the word we say. So they were just trying to manage and cover up the situation in the team. The players have already given up playing in this competition. They didn't even want to play.
So let's address
that. Let me just tell you the truth. The players were planning to boycott this competition.
Jerry, let's address Madugu's statement. Is it right for him to say this?
See, anyway, Madugu is someone who's, if he leaves this job, where is he going next? So this difficult situation...
He might get the under 17.
Wait.
If
you were Madugu...
He might get the Flying Eagles.
Flying Eagles. Yes. That's the worst. Because if the Super Falcons can be treated this way in terms of preparation and so on and so forth, those ones that don't even get camp allowances, they feed themselves. That means all the money he made coaching the Super Falcons, he's going to be spending it there because he'll be taking care of the players himself from his pocket.
No, he won't do that.
That's how it's going to be. If not, the players will not play. Imagine your player...
No, those players at that level, Jerry, those players at that level are hungry, and most of them, have their managers who will...
The worst thing...
Most of them have their managers who will give them some money to actually survive.
Is to take players who are hungry. Hungry in the sense that they are not eating good food. And you want them to run against other nations who are eating good food. Let me tell you, the type of hunger we have now is different from the one we used to have.
So how did Amunike do it?
Amunike, the kind of hunger we have then was that our parents could still afford 3 square meals. But now, how many age grade players have their family can feed them well? So I'm telling you, I was recently in a grassroots event where some certain young players from the street and so on and so forth, the coach was advising them, the parents, due to the fact that the boy had to play with his age mates, but due to malnutrition and not feeding well, he cannot play because he does not have the body build to compete among his age mates. Then the coach was advising that they should eat at least 2 eggs per day, and was advising on nutrition so that the boy will have the necessary build.
Like how old is he?
The boy is 7.
Okay.
He's 7, but he cannot meet up with the 7-year-olds because he's looking malnourished. Not by choice, but because of his level of feeding. He might eat 100, and that person is eating 100. You're telling him to eat 2 eggs per day, to eat more beef. That they should give him more beef like an adult. He should eat like an adult for a certain period of time. How many families can afford that right now? So you're telling those kind of hungry players.
Okay. But Jerry. Now, I don't think at that level, under 17 level, most of these guys are already playing, at the highest level, right? And if you know,
they're not playing at any highest level.
No, Jerry. When I say highest level, I mean many of them at that level, they even get invited from abroad.
Yeah, those ones who are invited from abroad.
Many of them get invited from abroad. What I'm saying is this: Nnadozie, that he actually called into question, that he's actually talking about that, he might actually make a change. Is it going to be the right move against Bayana if he eventually decides to, do what he actually said? Is it going to be the right move?
That would be the greatest undoing. Because Fatima Oloko is not ready.
Why did you mention Fatima?
I know Fatima Oloko. I know you've been excited since they mentioned this Nnadozie because you're excited that your favorite goalkeeper is going to make it.
No, Jerry. I mean, we have 3 goalkeepers.
She will be humiliated. She will be disgraced if he tries to feed Fatima Oloko in that game. Because one, the team is already going through psychological trauma. There will be high level of pressure going into that game. And you don't need a rookie having such a game, which is very close, which is on Thursday. Chiamaka Nnadozie has played at the highest level, playing in top sides, playing in various finals of the WAFCON. She's the best player suited for such a high-tense game. This is not time for experiments. If you have any plan of going to the World Cup, unless there's no plan, unless you are treating that game as a friendly, then you can put Fatima Oloko, bring all the bench warmers to come and play 5-a-side style of football and come back home.
One of South Africa's key player, Ramphele, was actually talking about what that game means for them, that they have to come out hungry and show the same spirit Cameroon actually are brought against the Super Falcons. So, if you look at the Super Falcons' performance all through the tournament, I'm not talking about administration now. No NSC, no NFF.
No money,
who takes the bulk of the play? Justin Madugu, the players.
It's a shared responsibility. Justin Madugu and the players. The thing is that what makes a coach better than others is even when the board and the administrators are not doing what is right, there are things you do to psych the players up, to do away with all of the distractions and make sure they play for you. But the girls are no longer playing for Madugu. They are playing based on sentiment. There's no discipline in the team. Look at the chemistry of the players.
So, Jerry, finally on this particular conversation, you think Nigeria can make it through to the World Cup?
They should not make it through.
Okay, you don't want them to, but you believe that the quality of the team...
They cannot make it through. They cannot.
South Africa is stopping Nigeria?
South Africa is going to win this game on Thursday. And the Super Falcons will come back home or go back to their various club sides because most of them are playing abroad. It's only one that will be returning back home with Madugu. So they should forget about the World Cup. So that I expect...
So where do we
go? Expect the letter written by the NFL would have said that the board is officially resigning and giving way for a new board to come in ahead of the September.
That reminds me, Chief Segun Odegbami was on a podcast where he actually said, and I quote, that the next election, the NFL convention, that will be held, is going to be in Lafia, and he was complaining, visibly complaining that, he doesn't know why it will be moved to Lafia. Which airports do they have there? What's the reason why they'll be moving that to that particular... That they've done everything and they perfected it. They already know who is going to win that, election.
They're going to be shocked. The thing is that thank God man is not God. They've already planned everything, but they say man proposes, God disposes. With all that is going on right now, I think the presidency would be saying as Lakadeska, would I say use the word stupid, if they allow what these guys have planned to go ahead with all they've seen so far. Because that means mediocrity is going to be encouraged.
And I'll add this, right? I don't think any rights administration, talking about the presidency now, we want to watch, or make this kind of history where the Super Eagles face to qualify for the World Cup, the Super Falcons face to qualify for the World Cup, the under 20 fails to qualify for the AFCON. I mean, it's too much of a pill to swallow. Like they say in Chicago, there's a saying that once is happenstance, twice is a coincidence, and three is a devil's action. It means that's exactly who you are. And I don't think this is exactly what Nigeria is known for. Nigeria is actually known for winning when it comes to football, and it's going to be very, very sad for us to actually remain in this particular competition. But let's move away from this particular conversation concerning Super Falcons and Nigerian football and move straight to what's going on right there in Turkey after the emergence of arguably one of the greatest forwards in Premier League history. He's done what it took for him to actually be mentioned in that conversation, talking about the Egyptian prince himself, Mo Salah. And now it's got a ripple effect on the Nigerian defender, Chubike Inwiru, who will now stay at Trabzonspor this summer. His planned exit was shelved after the club pulled off a shock signing of Egyptian star Mohamed Salah. Salah was heavily linked to Besiktas, but ended up at Trabzonspor. The move changed Inwiru's plans. Of course, the 22-year-old had attracted bids from Fulham. 2 were rejected, and of course, inquiries from Crystal Palace. He also now leaned towards staying to fight for a title to boost his reputation as one of Europe's emerging centre-backs. Inwiru joined from Austrian side Wolfsberger in January and played 16 games, scoring just 3 goals. Now, Jerry, the Mo Salah effect is here upon us now. I recall the day he actually moved, and we're talking about, you saying this could be, a Victor Osimhen pool. And I said, no, Mo Salah is actually a bigger fish, and of course, the biggest fish now in Turkey. It's got the biggest wages. Osimhen is 15 million euro per year, while Mo Salah is 17 million euro per year at his age. I mean, it says a lot about the quality that he's going to be bringing to the league at this point. But it's going to be quite interesting seeing Trabzonspor play against Galatasaray, Victor Osimhen against Mo Salah, and it's going to be a continuation of Liverpool against Galatasaray that we saw last season. But let's talk about Chibike Inwiru and how this is actually going to affect his career. I mean, I was hoping, he's shown that he's got quality. I saw him last season. I was hoping he's going to take the leap, to Premier League, one of the Nottingham Forest, Crystal Palace that were actually coming around, looking at him. But then he's deciding to actually stay put, in Trabzonspor. Trabzonspor doesn't even have the quality of players that Galatasaray does have. So tell me exactly, does this even make sense to decide to stay put because Mo Salah is around?
Yeah, it's good that Mo Salah has joined Trabzonspor. We have 2 Nigerian players currently in the first team, Wanwu and Onuachu Paul.
Yeah.
Which I believe is a good one. At least it will drive a lot of attention to the team as far as Mo Salah joining the team is concerned. I even heard that his family members, from his wife to his parents, were all giving choice cars and
a house
in 2 choice areas in Turkey. So it was giving more or less the treatment he would have gotten if he had gone to the Saudi League. Mm-hmm. But not as much. But the money is quite very
At least the quality of league football is better here.
Yeah. So I think if they can pay such money for Victor Osimhen, they felt, okay, Trabzonspor should also be able to pay that money too for a Mo Salah. So I even heard the jersey sales. They've even sold out their tickets, 80% of their season tickets since Salah signed in. That means we're going to be seeing a lot of fans in the Trabzonspor games this season. So imagine the clubs must have made at least 80% of that money back in terms of season tickets.
They even gave him, a cut in the jersey sales.
A cut in jersey sales. So at the end of the day, you find out that the club would have made more than 80% of the money they are going to pay Mo Salah.
Yeah.
So they are not going to feel it financially. It's just because, and he came on the free.
Yes.
It's really interesting. So because he came on the free, that's why he's attracting so much money anyway. And why the club felt it makes a lot of business sense to have Mo Salah. So I don't think Mo Salah is going to do anything much for Trabzonspor. I'm not expecting.
I mean,
I'm not expecting much. I think he was just going to be laid back, enjoy himself,
Jerry,
and not kill himself on the pitch.
Jerry, goes win games. If Onuachu can replicate this form, maybe get at least about 18 goals this season, and trust Mo Salah to also match that number or even more, it means they'll definitely be higher than where they finished last season. They might not win the league, of course, but
No,
then
they now stand a chance to win
yes,
the league. Like almost last season.
It means they're going to break into top 2, top 3, top 4, which will earn them a slot in Europe. It might not be the Champions League, but it's going to earn them a slot in Europe.
They're in the playoff in the Conference League right now. If they get to win that playoff, they'll play Conference League next season. And the idea I got from the management of Mo Salah was that they did everything possible to sign for the club side and make sure that they don't play against Liverpool, which Mo Salah actually did not want to happen. Any club side they were going to sign him, if it's going to remain in Europe, will try as much as possible to avoid playing against Liverpool because of his close ties to the club side, which he still loves. I think that I was even hearing that he also made a move to return
to Liverpool.
Yeah, this season because Arne Slot had gone. It was gone Arne Slot. That's why he decided that it was time for him to go because Arne Slot was throwing more under the boss most of the time, making him look like the fall guy in the team. But now Arne Slot was made to go, of which I feel the board did not actually do a great job with that one. They lost Trent Alexander-Arnold on the free, Konate on the free, and at the same time was Salah. These are three good players who have made a lot of money from.
Exactly.
And have enough to sign a replacement.
And considering Liverpool spent a lot of money, bringing a lot of players in the window.
Imagine they would have been able to sell Salah to Saudi League for as much as £50 million. And they have done same to Trent or Konate. You have at least £150 million from those three players.
Certainly.
And that would have been enough to sign replacements in any of the positions. But that's really bad business on the part of Liverpool. Then, for one, a club side that's serious has not come yet. If a club side that's serious actually comes for him
but
with a good offer, I think they've made offers.
Two offers was rejected from
because the money was not enough based on the valuation the club has for one. If they meet that target, I'm telling you by tomorrow morning, one will forget whether Salah signed for Trabzonspor or not.
For him to make this statement, don't you think that there are other club side that might actually have come close? Of course, it's all about negotiation. Maybe it's just on personal terms, or maybe club to club where you can actually make some consensus and say, you know what, I want to actually join this club. What's it going to take? Maybe he looked at it and like, yeah, it's very possible. But I mean, with Mo Salah's presence, let me play alongside Mo Salah. With his presence, we might actually be heading somewhere.
Yeah, he will get the attention if he does well in a game where Mo Salah is actually part of. But I think if he gets a better move, a decent club side, I heard about Tottenham at a point in time. If a decent club side like Tottenham comes for him, Mo Salah or not, he should take the offer and leave. But if
he's still 22, he's still got time.
At 22, Mo Salah was already having an opportunity to play for Chelsea, if I'm right. He was playing in Basel. From Basel, he moved to Chelsea. So it's this Salah's time. He should not. If he goes to Tottenham, he will still get all the attention because playing the Premier League is as bigger than playing alongside Mo Salah in the Turkish league.
So Jerry, if I hear you correctly, you're saying this is not, a wise move.
I think he might say that because he's still currently with Trabzonspor. Footballers are the biggest liars. They will tell you that this club is the next thing after heaven. Tomorrow morning they will start kissing the badge of the other club. This Figo, in case you don't remember how he was all about Barcelona. The next day he joined Real Madrid, and he was saying Real Madrid is the best club in the world. So players are as good as their last club they are playing for. So you can never trust them. It's just because a real club who is serious has not come for their services. By tomorrow morning, he will forget whether Salah played for Trabzonspor. Even if Zinedine Zidane is coming to coach Trabzonspor, he will say he doesn't want to stay there. The club will not keeping him, blah, blah, blah. You see stories will come up. So forget.
On that one, I agree with you that players can be very, very floaty. Sometimes, you wonder if, a player who just kissed the bat this season, next season is saying, you know what, my time here is already up. I just did that for the fans. But of course, let's still talk. We're still talking about football, but this time we're moving away from, what's happening right there in Turkey. We're looking at global football this time around. And I don't know when the drama around the whole World Cup incident is going to end, because this one really still talking about money. And the U.S. president himself is at the thick of it alongside, FIFA president Gianni Infantino. As Donald Trump has come out to defend FIFA's president Gianni Infantino's amid calls for his removal. Donald Trump called it a terrible mistake if FIFA oust Infantino, praising him for delivering the most successful World Cup, of course, by 4 times ever. And that's exactly what he actually pulled. He said, this is exactly the most successful World Cup 4 times ever, arguably the best in his own opinion. And of course, Backing comes from UEFA, CONCACAF, and of course, Asian Football Federation accused Infantino of deception over the scrap FIFA Forward Enterprise (FFE) plan. The FFE would have created a new company to run FIFA commercial rights, with 21% sold to the private investors Thrive Eternal, led by Joshua Kushner, brother of Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared, was linked up to lead the investors group. UEFA has threatened to boycott FIFA competitions and, of course, take legal action, and FIFA says there's a concerted effort to undermine Infantino. Trump and Infantino are closed, and of course, Infantino awarded Trump the inaugural FIFA Peace Prize in December 2025. 2026 World Cup was co-hosted by the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico, with Spain beating Argentina in the final. Jerry, we are back in this particular interesting FFE conversation. Donald Trump is backing a man who he believes is actually the best, and of course, because he actually hosted the best World Cup ever, 4 times over in his own opinion. Let's start from his claim. Is this the best World Cup ever? And he didn't just say best at one. He said 4 times over. If you look at how the rate of success is 4 times over in terms of any other World Cup we've seen in the world. According to Donald Trump, do you agree with that claim that this is the best World Cup ever? 4 times over.
I totally disagree. We saw a competition that was looking like a basketball event, an NFL event. We saw halftime, Super Bowl kind of celebration
show at the World Cup final.
At the World Cup final, which was first of its kind, and the water breaks, which was supposedly done to make sure that the players are hydrated. But what about stadiums that had perfect condition? Did they have to also apply the water breaks? No. But they allow you to go through all the games just because of marketing possibilities. So this World Cup was financially successful.
Okay.
But successful-wise, in terms of the football, the soul of football, it was really hampered on. It was distorted. The idea of FIFA World Cup, the attention is on the quality of the football, the standard, the level at which, okay, we are seeing the next big thing and so on and so forth. All of that attention was distorted. And if someone who was part and parcel of that is praising Infantino, see, the thing is that if a child has bad character and the parents come out to support him, you don't expect those parents who were responsible for that bad character the child came up with to come out and tell the world. It's only a honest father that will say, no, this my child has really done wrong. The world should lash him. People should lash him when they get hold of him. So Donald Trump is a bad father.
Let's talk about
Infantino is the bad child. And if he's the only one supporting his son, doesn't mean that what his son has done.
CAF is supporting his son.
Come on. CAF is a product of bad character too.
Mexico is supporting his son. Argentina is supporting his son.
Argentina and Mexico you are talking about, they all benefited from this same World Cup.
But who didn't benefit from the World Cup?
Argentina was investigated for corruption by the United States, even by the FBI, prior to this World Cup, for money laundering at the highest level. Is that the same body that you want to come out and support somebody who's not credible? Are you talking about CAF, where NFL President Gosso is coming from? Where
okay, so Jerry,
but Sepe is also in that line of people who believe the competition should be sold to an entity because of money. Look at what Morocco did at the last AFCON. That was a pure show of shame. Pure show of shame. AFCON has become first option of user to Morocco to host as much as they want. They've done it with AFCON. They are doing it with under 17. They will soon take it to the World Cup. So that means you might even be seeing successive 3 World Cups given to USA because they have the financial power to maintain that momentum of financially successful tournaments. So how many countries can maintain such a financial muscle?
So Jerry, let's talk about.
If you are going to,
let's talk about caution.
The thing is that if they are centered, if the likes of Seblata are centered World Cup around financial success, the likes of what they're calling it, the likes of South Africa should have hosted the World Cup.
Jerry, let's talk about Kushner. Let's talk about Kushner, who is actually a friend to Jared, who is the friend Jared, who is the brother-in-law to Donald Trump, right? Who is actually going to have a huge stake. Is Donald Trump making a statement because of Jared? Is he making a statement because some part of the money is coming back home?
Donald Trump.
Or he's just making from business point? Because, I mean, football, Jerry, we also need to look at it from another angle. Players are playing too much football and they need a lot of money. If they're playing too much, the World Cup, as it stands now, doesn't even, the prize money for the World Cup is not bigger than the prize money for the UEFA Champions League. Jerry. Yes. So what does that say? I mean, if it's still all football, why should the biggest football tournament not, come with the biggest prize?
It shows you that they are just making the competition.
So that's exactly what Infantino is coming to correct, because it's trying to increase the money.
It's increasing the money. It's still not enough.
No, if he had done this, if this FFE had gone put through, right, definitely we'll be seeing a spike in the money.
The spike will still not be enough. The spike is to juice the palm of those who will be involved in supporting it. Then more money will go to those who have been milking the footballers and making the federations before. So at the end of the day, it's just like I have $10 billion. I give you $1 million because I'll be giving you 10 naira before, and I wake up in the morning and I'll give you $1 million. You feel I've done you well. But before I was making $1 billion and giving you 10 naira. Now I'm making $50 billion. I give you $1 million. You feel that the world you have arrived. Don't know that I'm still cheating you. That's what is happening.
Well, exactly. I don't know why Jerry is actually making these, permutations, but then we'll definitely look into all of this.
The figures are there pointing it, showing it now.
When the build up,
you just made mention of that. The players are not getting as much. The winner of the tournament is not getting as much. And you are saying that they've decided to give $20 million to the various federations if they pull through this stake. It's still not enough. It's still peanuts compared to what they are going to now make.
Compared to what they were making before.
The money they were making before was nonsense. Well, the one you are giving now is to make the nonsense look good.
Jerry, we have to go. This is exactly what we'll call the time today.
Right. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure being here.
Absolutely. And of course, this is exactly where we'll be saying goodbye from this episode of The Locker Room. Do well to join us tomorrow. And of course, be here tomorrow morning to actually join Sport Republic as Kizzy will be taking us through the world of sports, bringing us the information that you need to stay informed ahead in sporting world. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè. anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu. ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice.
VOPtv.
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, Voptv. I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Well, as Nigeria moves steadily towards the 2027 general election, the political temperature keeps rising. Opposition parties are weighing the possibilities of a united front. Old alliances are being tested and international attention remains firmly fixed on the country's electoral process. This evening, we begin with the push for opposition unity as G100 again says that it has concluded the first phase of consultations with key opposition figures, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and Seyi Makinde, ahead of its August 18th summit in Abuja. Can these different political interests find enough common ground to challenge the ruling party? We'll also examine the latest war of words between camps of Atiku Abubakar and former President Olusegun Obasanjo, as fresh accusations revive questions about their long-standing political relationship and Atiku's 2027 political ambition. And finally, the European Union has confirmed that it will deploy an electoral expert mission for Nigeria's 2027 elections, putting to rest reports that insecurity and tensions from the 2023 polls will keep its observers away. While opposition unity, political rivalries, and international scrutiny, three developments that could shape the road to 2027. Stay with us as we unpack all of them on Political Lens. Now, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we broadcast from by Mayor Echefu. Mayor is a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mayor, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence.
Good evening, Nigeria.
It's always good to have you. Now, let's quickly run into it. G100 has been making the buzz now, airwaves in the political space. A coalition advocating opposition unity ahead of Nigeria's 2027 election says it has completed initial consultations with leaders of 6 opposition parties, including Atiku Abubakar, ADC, Peter Obi, NDC, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, NDC, and Seyi Makinde, APM. The group said the discussions were frank and encouraging, with participants recognizing the need for greater cooperation, compromise, and sacrifice to build a credible opposition. To advance the process, G100 has announced a summit of opposition parties for August 18, 2026. That should be Tuesday next week in Abuja. The coalition says its role is to facilitate dialogue rather than dictate outcomes, while ensuring any unity framework respects the interests of participating parties and prioritize the Nigerian people. Mayor, this idea of a sole candidate has been a persistent political discourse in the past 1 month or so. Is it a mirage or reality in the making? I had Martin Sonovo, you know Martin Sonovo, presidential candidate of the NCP in 2015. Martin said, well, we are not just talking, we are working towards it. A lot of people, this G100 thing looks like it is even more serious than the Ibadan Declaration. Is it a mirage or is it a political reality?
It's a political reality.
Political reality indeed?
Political reality. Because this is what I have been agitating for a very long time. And a character like Onovo Martins is a man who has been known by saying the truth. Okay. He's a man that has been known very well that he wants this country to move forward. And when Martin tells you he's doing something, he's doing something. So if the challenge is that if Atiku will allow the program that they are putting together to succeed.
Well, why are you picking on Atiku?
Yes, I keep saying that. Because Atiku, the problem we have in the opposition today is Atiku.
Well, that's according to Mayor.
No, not according to
people in Atiku's camp will not agree with you.
There's something I said in Abuja while I was in Abuja. They granted me interview in Abuja, live program. I publicly tell His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, please, for the sake of Nigeria's safety and Nigeria moving forward, you should support the P2B candidates. Number one, the South have not completed their tenure. Number two, P2B is the best candidate among the whole presidential candidates in opposition right now, the most popular candidate. So far, even he's more popular than Atiku Abubakar. It's better that Atiku understand this. Atiku will not die in the next 4 years. Peter have agreed to go only one tenure. And as I'm saying it today, if Peter go there and say he will not complain, he will go second. We are going to come out and tell my friend, go and sit down. The South have completed their tenure. Just Peter said, give me 4 years and I will make it back.
Mayor, are you sure you're not trying to complicate things? You just said something now that needs further interrogation. You said, well, Atiku is not going to die in the next 4 years.
Yes.
let's agree.
Let's Atiku, Atiku will not die in the next
4 years.
Let
Now,
Atiku wait.
are
He
you
should wait.
aware
Let the South to complete their tenure.
so that in 2031 he will become
in
the president?
2031, once Atiku is coming, both everywhere, Southeast, the Igbos, everywhere, everybody will come out.
Are you aware that there's an
because
agreement?
he are really fight for this.
Are you aware that there's an agreement between Peter Obi and Kwakwanso that in 2031 I'm going to take a shot?
Peter Obi have not told me, and Peter Obi have not told his followers that he has any agreement with Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is a good man too. Do you understand?
Even at the party level, we heard
Yes,
that they signed
Kwakwanso-
2 agreements. One at the personal level, 2
Kwakwanso-
at the party level.
Kwakwanso have touched lives. Kwakwanso have touched lives. In 2031, it may not be even NDC that they will use, because by then they will come together after the winning and vote a party that will base on justice.
And so your position is that probably Atiku should wait,
Atiku
let the
should-
South complete its
Atiku
turn.
should support the South to complete their tenure, the remaining 4 years, and then it will come to the North.
By then, Atiku will be 84 years old.
See, let me tell you, when you look at Atiku,
Mayor,
does Atiku
by
look
then,
like a man
Atiku
of
will be-
84 years?
He does.
He has the strength. Well, how old is Joe Biden when he becomes the president of America?
Okay, and so what happened?
So when you have that physical mental strength and physical strength, it's like unlike President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Mentally, he's no longer there. Physically, he's no longer there.
I mean, the president that
You
says...
see the kind of things he's doing.
The president that says, I'm a stubborn politician, nobody's going to put pressure on me. You think he doesn't have that mental
When you look
strength?
at the kind of things he's saying now, the Tinubu that I know, 1999, not the Tinubu that is in Nigeria today.
Like Tinubu...
Because he's talking like an old man.
When Tinubu said that...
You see, he's talking, he's reacting based on things that he... That's why I said he don't want to go to social media again. He don't want things that will...
Mayor, when Tinubu said, I don't believe in Nigeria, was he speaking as an old man then?
When he said he don't believe in
That was even before he...
That was when he was Tinubu.
Okay.
When you have seen the injustice going on, when you have seen the corruption going on, when you have seen that Nigeria, that ordinary man will aspire to become what he wants to be, have gone. He saw it when he's reasoning very well. When he's young.
You think he sees differently now?
No, he's seen different. Is it not the President Tinubu? The day they swear him in, the 21 gun salute, President almost runs from the away. So
I didn't see that.
He didn't see it. Go and watch that video.
So you think that the president, the Tinubu of 1990s,
no, it's not the Tinubu
of 2020.
It's not the Tinubu.
So the President Tinubu is one who
the Tinubu
condones...
of 1999 is the Tinubu that was fighting for Nigerian democracy.
Now the Tinubu of 2026 is the one that condones injustice. Is that what they are saying?
The Tinubu of 2026 is the Tinubu that his government is 80% corrupt, 80% forgery, and have failed in all aspects of leadership.
Mayor, when you come out like this, do you have evidence? Do you have facts to support all of
when
this?
you look at these things, is it under President Tinubu? Tell me the ratio of insecurity. Under President Tinubu, tell me the ratio of poverty. Under President Tinubu, tell me the ratio of borrowing.
Well, the president says, the president says poverty didn't start today, hunger didn't start today. Nigerians have been hungry.
Why he
since I
become
was
the president is to change the narrative.
Okay.
You have what Peter keep telling us.
No, you were reading out the metrics, and I am telling you now, this is what the president said, that Nigerians have always been hungry.
Nigerians are hungry.
Okay.
He was the one that brought the worst government, which is government of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that same government was one that handed over to him. And today, Buhari is better than him.
You think so?
It's clear. You don't need microscope to look at it. It's very, very clear. President Tinubu have failed beyond F9. So he should go and rest. They should take him home.
All right.
The children should take him home and take care of him at home.
Mayor, let's go back to the issue of, the G100 saying, well, we are going to present a sole candidate in 2026. How is this going to work? Because practically every politician I speak to, except those that are in the ADC, every politician, every analyst, every public commentator I've spoken with seems to pin the problem on Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar, let's be fair to him, served as the vice president of this country between 1999 and 2007. And so, constitutionally speaking, he cannot aspire to be vice president again. The constitution clearly bars him. There's an entry barrier for him. He cannot become vice president.
Are you aware?
So are people now suggesting that he should step aside completely because he can't vie for the position of vice president? So why is it that people think that Atiku Abubakar is the problem of the opposition?
Why I believed and I know that Atiku is the problem of the opposition because Atiku wants to rule by all costs.
And he's not the only one.
And it's not, no. Look at other big wigs in the north. They really understand what the time is saying. The time is saying, give it to the south. And the south have the best candidate now, which is P2B.
According to you.
That is the truth.
Not according. According
listen,
to you.
That is the truth. You see, when
who defines what the truth
I used to say this every day. I speak the truth of heaven.
Who defines what truth is? Is it according to your wishes, your opinion? Is your opinion the truth?
No. When you look at the young opinion, you look at the rush. 80% of Nigerians are saying Peter.
Where did you get that data from?
Are you not among the people that
I am just asking.
Are you not aware that Peter Obi is the best candidate?
I am not aware. I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Listen,
but
when he was a governor,
okay,
he's the best governor. Today, you look at the credentials that the INEC published. Look at the president have turned Nigeria, have turned the president to say a thing of.
What did the president do?
Look at his credentials.
What
No
is
primary school, no secondary school. They now
Atiku Abubakar did not submit primary and secondary. Omoyele Sowore did not submit primary and secondary. So it's not as if
that's why, you know, when we are talking Peter, look at Peter. Everything about him is genuine and clear.
Sheyi Makinde did submit his primary and secondary.
Of course. Look at Peter. Everything about him is genuine. He will talk after saying it. You say, go and verify. Tell me any of them that using that language. The only man who has stood his ground since 2023 election. APC have tried everything possible to.
Okay, Mayor, let's walk back. Let's walk back to the issue of G100 sole candidate. About a declaration sole candidate. How is that going to work?
If G100 will survive,
they've done the first phase.
If they will survive, they should give the ticket to P2B. Do you know why ADC collapsed? Do you know how many people that left ADC? In fact, in some local government now, ADC don't have even one channel.
Now, Mayor, I'm happy that we are talking about this. Now, according to the G100, they held the first phase of their collective meeting, and had 6 political parties in attendance. Curiously, Siraki Dixon, the national leader of the NDC, was not part of the meeting. How much of that is going to impact on the conversation that they had, the outcomes?
If somebody tells me that Siraki Dixon is working against P2B, I will not say it's a lie. Because his actions.
No, I need to adjust my position.
No.
If someone tells
me that Siraki Dixon is working against P2B, I will not doubt it. Number one, check the whole people, the whole candidates that followed Peter to NDC, that won primary elections in NDC. 60% of them were removed by Siraki Dixon.
60% of the people that joined to the NDC and won elections were removed by Siraki Dixon.
By Siraki Dixon. Not by Siraki Dixon and the leaders of the party.
Facts with figures.
Yes. You see, look at Lagos, what is happening in Lagos.
What's happening in Lagos?
Alemosho, Oshodi Solo. Only Ajebule that they didn't try it. Check almost, I'm word of it. Check almost all the local government in Lagos. And Lagos is where Peter has his biggest support.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, they swapped his candidates. So to say, people that joined him to the NDC and won elections.
And won primaries in NDC.
And won primaries.
The party leadership removed their names and put the names of people who did not even come close to the victory.
The party leadership at the national level or at the state
level? At the national level, in conjunction with the state. Because the state chairman, Lagos, is committing worse crime than the national. Dixon is he has in Giuseppe, changing names of candidates. If we cannot see justice in internal politics, then what are we talking of?
Now, Mayor, you will understand what I mean when I say that it is a bit curious that Dixon was not part of that first phase of the meeting. So how much of that is going to impact on?
You see, Sariki Dixon, I cannot trust him for one day. Peter can trust him. You know what brought Peter to NDC? It's because situation brought Peter to NDC. Because Peter must be in the bylaw. That's why Peter is. NDC had the best presidential candidate, but NDC is turning to be the worst party, political party currently. Did you see how many people that left NDC in Oshodi Solo 2 weeks ago? Over 10,000 people.
Why? What
and
happened?
These are supporters of Peter.
What happened? These are supporters of Peter.
Peter, yes, they were leaving because of what the national did to the people of Oshodi Solo. Go to Oshodi Solo constituency 1. The man that they put his name as of rep candidate. No, I don't even know whether that one participated in the primary. Come to Oshodi Solo constituency 2. And the video is here. It was only my vote that was counted in that. It was clear. Today, whose name is in the district? Said by the state chairman when I called him. But he said that the leadership of the party, quote me anywhere, I have one quote here. He said that the leadership of the party said they should confirm the people, the candidates that paid the 33 million naira support for the party. I paid 3 million naira party support as an assembly candidate. I paid 1 million naira expression of interest. I paid 500,000.
After, sorry.
Just listen. I paid 500,000 for party, state party, for their expenses. After all these things, we went to primary. I won that primary. What the state chairman said that Igbo man will not get House of Rep ticket and Igbo man will get House of Assembly ticket. It makes me to remember Ogunlewe, Senator Ogunlewe, who said anywhere that Igbos are good, give it to them. Anybody that won primary election, give it to him. I wrote petition to the national. They acknowledge it. I will come. The world will know what is happening. There is one Wale, the national auditor. What that one is doing in NDC is what I cannot explain. These people they are dealing with, we are people who have population, who have people that are supporting Peter. These are people who follow Peter from Labour Party to ADC, from ADC to NDC.
So you think that they are trying to undercut Peter?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. That if somebody tells me that this is secretly working against Peter, I will not doubt the person.
Now, what's Obi's position in all of this? How is he reacting? How is he taking it?
Obi, you know the kind of person Obi is. Obi don't want anything that will entangle his name to argument. So Obi quietly focus on his candidates and his campaign. Every candidate, whether assembly, whether rep, you go and sort out his problem.
Now, that's the problem a lot of people have with Peter Obi. They think that he's not a political fighter. To the extent that, well, this is what Nigerian politics demands, that he is not sticking out his neck, for his people. And so because of that, he's probably losing ground. Is that what it is?
Peter, there are so many things Peter is going through the same time. So I don't blame Peter in that aspect. They are looking at Peter to make mistakes so that they will drag him. And Peter is a wise man. They call him Okute. So he'll always think faster than his enemies. So that's why Peter kept quiet. The ones that he can look into, he tried to. The ones he cannot look into. But the crime Dixon and the leadership of NDC is committing against candidates, against the supporters of Peter. I tell you, if not that the love people have for Peter is bigger than their party structure, I tell you, Peter would have lost so many. But the love we have for Peter is beyond party structure.
Mayor, now you said something. The ones that he can look into, he will. The ones that he can't, he'll abandon them. How much of? Let's create a what-if scenario. What if 2027 elections and now Peter Obi wins the election? People are asking, by shifting, by dodging responsibilities, not looking at responsibilities head on, is that how he's going to run this country?
Obi is coming to do something.
if he can't do it at the party level.
me tell you
People
what-
are asking,
let me tell you
if
what
he
it-
can't do it at the party
Voptv
level.
is not coming the kind of person that solve political parties problem when this thing is busy with his party leadership collecting money here and there. No. Voptv was not the one that advised.
You allege with a certain level of certainty that Dixon is collecting money. Is it the money was it not official? The money you paid, was it not official? Because I recall.
If they collected, the leadership of the party collected 10 million from House of Rep candidates for party support.
Party support. After they had said,
Listen, let me tell you the fraud that happened in NDC that nobody's talking of. You collect 10 million from House of Rep candidates at a compulsory party support. You collect 3 million from House of Assembly members, a compulsory party support for you to qualify. Now you give them expression of interest at the rate of 2.5 million. House of Rep, House of Assembly 1 million. Then they go to primary. Why don't you give them party nomination form?
Mayor, let's take it one at a time, because the argument, what NDC came out with that time was that nobody is going to pay nomination form. What you just do is pay expression of interest form. And now, after the elections, those that win will now pay the actual nomination form.
That's a fraud. That's a fraud.
It didn't happen.
That is the reason why people that won primary election, they refuse to give them their mandate. They sell the mandates.
Even people that didn't buy expression of interest form.
People that bought expression of interest form
won the election.
In the primary, and they denied them that.
Now, the people that they gave the tickets to, did they pay the expression of interest form initially?
They must equally pay.
Okay.
So they use one slot to defraud at least three persons or 4 persons. Because if they must have given the original forms after expression of interest form, they give them nomination form. They paid for their nomination form. After primary election, the person that won the primary election will fill his nomination form immediately. The party will sign and they will take it to INEC.
I wish I could bring the National Public Secretary of the NDC to talk about it. I'd like for us to return.
Bring him face to face. I have so many things.
Okay, I'd like for us to return to the issue of the sole candidate. Now, what is playing out now? In all of this, what do you think that if NDC is more like shaky, and they are having some kind of
Are you aware? Are you aware that the Lagos State Chairman of NDC, up till now, is living in an apartment?
What do you mean by apartment?
A hotel apartment.
Where was he living before he became the chairman of the party?
I know.
And you should have found
the party. Listen, I went to the secretariat to submit petition. Getting to the secretariat, they said that the chairman have left. I asked them, this is the secretariat of the party. Where could he be? They gave me information where they want to hide in one apartment in Ojodubega. I have to move. In fact, when I knock on the door, they opened the door. They saw me. They were surprised. I handed them my petition and I left.
Okay, so that gave you the impression that he's living permanently in a hotel.
Yeah.
Where was he living before he got that job?
You can investigate as a journalist.
No, you tell me. You have information. You tell me. You think he wasn't living there?
Which money is he using to live in that apartment? Do you know how much they pay in that apartment?
Is NDC looking for their money? Have they reported that?
When the time comes, they should give an account of 500,000 they collected from House of Assembly candidates in Lagos. And how many House of Assembly candidates that they collected that money from?
Okay, now, Mayor, let's move from idealism to reality now in terms of, I want us to, tidy the issue of this sole candidate. Do you think, personally speaking, that it is something that can happen? Do you see it happening in real terms?
In real terms, G100 can pull a great point.
Okay.
If article.
And now you are back to article again.
If article.
Okay, what if article says no?
If Atiku says no, it makes no difference. If other political parties, Makinde and the rest, will come together and they decide take a decision to support Peter, that will not. Atiku will have influence. Maybe you may win like 3 states in the north or 4 states in the north. But mind you, this time, Peter will win half of the states in the north.
Oh, why so? We hear that the president has already completely taken over the north, covered the north, which is Muslim ticket, with the vice president coming from Borno State. Borno State is central in the northeast, you know. And you heard what Sheikh Jingi said.
Sheikh Jingi is supposed to be in prison.
But he's not. He's not.
You see the type of leadership we are grooming that come themselves clergies. You see what I'm telling you? These are the kind of people that is sponsoring the killings of Christians in the north.
No, Mayor, you can't say that.
No, that's the truth.
I mean, he volunteered an opinion. He volunteered an opinion.
That is the
he says he supports Muslim ticket. That doesn't amount to killing Christians.
He said that Nigeria is a Muslim country. Who have told you something like that before since we are born in this country?
Well, I'm not sure that he said that. What I heard him say was that
we Christians will not allow what happened in Turkey to happen in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a Muslim Islamic country.
I mean, the government has never taken that position that Nigeria is a Muslim.
What is the government doing concerning what he said?
He volunteered an opinion that he supports Muslim ticket. We also hear people that say, well, Muslim ticket is a no. His opinion.
It have never been like that before.
But we ran Muslim
There's
ticket.
something I want to tell you, quote here.
Okay.
Let the world hear it. You know, when some people are talking, they don't talk based on what will happen in future. One man, what we are seeing today, one man have said it. And who is that man? Nnamdi Kanu. He said in 2023. This thing was in 2020. He said in 2023, after Buhari's 8 years, that another person will win presidency, but they will give it to Tinubu. And Tinubu will be the last afforger of Yoruba land that will destroy Yoruba struggle. And that is what is happening today.
How is that happening?
Look at his policies.
Briefly.
Look at his policies. The level of poverty, the level of insecurity, the level of tribal sentiments. Tell me, after Tinubu's regime, after Tinubu's tenure, tell me what we left of the South. The only man that I have seen in the South now, that have a brighter future in Nigerian politics is GRV, Badebe Revival. That young man has done that among the whole Yoruba politicians currently. He will always oppose wrong thing that the presidency is doing. He will always oppose the wrong thing that the state government is doing.
How about Sheikh Makinde?
Sheikh Makinde is a governor.
Okay.
This young man won an election in 2023 and he was denied his victory. And since that time, he has never kept quiet. He's still doing the right thing.
Who won the election in 2023?
Are you not aware of the wave in Lagos?
Yes,
Are you not aware of the wave in Lagos? Both in the presidency and in the governorship.
No, I'm aware of the presidency, but not the governorship.
Did you follow the court case between GRV and Sawodu?
Yes, I did.
So, what was the judgment?
Well, the judgment is that Shomolu won. That's why he's the governor.
You see, this APC, they have corrupted our judiciary, they have corrupted our military, they have you see, to the extent now, they have corrupted the bishops, they have corrupted the imams.
Which bishops are you talking about? Catholic bishops, are they corrupt?
Are you not aware of the fake bishop that went to Abuja?
Okay, when you said bishops, I needed to be clear on that.
No, Catholic bishop led by Bishop Lenka have show standard. And at a time like this, the voice of the righteous must be heard.
Now, Mayor, let's talk a bit about the OK before we move on to the next topic of conversation. We hear that the OK, that is Obikwok and So movement, that there's some kind of infighting. Is that correct?
You see, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, not aware of that.
But one thing I know is that Obikwok and So movement, we make a serious wave in the next few months coming.
In the next few months.
Because you see, these are characters that don't know each other before. And in some localities, people will come together and they say, the Obi Kwakwanso movement, and they started doing meetings. So this is what is happening everywhere, both in the north and the east.
Now, do you think that the OK movement will be able to drive a greater momentum than what the Obedient movement alone did in 2023? Is there a possibility?
The issue there is that the leadership of NDC is based on their party character. They are discouraging the Obedient movement, members of Obedient movement, by the way they have displayed their party character in the primary election. So I'm asking the Obedient movement to look beyond the party to fight and support P2B and the Kwakwanso. So many P2B Kwakwanso supporters are no longer in NDC. Some of them remain in ADC, while Peter moved to NDC. Some of them in APGA. So my advice for them? All of them should unite the day of election, presidential election, to vote for Peter. There's some P2B supporters in APC.
Okay.
That know that this current administration led by President Bola have failed.
But there's some people in NDC that also support the president. You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Now, last question before we leave this conversation.
Unless they are most.
Someone described, one Esther Omor, P2B's one of his media aides. Well, in the spat that she had with the other guy, on top of my head, I forgot to think his name, Seraki Dixon's staff to national worker in the national NDC office. Well, Esther Omor described Seraki Dixon as the supreme leader of NDC. Do you see him in that light? You know what supreme leader means? Like the communist era China, supreme leader, someone that takes all the decisions from start to finish.
You see the kind of mindset, what Seraki Dixon is doing, he becomes worse than Tinubu. Because the kind of politics that Seraki Dixon is playing with NDC, Tinubu even cannot try it. Dixon have shown that he's not a man that his character is built on internal clear democracy.
So you see him as a supreme leader?
Yes, that is what he's projecting himself to.
All right then, Mayor, let's take it to another level. Let's take this conversation to another level. Atiku Abubakar's aide, Demola Olaworewoju, has alleged that former President Olusegun Obasanjo opposes Atiku's ambition to become president because he believes Atiku could govern Nigeria better than he did. Olaworewoju said the disagreement between the two former political allies is primarily really political rather than personal. His comments followed Obasanjo's renewed criticism of Atiku, including his description of choosing him as vice president as his biggest political mistake, and allegations of an impeachment attempt in 2003. Atiku's camp rejected those claims as historical distortions, but said it remains determined to pursue his 2027 presidential ambition. Mayor, when we have two former leaders wash dirty, can there be political redemption in the polity? I mean, what is going on between Atiku Abubakar and Olusegun Obasanjo? Is it something that should be? Having served this government, this country at the highest level.
See, the question is this. If Obasanjo have chosen Atiku as his vice, he did not hate Atiku.
But he says it was a mistake.
Listen, it was Atiku's character during their tenure that bring problem between Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku.
What character was that?
Obasanjo can tell better.
Obasanjo, what that he?
I saw Ojus Okano talking rubbish that Obasanjo did that, insulting Obasanjo and the rest of it. Ojus Okano cannot get to the height of Obasanjo. And if you look at Obasanjo's the way he come out to talk, you know that Obasanjo knows what he's saying. You have seen it. Obasanjo have seen it all. Tell me any leader in Nigeria who have clocked to the level of that man.
Mayor, there's something they call the Atiku challenge. You know what? Atiku in 2007 said, well, Nigerians say that I am corrupt. I challenge anybody that has any evidence of corruption against me to come up with it. Since 2007, up until this minute that I'm holding this conversation with you, nobody has done that. So where did Obasanjo get his own information? And do you think that if Obasanjo had accurate evidence that Atiku was corrupt, he wouldn't have used it against him? Is that what you think?
For Obasanjo to come out, I can't doubt anything that Obasanjo is coming out to say.
But do you doubt what Atiku said? I'm clean. If you have evidence against me, bring it out.
You know, it's not what Atiku is saying.
No, It's the
He's
challenge that is true
challenging
to Nigerians.
Anybody to come out and bring.
And nobody has done that.
Nobody have come. Fine. We have not come to say that Atiku is corrupt.
Obasanjo said.
What I said, quote me anywhere. The problem between Atiku and Obasanjo started during when they are together as president and vice president.
Atiku said Obasanjo wanted third term and I didn't support that. That's why he came after me.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
I don't believe
Didn't Obasanjo go for it? Want a third term? Didn't Obasanjo want a third term?
Third term can be propaganda. Third term can be truth.
No, Mayor, I want you to come out clearer on that. We all saw it on national television when Ken and Namani killed it with Ibrahim Mantu, trying to push it. Ken killed it. Was that propaganda?
See the issue there is that there are some people that are hallelujah boys to the president, like what Soludo, Dave Umahi are doing today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The president may not be aware of what they are doing. They just want to push it to impress the president.
Really?
Yes.
Obasanjo's third term bid was that?
Obasanjo denied it. Obasanjo denied it. He denied it.
So between both
and
of
this
them,
is the only thing that they keep saying against Obasanjo's system. Third time. But Obasanjo did not put any effort in that third time. When Abacha wanted to become civilian president, you saw the way he was. Almost the whole political parties.
Senators said under Obasanjo we were paid millions of naira to support the third.
See, let me.
You didn't hear that.
Let me tell you something.
Mayor, did you hear that?
All those senators that said that they pay millions, did they bring evidence on it? Like Atiku is saying today, that come and prove me. Obasanjo is an asset to Nigeria. If you don't know it now. So Atiku, if Obasanjo refused to support Atiku's presidential bid, Atiku should come down, reach out to him. He was his boss.
Well, I thought they made up earlier, and so Nigerians are surprised that this is coming up again.
Thank you. See, let me tell you, that is whatever you are seeing have never taken the right route. Obasanjo, God kept that man alive for so many reasons. If Obasanjo said, okay, look at this time, are you expecting Obasanjo as an elderly statesman to come and support Atiku when he become on the south to produce the president? Obasanjo is one of the most elder statesmen in this country that will tell you the truth face to face.
Obasanjo is not against him because he's from the north. Obasanjo is against him because of his personality.
Obasanjo have told them that they should wait. Let South complete their tenure. Why are they running up and down?
No,
are you not aware that Obi and Kwakwanso is coming together? That Obasanjo is instrumental.
Okay, Mayor, let me put it in context here. We hear Olarewaji say, well, Obasanjo is clearly scared that if Atiku becomes president, he's going to outperform him. Now, your assessment of Obasanjo is that he is one of Nigeria's best elder statesmen. Okay, good. And so he was a good president from your assessment, correct? It was under his watch that we also were told. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said, well, the economic team did very well, drove Nigeria's economy to #1 in Africa, $500 billion what? Now, do you think that if Atiku has the chance, he wasn't at the head of the economic team, don't you think that if he becomes president, he could surpass Obasanjo's records?
Atiku, I'm not doubting whether Atiku will do well. Atiku will not do well.
The only problem
the problem I have with Atiku is that Atiku should support the best candidate right now based on the rotation.
Which is not constitutional.
But they agreed. Listen, let me tell you. Anywhere.
They said it was PDP that
agreed.
They said it was PDP.
Whether PDP or APC or NDP or anything. Anywhere there is no equity. There is no justice. Since after the Civil War. You remember what happened after the Civil War? When they voted the money to develop Southeast, they convert that money and use it to develop other places and left Southeast. They give them 20 pounds. What stopped Nigeria to allow an Southeasterner to become a president? Let the wood be healed.
Okay, is that the position you are taking now?
That's my position. Let there be equity and justice. Now that the Southeasterners have the best candidate in P2B, why don't the North, the South, and the West support Peter? Peter is the best candidate. There's no doubt about it. And we must support him.
Mayor, you are sounding... See,
we are not going to allow anybody, and I want to say this clearly in national television. NDC, supporters of P2B, please don't allow the character of the leadership of NDC to discourage you from working for Peter. Peter will clean your tears after he becomes president.
Mayor, when you say we must support Peter Obi, I mean, Nigerians are having problem when certain group of people say, well, you must. That word, that operational word, must support.
Do you know what? Underline it. Must. Do you know I said must? We cannot see the best and not go for it.
Well, the best according to you.
Peter is the best.
Other people might disagree with you. Now, when we hear certain characters say, well, we must support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for second term, Nigerians say, don't use that word must. That's exactly the same word.
President Tinubu, why?
I'm quarreling with the word must.
President Tinubu, listen, why I said must, let me analyze it very well.
Okay.
President Tinubu had become president. We have seen him.
You have seen him.
You are part of the people who is experiencing the harsh economic situation.
Some people don't.
If they have not kidnapped their brother,
some people don't see that. And so those people that don't see it are saying, well, let him continue.
Those people are not
good work.
Listen, two things are happening. Those people are they are not buying one bag of rice 30,000 and you are buying it 100,000. They are buying it the same price.
They are comfortable with that.
Then where are they making the money from? That is the difference. What I want to tell you now, because of the government is corrupt, they are taking advantage of the leadership of the government and they are grabbing.
I see you.
Yahya is supposed to be in prison.
Mayor, calm down. Mayor, I see a lot of people, young men, women, market women, artisans on the streets of Lagos say, well, when you interact with them, what do you think is going to happen in 2027 where they say, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu forever? Those people don't look like they are seeing government money.
Those people.
But they believe in his policies and programs.
I disagree with you. What are the policies of the president, Tinubu? Tell me his programs. Sharing rice. Giving people rice.
No, not only that.
Tell me his program that you have benefited or anybody from your village have benefited.
It's not. I was referencing young men.
Listen, the only thing I have benefited from President Tinubu is negative things. I tell you, increment of fuel price.
Your governor is getting more money.
Let me tell you, governors are getting more money.
Your governor is getting more money.
I hear that Imo State. The governors are getting more money when the citizens are dying of hunger.
Mayor, I hear that
the governors are getting more money than they are siphoning when the citizens are dying.
Mayor, I hear that Imo State is now a construction site. That all the roads in Imo State, Nkwere, Olo, Mbise,
have you gone to Aaron Dizog road? Have you gone to Aaron Dizog?
It will eventually get there.
Have you gone to Aaron Dizog?
Okay, how about other places I mentioned? Nkwere, Olu Road and all that.
There's nothing. Hope we have not done anything in federal road. In
so what is he doing with the money?
You ask me. If you ask me, now where I go ask. But let's go to Imo State. There's places Hope is doing road. But when you said Nkwere, that road, that Nkwere road, that federal road that cross Nkwere. Since I was born, that road, the way it is the way it's only Atiku Denwa that tried to do something on that road.
I hear he's doing over MBC to Umuaha. Is that correct?
Yes, I think he's doing it. Okay. I have seen it.
So he's getting more money and he's working.
Listen.
Because the president removed fuel subsidy.
See.
The governors are getting more money.
Listen, let me tell you.
They said that there's exchange rate stability.
These things, when we talk...
You don't see that?
We are not from the moon. Okay. How much are they giving these people every month? How much is the internal revenue? How much are they borrowing? Let me tell you, if we live in a country that has conscience, like in China, you see all these governors, after their tenure, they are going to hang 90% of them.
Unfortunately, I mean, that's not going to happen here in Nigeria.
Because of level of corruption.
Mayor, we are on a national television and we are not going to propagate that using this platform. Now, let's talk about 2027 and national politics. The European Union, you know it, has confirmed that it will deploy an electoral expert mission to Nigeria for the 2027 general elections, rejecting reports that it had declined INEC's invitation. The mission will consist of 2 to 4 independent experts accredited by INEC. The EU said INEC invited it on April 17, 2026, and that it formally accepted it on July 28. It dismissed reports that insecurity or tensions over its 2023 election report influenced its decisions, urging media organizations to verify information directly with its communication office. Mayor, when the EU, between yesterday and today, we've had this kind of back and forth. Well, EU is going to come, EU is not coming. Now we hear officially from EU that they are going to send 2 to 4 expert election mission experts, I don't know the word that they call it, 2 to 4, to come to Nigeria to observe the election. Will you say technically speaking, that EU is coming to observe this election? I want to give you some figures. That I have here. Now, in 2023, the same European Union, EU, had 11 core team of election observers, and they arrived at Abuja on January 29, 2023, ahead of the elections. Now, after that, we had 40 long-term observers that were deployed around Nigeria to cover all the 36 states and FCT. 11 core team, 40 long-term observers. Now, the re-election proper, around 56 representatives of EU embassies in Nigeria, as well as delegations from the European Parliament, reinforced the election observation mission on the election day. Now, in total, the mission comprised 116 observers from 25 EU member states. Now, in 2027, they are sending 2 to 3. Is EU observing this election?
What did they say? 2 to 3?
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Yes.
Do they put persons?
2 to 4 persons.
Good. EU is talking in proverb.
Meaning?
They have not come out really to tell people how many.
Do you think that they will come?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay, 2 to 4. While in 2023, in total, they had 160.
They are talking in parable.
Okay, why so?
Because they don't want the political class to know the direction they are coming.
Do you think that they will come?
They will come.
Because they cited...
Not only EU. Okay. Different powerful international observers will be here. Because election of 2027 will determine the landscape of Nigerian political future.
Now, what is the value of these observers, that mission? What is the value? Because when they come, they write reports, give the reports to Nigerian government. Someone opens a drawer, puts it inside and locks it. What is the value of the international observation?
The wrong thing, when they keep doing the wrong thing, one day, the accumulation of the nemesis of what they have done will explode. And that is what I'm looking at that will happen in 2027.
What do you think will happen?
P2B will win that election.
You keep going back.
Listen, I will tell you this thing. See, there is
so is it the EU? EU that will come to do the?
Listen, go and write my words. That time I will tell you, P2B will win the election.
Because EU is coming, or what?
Listen, not because EU is coming.
Because US is coming as observers, or what?
No, Nigerians.
So how would
Nigerians will vote for P2B? Okay. It will be very, very clear. The victory will be so clear that everybody will know that this man. So the presidency and the APC with INEC will try to do rubbish. And we'll see what happens.
What will happen? That was exactly what we were told in 2023. What happened?
No. 2023. If Peter have said no, he did not agree. Where we are today, we will not be here. But Peter said no. Let us allow President Tinubu to let us see what is coming on board with. We have seen what he come on board with. He came with more hardship. He came with more poverty. He came with more corruption. He came with more destruction of national unity. This is what you're experiencing today. So we will allow this kind of thing to continue.
Mayor, 30 seconds, your concluding thoughts. We're out of time.
Nigerians, please stand your ground in 2027. Make a change. Use your vote to stop insecurity. Use your vote to stop poverty. Use your vote to stop hardship. Not only voting, vote. Stand where you vote. So that your vote will count.
All right, then this will be a good place to end this conversation. I've been speaking with Mayor John Echefu, who appeared here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Mayor, I must say a very big thank you to you, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demdito. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay.